Greetings, everyone. My name is Sai, and welcome back to the Plunderer Boob Club.
Yeah!
I am joined once again by my lovely co-commentator, Isaiah Christo. Isaiah, welcome to the show.
Someone help me. He made me edit a hate video on Plunderer.
I've turned you into a race trader by force.
If you wonder why we are on hiatus for a week, it's because I've been stuck in his basement forcibly editing slander.
Forcibly editing. Fuck yeah. You want me to take back that like PayPal check I sent you, you piece of shit?
I didn't even realize you sent it until like 20 minutes ago, to be honest.
Really? You don't just get like an automatic email from PayPal?
I do, but on weekends I refuse to check my emails because most of them come from work, and I try and tone it all out.
Fair enough. Oh, I'm so excited for the book club today. Oh, it's going to be so fucking... We've got, like, so much to talk about. A ridiculous amount of shit to talk about. Like,
yeah, this is probably going to be our longest stream. Like, I made a big deal about...
It depends on how top-heavy we end up being. So we have a lot of topics to discuss first. But that could last 20 minutes or it could be an hour. That being said, personally, I'm prepared for a 5-hour boob club today. Like,
I am too.
Yeah, so I think this could go insanely long. So yeah, there's that.
I just made such a big deal over the last one being 4 hours, and here we are.
Yeah. We have so much to talk about today. Like we've got a lot of other for the people of the future. Hello. I hope you're doing okay and not living in a fucking like hellverse where like nukes have caused everyone to be like fucking starving and lose food as they suffer. We had a 2-week hiatus, during which a lot of shit happened. So we have a lot to go over today. And it's funny, like in mine and Isaiah's group chat, we've just been talking about nothing but Plunderer for the past 2 weeks, just because we've had so many thoughts, so many things we want to say, but no boob club for an outlet. And so it's just like our thoughts are overflowing. Our cup runneth over at this point with fucking opinions about this shitty fucking manga. So we've both got a lot to get off our chest today.
Almost certainly.
Absolutely. We have any fun, fluffy topics before we get into the meat of things?
If you want to start fluffy, we can bring up Plunderer.
What?
The Plunderer radio.
Oh, radio. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't speak weeb, Isaiah. You're gonna have to bring that one down.
Yes, you do. You're just not as fluent as I am.
I guess, yeah. I'm not sure that's a thing to be proud of, though.
Fuck off.
You're not as fluent in weeb as me.
Good to see you, Kyler and Geom. So for those who are unaware, not only did the first episode of Plunderer air properly this Wednesday, but on Tuesday, the first episode of the Plunderer radio show came out. It's actually pretty common in Japan for like popular anime to get radio shows. Like the most famous ones that come to mind for me are like the Demon Slayer radio show and the My Hero Academia radio show. Lots of people like animate comics.
It is super common. Unfortunately, they never ever get translated, which is probably
why they're starting to like if you like just Google the My Hero Academia radio, like people usually will take highlights.
My Hero Academia is not a fair comparison for like trends.
That's fair, but in general they're usually not translated. But
fucking the My Hero Academia author could like fucking like crap onto a piece of fucking like toilet paper and like hang it in a bathroom somewhere, and that would get translated. Like
very true. But my point is, anyway, I listened to it. And I thought it was fun and cute. I only understood like a third of it because I'm still learning. But it was very cute. It was very fun. I actually think Hina's voice actor is very personable and sweet.
In sharp contrast to her performance in the show.
But yeah, she's super energetic, and her and Lick's actor actually have pretty damn good chemistry with each other. So it was a fun listen through. I have it saved on my computer, so I might even just like subtitle some highlights myself if I ever get the time and drive to do so.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about that.
Well, of course you haven't. You haven't even listened to it.
Well, I mean, it's funny though. During the week, Isaiah was like, "Hey, Austin, there's a Plunderer book. There's a not Plunderer book club. There's a Plunderer radio show." And I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "I don't know what reply I expected from you, but I probably should have just expected that."
Yeah. I don't know why I thought.
Hey, Austin, be excited. There's a radio show for the terrible anime you hate. Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Also, the opening. Maybe that's something we should talk about. The opening came out for this show.
Plunderer is an opening now. We should we should show that. 1 second, let me pull that up on stream. Cool. 1 second on that. There we go. Okay, so here's the Plunderer opening. I'm not going to play it because obvious. We can skip around to bits. So the first 20 seconds of the opening is just fucking like sky for a stupid long time, and then the logo comes together in the slowest, most agonizing way possible. Like we're 10 seconds into this and just like nothing's happened yet, and then we get the big bright flash as the logo assembles, and then we go back to the logo in sky, and so it's 20 seconds before the logo finishes and things start happening in the opening. It is uniquely cheap and shitty. But unfortunately, then things start happening, and I wish we'd go back to looking at the sky. So sun rises, and Hira is there walking, and she's happy. She stares off at the sky and then walks some more, as is her established character trait, I guess. She walks a bunch. I think I said to Isaiah, like, I want you to tell me what Hina's personality is from this opening alone, like, without anything else. And it's literally nothing.
Well, she likes looking at stuff because she sure
Apparently,
does that a lot. Yeah. The amount of shots in this, here's the thing for me. I like the song, even if it is like really generic. Like
it's so generic.
It sounds like 20 other anime songs.
Like
I remember you told me like in the lyrics it goes, "Oh, it will Plunderer," and
yeah,
the reason
why they really snuck that one in there.
The reason why they gotta yell the name of the show is so you don't confuse it for another one.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But no, I like the song. It's not bad. It's just super generic.
It's not bad. It's just like fucking it leaves it goes in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, more or less. And then the opening is pretty much the same thing because it's just like shot of character looking at the sky, shot of horizon. Lick sheds a single tear as he's sitting all alone. Like there's a fight scene right when the chorus picks up. Like bunch of splash cuts of characters.
I love how like edgy the opening is playing Licked. Like, can you imagine opening episode 2 after episode 1 and then just fucking seeing how edgy Licked is this fucking opening after you wonder.
Well, the thing is that this very much fits like his later characterization.
I agree, but like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, can you imagine being someone watching the anime and going from episode 1 to this?
No, yeah, just like open episode, all he does is like sniff Hina's feet and grope her thighs, and at the end he's shedding a single tear. What could be making this man sad? What makes him complex?
Wouldn't it be funny if like he was shedding a single tear because Hina told him he couldn't rape her anymore? Like, and then we have the one shot that every opening ever has. They introduce all the characters. Except they already did the introduce all the characters thing before that point, and they in fact do it again later in this very opening. So we have 3 like introductions to all the characters, but the middle one is uniquely bad. Because it's supposed to be the big Sakuga moment as like everyone falls towards the camera in the sky. Well, I want everyone to look at this one shot of Lin right here. Look at how shittily drawn it is. Like all the characters here, they look like fucking in a video game, like in like Ride to Hell Retribution or whatever. Whereas you get closer to something, their textures pop in. Like that's what this shit looks like.
Like the rest of the opening looks fine. Like it's not like exceptional, but like this.
I mean,
this shot,
I think the 20-second shot of the sky at the start sort of betrays their lack of budget.
Well, yes, but I mean, like nothing else. Like mostly just because it's close-ups and shit. Like nothing looks like bad, I'd say. And the fight
Yeah.
between Jail and Licht is okay. It moves all right. There's a
What a
couple.
compliment.
There's some good like the close-up shot on Lynn is like the only time she's looked on model in any of the marketing so far.
Mm-hmm.
But then this shot, like again, it's a very generic anime thing of like showing all the characters in the sky. Like Digimon really, um, I wouldn't say they invented it, but like that's the most famous example of the butterfly opening.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that like their money shot, the like iconic
Yeah, okay,
anime
I'll
sky
just play this
shot,
for you as I say it sucks.
yeah, looks like this. Where with Pele specifically, you can very much tell he's being dragged by a mouse and spun in Photoshop.
Oh god, it looks so terrible. Who the fuck thought this was okay?
uh,
Look at Pele as he's like a blob until he gets closer to the camera, and then his
no, yeah, he's
details
got like a
pop
weird
in.
cat face,
Yeah,
and then he does that super unnecessary spin.
it looks like crap. Yeah, Pele in this shot looks more like Chekhov than he does Pele.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Nicola, yeah, he does. Yeah, yeah,
Does the
because his
spy guy have a
his
name?
eyes closed. Yeah, his name's Nicola.
Oh, okay, I don't
We
give a shit.
call
He's
him
Chekhov.
Chekhov because
Yeah.
meme. Clown
um.
boy. Oh, Dawn? No, he won't be in until the second core.
Yeah. Which this anime
Oh,
is getting somehow.
oh yeah, by the way, this anime, like there were rumors of it beforehand, but now it's been fully confirmed. Plunderer is getting a full 24 episodes, so it'll be running until June. Like all 24 will be going straight. It's not a split core either. So that means we're gonna
Yay!
get the full time travel arc. So that's something to
Oh
look forward to.
god. Can you guys imagine what the nuke will look like in the anime?
All CG.
Can you that's if like they don't just resort to like just like I don't know using
Turning
footage
up
of
the
a real life
brightness.
explosion because like they just couldn't be bothered to draw one at that point.
Oh, speaking of Guillaume was like saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, Minazuki, because we're all just making fun of Plunderer." I guess I should have mentioned this, but it happens so frequently that uh, I just forget. Minazuki emailed me over New Year's.
Fuck you. It happens so frequently, it just doesn't matter anymore. Mimizuki
Not that it
emailed
doesn't
me.
matter. It's just that I like forgot just because like
Piece
me
of
and him
shit.
email each other every few months. But yeah, I like sent him like a hey, like happy 5-year anniversary of Plunder. You know, the anime will be out soon. I'll watch it. I sent him that on like the 26th because that was Plunderer's 5th anniversary, which I also
Mm-hmm.
forgot to mention. It's 5 years old now, the manga at least. And he was all
It's
like,
almost old
hey,
enough for Mimizuki
happy
to objectify.
Happy New Year. He's like Happy New Year.
Or
And
kill, I guess, in Plunderer's
when I
case.
asked how his Christmas was, I was like, "Was Christmas good?" And he was like, "It was a lot of work,"
Yeah,
with a very like concerned emoticon afterwards.
right,
So
yeah.
poor man's been working himself to the bone.
And for what? And for what?
Well, fuck you. I still enjoy Plunderer.
Minazuki is using his considerable talents to make like pure concentrated shit.
I am curious. This is sort of a thing that isn't really relevant now, but will more be like far into the future. I am curious where Minazuki's going to go from here. Like after Plunderer is said and done in a few more years, is what will he make next? You know?
Honestly, I think like whatever he makes next is going to be like the real point of whether or not I keep following him or not.
Hmm.
Because like if he has one really shitty show, that's forgivable. Or like that's not enough to establish a formula. If whatever he makes next is also really bad, that just might be the point where I just SNO is a fluke and my interest drops off completely.
I wouldn't say it was a fluke because My Messiah was also really good. Um,
Well, I still haven't read
uh,
any of his other stuff, so I mean,
Fair,
maybe the
yeah.
rest of it's good, but
Judas is pretty average. My Messiah, I'd say, is pretty good. But I haven't reread it in a few years, so there might be more writing issues that stand out to me now. But
right.
I really liked it back in the day. Godere is funny.
but not particularly like really interesting. Like I've forgotten pretty much everything in Godere.
It's well, that one's like more of a full on comedy, so you know it's not like it's not.
Well,
like
I remember it tried to go a bit serious at some point, but I don't remember what happened.
Like right before it got canned, just like Dokuni Cooking did. And I didn't mind Dokuni Cooking, but the gimmick was certainly not as funny in that one.
Yeah, it's like One Punch Man, but if they didn't have good writing to back it up, like it's just the one joke.
I didn't really like Sonata Birdie Rush that much.
Who the fuck did?
Which is funny because
find me the one person on this world who likes Birdie Rush.
Which is funny because you know I've helped translate it, but
fucking dipshit.
No, yeah,
the opening chapters of SNL are still sitting there terribly translated, and over here you're working up fucking Birdie Rush.
Well, I had help. You know, it's not like it was just me. If I had a team, I would very happily go back and do the rest of SNL. But my team wanted to do Birdie
Only Rush, you can prevent forest fires, you fuck.
Also, I agree with you, Kyler. Judas is very much like early 2000s charm, where it's a lot of manga and anime in the 2000s. They were kind of like sloppy because they were, one, breaking into the Western market and trying to appeal, and two, just like new technology and new like styles coming out. So Judas is very sloppy, but it very much has that kind of like edgy, like badass 2000 vibe to it, where it's just like a fuck yeah sort of thing that you read and then get over and move on from. But anyway, I sort of went off on a tangent there. We were talking about the opening, and I just went into a total Minazuki thing.
Yeah, the opening is fucking like impressively bad. I want to mention Lick's like Shadow the Hedgehog moment where it gets consumed by blackness and angst.
Yeah, I don't know why they like. I don't know why they made his aura just like pure black. I certainly never pictured it that well. Actually, Minazuki did the same thing in one chapter, so I don't blame them now.
Also, can we talk about how shitty Alexandrov's sunglasses? I mean, they already look terrible, but now they really look like fucking $5 like
dollar store sunglasses. Now that they're in color, they certainly do look like literally dollar store sunglasses. But given that he's like a cheesy dad, I don't think it's out of character for him to like wear a pair of these sunglasses.
I think it's an incredibly like, hey, I'm the fire guy sort of thing. Like,
I didn't even fucking realize it's because he's got firepower. Oh my god!
Did you really not realize that?
No, I thought it was just like a cheesy cool guy thing. It's because he has fire.
It's Minazuki being like, I'm the fire guy.
Oh well, I mean, does it really top Fred Cam Von Lightning?
Nothing tops Fred Cam Von Lightning.
I miss him so much.
Alexandrov wearing fire sunglasses because his power is fire.
I really wish that I wish that he was the traitor so I could just keep saying Fred Cam Von Lightning.
Yeah, no, Von Lightning is so much fun to say.
Oh, hey, Daniel. Good to see you.
Daniel, it's not really the Shadow Realm. If anything, it's the slightly purple realm. What is that from? Is that from Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge.
Is it? I don't remember that line from anywhere.
It's I believe it's when they're
might be one of the early season lines, which I don't.
It's when they're fighting Merrick, I think.
Yeah, I have not gotten. I watched that once, and even then, I kind of can't believe I did that much.
It's
early Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge is fucking terrible.
It's not like super early. It's from like the big fight with fucking
anything
Merrick.
Like pre-season 4 Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge is pretty fucking bad.
I don't know. I thought it was the at least the episode that like
it gets so lost in its own sort of like stupid meta at some point.
No, I know what you mean. Like when they're
and like the filler arc being like them fighting the 4Kids executives is really stupid.
Where they're all just voiced by TFS dudes. Yeah, that definitely wasn't amazing. But
the penguin guy who is a penguin, and continuously like he's just fucking never get tired of that joke that he fucks penguins.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged really starts at season 4. Like, that's when I think the SAO Abridged influence shows, and like they come to terms with the fact that they can make a funny thing, but they can also improve the serious bits. Like, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged owes that to SAO Abridged. And in that regard, I think SAO Abridged is like a real touchstone in the abridging community. I think that's going to have that had major influences on Hellsinger Bridge, which has been going for years.
And Bleach.
I haven't watched Bleach Bridge, but
It's pretty good, and it does the same sort of thing.
It's only after SAO Bridge like showed everyone how it's fucking done that everyone was like,
No,
hey, like
exactly.
these can be something other than dick jokes. And they actually started like having the idea. Like, I love the idea of an abridged improving upon the plot of the original thing. It's like, you know, Hellsing Abridged got funnier, but also like more serious. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged did the same thing.
Yeah,
So
very
really, for
true.
me, it starts after the obvious SAO influence in season 4.
Anyway, let's cut out the abridged talk because we have enough other bullshit to get through, and I
That's fair.
want to
This
try and
opening looks
keep
like
it.
fucking garbage, and I hate it. Look
Yeah,
at
so
look at Jail's face at 111, like before his details pop in. Like,
oh, Ivan, yeah, you shouldn't really expect anyone to watch these. It's not like the Plunderer community is very big fans of Psy as is.
yeah, no. Which I guess is a pretty good lead in to the fact that I published a video about Plunderer today.
There it is.
Woo! That's pretty much all I have to talk about on that front.
Oh, really? I thought you were gonna show it more.
I mean, I made a video. Go watch it. It
Yeah.
makes all the points I've made in like a lot of the Plunderer book clubs and makes them with better writing.
All right, sweet. Well, I'm glad we got that over with.
Uh,
Yeah.
to be not joking, do I actually have anything to say about it? I don't think I really do.
No, yeah,
Um,
no. It was fun to work on. I'm actually glad that I'm back, like helping you pump out videos. It was fun.
mhm.
Even if I had to stay up late a couple of times between shifts, it was a good use of my time. You brought up some good points in there, and the credits are great. Perfect,
I got to play
perfect song
Captain
choice.
Dan. Oh my god, I love Captain
Just
Dan so
seeing
much.
my name in your credits was shocking to me. When I saw that,
Yeah.
I like had an instant like, yeah.
Yeah, that's even funnier is because I have to pad the credits to get to fit with this song.
Yeah, yeah. Sample text.
Yeah, sample text was a good check. I like that one.
uh, oh my god. Um, but anyhow, fuck. I guess we move into my thing now then.
um, boop, doop, doop, doo. Okay, I want to talk about this. So before we get into your thing,
Okay.
do you guys remember watching? Okay, we're going to do. I'm going to compare something to Star Wars again. Everybody, stand back. So okay, yeah, actually, fucking Ivan in the chat, like fucking so Isaiah helped our video where he directly insulted and where Plunderers directly
Oh,
insulted.
to be
Uh,
honest, I was the one who suggested he use my picture when he was like
yeah,
plunderers for dumb
but I
12-year-olds.
like yeah, you can scroll back in our Facebook chats. Like, please use my face when you say like 12-year-olds who like
Yeah,
exaggerate.
I thought it'd be a funny joke if he
I
used
wouldn't
me
have
there.
done that if he hadn't given me express permission. But yeah, that's a funny joke.
No, yeah,
Um,
he's not that much of an asshole, and I got paid for it as well, so I can deal with getting insulted,
yeah.
and that's different, Daniel. Listing me as a Patreon is or as a patron is different, considering I just help with all of his videos.
I mean, you used to be. I think he's quoting the fact that you used to be subscribed to my Patreon. So I
Oh
like
yeah,
you were one of the credits in my fucking previous thing.
no, yeah. No, I
Yeah,
was always in the credits, yeah, but I mean, like,
yeah,
it's different still. Like, now it's like, hey, I helped with the thing.
yeah. Anyways, so you guys remember in Star Wars, you remember Episode 7 opening and just the First Order is somehow ruling, and it's like the people who should be in power, all the good guys, are suddenly like scrambling to deal with them, and the First Order is incredibly strong, and this weird guy Snoke is leading it, and this asshole Kylo Ren, and they've got like stormtroopers and shuttles and planes and star destroyers and everything. You remember how
Mm-hmm.
little sense that made? You know how there could be like 3 movies worth of fucking context filling that shit out?
Mm-hmm.
There's so much backstory that, I mean, obviously doesn't exist, but if it did exist, we like let's pretend there is a reason for all of this. There's so much shit we've just skipped. Can you imagine how insane it is to open in episode 7 just have all this shit be different? It's crazy. So we're going to have our own episode 7 moment today. There is over the last 2 weeks, a lot has happened. So much so that you guys might similarly have the reaction of, wait, how the fuck? This is all so different. Like, I just watched the last book club and nothing about this one makes any sense just from the context there. So Isaiah hates Plunderer now. And
Not
that's fun.
not necessarily true. Don't go spreading slander.
Okay. The way I like to look at this, right, is it's weird. Isaiah has done nothing but talk shit about Plunderer in my fucking chat for the last 2 weeks. Like, I'll just be like, like I'll get random messages like, oh man, like, I just realized, isn't this the stupidest thing in the world? And it's so good. It's so good, and I love it, and it's great, and it's so bizarre, and it's so sudden. Like, it's honestly, it is like the opening of episode 7 where just so much has changed. But honestly, I think it's a slow blade penetrates the thing, or whatever, however the fucking quote goes. Like, the way I look at this is I've just been mining away at the dam of Isaiah's love for Plunderer, and like I've been chipping away at it slowly, and there's been no obvious progress, but I guess just one of the chips in the last fucking book club was the one, and now the entire dam fucking burst, and I did it. So I just want everyone to know that Isaiah hates Plunderer now.
I don't hate it, and don't kick me from that Discord. I've been nothing but helpful. God damn it, Kyler, I love that Discord. All of you, don't kick me. Now let me explain myself. So, you're absolutely right that I have been.
Yeah!
No, let me finish talking. You're absolutely right that something snapped in me after the last book club, and I've been noticing a lot of issues that
I've been noticing a lot of changes. My body's been growing hair in weird places, and suddenly I can start thinking about things.
I've been noticing things about Plunderer that I just didn't before, that have been bothering me, to say the very least. That it hasn't stopped me from loving this series. I now just look at it as a very flawed manga that I enjoy quite a bit, which has perplexed Sai over here very much. Because at first he thought that I really did just hate it, and then I kept messaging about him, like stuff like, "Hey, look, the Plunderer radio. Hey, look, new Plunderer news," and he's just like, "Why? I thought you said this is shit," and I'm like, "Yeah, but I love it." So
what was the quote specifically that just like snapped my brain? Like, I cannot believe you would like the show and say these things. Do you remember what that quote was? It was something.
Do you want me to go looking for it?
I wish, because we use Facebook chat because we're fucking terrible. We're going to change that now. I wish there was just like a control F in Facebook chat.
You can.
Can you?
Yeah.
How you do that?
You just have to open it in like, you have to go into like the full messenger thing and then click search and conversation.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah.
That's useful. Wish I would have known about that.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find the exact thing that you said.
I think I said like breaking my mind. Yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, yeah. So you said they're including a drama CD on Sherman, the Blu-ray. Can't wait to see them expand on him squinting because his mom hates him. And I said, you're breaking my mind here, Isaiah. I can't imagine someone writing that sentence you just wrote and liking the thing simultaneously.
Yeah, no, I am non-ironically excited for that Schmerman drama CD, and apparently
of course you are.
Of them. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure there'll be some dumb stuff in it, but that won't hamper my enjoyment of the series. However, at the same time, because I don't really talk about like my own writing endeavors very often, but I do tend
because
to,
you generally don't have writing endeavors.
Well, I do. I just don't tell anyone. I draw and write quite a few things, and in the future I would, if I ever had the time, like to pursue like making my own webcomic or something. I've always like had that on the table. And now that I've been more in like writer,
Din having the exact reaction I was describing not 2 minutes prior.
um, thinking about like, well, what would I do if I were writing it, and thinking about all like the previous book club things that we've talked about. I went out of my way to rewrite the first 2 chapters / episodes of Plunderer, to mostly to keep like the premise and series of events the same, but to just keep it, but to tweak it, like
right,
small
because you can't change it.
tweaks.
That's the difficult thing with like rewrites, is that like the second you get
can't-
started, you like inevitably the manga swerves in a completely different direction. So
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So
rewrites are generally unhelpful, but yeah. So if you're specifically trying to stick as closely as possible to what we have,
So like Sai over here, like the first thing you asked me, because I haven't told him about it yet. He was like,
yeah, no. Isaiah just told me he did some rewrites, and I was like, ooh, maybe we should save those for the live stream.
yeah, which I'm glad you did now. Like one of the first things Sai asked me was like, so are we just kicking out Hina then? Which I did consider at one point, but
yeah, because Liz is basically the main character. There's really no reason to have her.
Yeah, I did consider that. However, again, once I do that, like it's basically writing a completely different story, which I'm trying not to do. Also, just to answer, I meant to answer this question in the chat earlier. The reason there's a giant black circle on the 2-page spread there is because that was an ad. That was an ad for a volume. The translators, the fan translators, usually just like erase those basically.
Hey, this is ugly. I know what'll work better.
Well, it was already colored black. It's just that they like wiped out the text.
Still.
Yeah, anyway. So my rewrite, let me get this up. So I wanted to keep the same like sort of scenario the same. Like Hina, mom goes to the abyss, shows up in town, meets Licht and Nana, and David tries to fuck with her, take the ballot, Licht saves her. But I wanted to rewrite dialogue and like just interactions and the characters a bit. And surprisingly, the thing that gave me the most inspiration was the anime. Because the anime actually added a few choice lines that I liked a lot. Well, maybe not necessarily not. Well, let me get there. Not necessarily a lot, but I felt that they had a couple of things that helped to flesh things out. For example, in the anime, you'll remember that Hina, like her introduction, she's already talking to some people in the town. Right. And rather than just being like, oh, I'm from out in the mountains, she says, oh, I'm from Fianny. And they're like, oh, wait, that's way out in the mountains. So she's actually from a village. She's not just like a hermit. It's just that
didn't she specifically say? Didn't the girl say like I've never heard of a village there? And she's like, that's because we were alone.
Did she?
I think she did. I recall that being a specific line.
I'm pretty sure she said, "Wow, that's so far away." Let me check. And either way, I'll just be going with the assumption that
your fan fiction's already bullshit, Isaiah.
Shut the fuck up. All right, look, I'm
basic facts wrong.
I'm watching the clip right here. Shut the fuck up.
How am I supposed to?
Aha! I'm correct. I am correct. You are wrong. She says, I'm from Fianny. They respond, on foot? Wow, from so far away? Fuck you, Sai. Isaiah's correct.
How am I supposed to enjoy my wonderful Plunderer if you keep introducing plot holes and bullshit into it?
Just shut up and let me finish with my rewrite. Okay. So I was thinking to myself, like, how can we still get some, because you need exposition. There is a need for some exposition, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's just usually done better.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't just want to have like a generic narrator tell us everything, right? Because that's boring. That's boring and lazy. So
that's Batwoman tier writing.
Exactly. So what I did instead was
fucking Kylie, like we ever stopped fighting.
Hina, because she's not ignorant or like unaware of basic concepts like counts. And my rewrite, she knows these things. However, because she's from like a really far out town in the mountains, it's not that she is unaware of these things. It's just that she's like a traditionalist. So like you put like a country bumpkin in the big city, they don't just suddenly change personalities, like they still, like they might be more polite, they might be more open and honest with themselves. So, for example, in Theany, because it's like a small town out in the mountains, I figured that people there could be a lot more friendly and like neighborly with one another. So people aren't secretive about their counts. They're more willing to tell each other because it's a small community. No one's trying to just climb the social ladder and fuck each other over. So Hina doesn't really have a problem with opening her count. Whereas people in Illinois, which is the town that Nana and everyone's from, as we discussed,
I don't even know that.
The anime made up the names. The manga didn't have them. But didn't anyway, like we discussed in the book club last time and in your video, like people should be more secretive about their counts because again, someone could fuck you over. Right. So I thought like Hina like can still be open about talking about her count, which can lead to discussions of exposition.
Yeah, like, oh hey, like my count's the number of steps I've walked, and Anna's like, what? You just tell me that? Don't you know exactly. that if like someone has a higher count than you, and they can kill you by sending you to the abyss?
And then which would prompt,
and then you get some in-character exposition that like builds character simultaneously,
which would
telling the audience shit.
You're not only that, but that can prompt Hina to bring up the fact that yes, I'm well aware more than anyone. My mother was sent to the abyss, so we have like a very
and then that leads into her fucking tragic backstory that comes out of nowhere when she's talking to Nana.
Naturally, and now she's aware of these concepts. And another line that I liked from the anime, that they added in, was like it was a small thing, but Hina like had a line about like whenever my count walks up or goes up from walking, it makes me feel like my mom is there cheering me on, which I liked. So I thought she could have a line like when Nana's like, hey, you know, that could get you killed. Like after she gives like her little exposition, she could say something along the lines of like, so even if things are like different out here, I'm not ashamed of it because I feel like my mom is still walking with me, you know, something cute like that, which builds character. And as for Licked, I had great... so I'm taking out all the
you say that in the same way I would if I were to turn to face a mountain of garbage. So about this.
So
what are we gonna do about this?
As for Licked, and I actually like this quite a lot. I also wanted to keep like the scene that the anime added of her like talking to those people at the start of the town, because why wouldn't she introduce herself to some people if she's like
that's fine.
trying to get advice on like
if anything I actually like that, if only because the anime acknowledges that more characters exist outside the main cast.
So first of all, everyone in the town is aware that Licht is a ballot holder, which is why people don't like him instead of him just being a weird, creepy, perverted freak. Because for one, he looks like a fucking weird hobo who's like with disheveled hair who like sits in a corner all day. And everyone knows that because he has a negative count, that means he's a ballot holder. So for example, when Hina enters the town, she actually like sees him sitting alone, as we see that he does in like backstories to help like keep
like
up
in the opening being sad and
like in the opening, so it's more in line with his later character, and she's considering talking to him a couple of times, but then people are like, oh no, that's Lick.
I like how this rewrite of Lick just like throws his entire character out the window from the first
it does no I'm keeping it very much in line with his later charter. I'm just ignoring
that's fair. It's just funny to me to like see that,
and a lot of this rewrite is
like here's the better version of Plunderer. We're just going to throw this one aspect out the window completely.
Well, that's a lot of the things, but Minazuki did the same. That's the thing. Like hasn't been perverted in like 30 chapters. You know?
I'm not disagreeing with you saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying it's funny.
Yeah. Anyway, so Licht still does try to approach her and like seems super creepy because like he's wearing a mask and his voice is like kind of raspy and he's just like, hey, miss. But the reason he approaches her isn't to be a weird perverted creep. It's because, as he said later on in the manga, she looks like Tsukina to him, you know? So if you see someone that looks exactly like your best friend's wife, of course you're going to like go approach her and be like, hey, but because she's gotten like warnings from everyone in town and he just looks like a freak, she runs away from him. So he's running through the town. So you can still have that scene of him like running through the town and like
maybe he's like saying, hey, wait, miss, I need to ask you something. You look like no.
Like and if you wanted to like have like some kind of like perverted-ish hijinks, like you can have him like maybe grab her hands, you know, and like hold her close and be like, hey, hey, like it's me, and then she's like which of course would freak her out. So
Right.
you can
Yeah.
still have him do like his little dumb chase with her that leads her to Nana, ergo the conversation from earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So that gets that whole exposition dump, which I think we can all agree is just like a lot more natural
Right.
and
Yeah, I would
like
agree.
keeps them in line.
The only problem I see with that is that, like, by bringing up the fact that, like, Licht recognizes her from Tsukina, you'd have to address that way earlier, which then would spoil a lot of later plot twists.
Um, I not necessarily because
I mean, the alternative is you just have Licht, like, drop it and then never mention it again until it becomes relevant, which is bad writing.
well, that's fair. I haven't. I figured that like once he like
I mean, this is
hears
far from like I think it's actually impossible to completely fix Plunderer while staying within the bounds.
fair. Well,
Established.
my standpoint of it is that like after he hears like eavesdrops on her backstory, kind of like puts the pieces together himself,
Yeah,
but isn't
maybe
like ready.
okay, maybe we can see where he like gets disappointed, like, oh, you aren't her, and then
No,
like, he
yeah,
walks away or
like
some
and
shit.
and like yeah, just something that like leaves it open to the audience without
Yeah.
like needing it to be immediately. Like I don't want it to just be dropped. Like I
Yeah,
want
then
it to
you
be
can have like Licht
recognized.
is sad and like he doesn't want to talk about it. That's the reason.
No, yeah,
does it.
exactly.
So
and
that
then
could work.
yeah, exactly. So that's the first half. And yes, Daniel, this is what a good editor does.
Yes, it's a shame one of those wasn't around.
So, and I promise
Honestly,
I won't.
though,
Like,
I think if a good editor had asked Minazuki, like we know all this with the benefit of hindsight, but like I think if in chapter 1, if an editor had asked, like, okay, so like tell me everything you know right now, so I can help like write this, I think he wouldn't have been able to tell him anything. I don't think he knew any of this shit when he started writing the manga.
Maybe so.
I don't think an editor would have really helped.
Fair, but. Anyhow, so that's that first chunk.
Maybe an editor would have like slapped him after he told him that, like, fucking sit down and plan out your story and don't come back to me until you've done it. Then we can talk.
Yeah. So that's the first half, and that's the one I'm more proud of. In the second half, it's admittedly a bit more lazy. Just because, again, I have to keep somewhat.
I mean, you got to introduce a cartoon villain and keep.
No, exactly. So with David, I'm still keeping him again. He goes through the same sort of motions, but I wanted to write it as more realistic. Because if Plunderer is going to have depictions of like too bad no one can email. Oh right, shut up. It's not like he's gonna live.
I don't.
Kyler in the Discord. God damn it, Kyler. Yeah. I just noticed.
Oh yeah, Kyler in the Discord.
You know, Plunderer is later going to get pretty dark and like have depictions of, you know, like the starving child. So I thought, well, if you're still going to have like your cartoon villain assault someone, treat it with an air of a bit more respect and realistically.
Yeah, like,
so
like,
what
like
I
a
thought,
Game of Thrones rape scene rather than
so what I thought, rather than him doing the stupid sticker shit when he introduces himself, instead of being like I am the ace, to be like, oh hey, like, oh, I heard you're looking for the ace. Well, I'm, you know, as you know, the ace was a soldier in the war and I'm in the military. You know, I could introduce you to him if you want. Like I could pull some strings. And so Hina's and so Hina's like, oh, okay. And so he goes with her.
I'm something of a general myself, I'll have you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I have plenty of connections.
No, yeah, so it's like that. So she goes with him, and rather than having all the stupid guards just like sitting around giggling at him, like groping her. So Hina leaves her stuff in the other room because he's like, you know, he brings her into her room and he's like, oh, like tell me all about your story, like how you've gotten this far. And he's still like a little like sketchy, but not immediately just like grabbing her thighs while talking to her because
something dumb. A bit more subtle at least.
Yeah, so he's a bit more skeevy and like a little touchy-feely, but nothing too much. And then after she gets talking,
like they're sitting next to each other, and she tells him like my mother died, and he goes, and he like wraps his arm around her and like squeak like, oh, that's so like, sad. I'm so sorry.
So sad. I'm so
like
sorry.
He can at least like he's like pretending to be a good guy, like he's not just immediately like
yeah. But then as it goes on, like, he starts to get a bit more skeevy and shit. And then eventually. At the end, he's like, oh, well, if you want me to introduce you to the ace, you're going to have to do me a little favor, you know, like, which is like realistic. You know, there's lots of people that will like bring someone into like the acting industry.
I don't think you need to explain that. Like,
No, exactly. Well, yeah,
I
I
need a
just
little something from you
no, yeah, no,
first.
exactly. But then before anything can happen, one of his soldier dudes like busts into the room, and he's like, "Sergeant, look what I found!" Because they were going through her shit while they're in the room, and he's like holding the ballot, and they're all like, "Oh fuck, Hina has a ballot." But rather than Hina being like a bell, what a what? She because as we can see later on in the manga, Hina's a fucking survivalist, right? So I
Honestly,
figure
I wouldn't necessarily mind her saying what. I think it's one of the least stupid questions she asks.
well, yeah,
Like,
but
because
even
presumably
if she
she just
doesn't,
knows it's an important thing. She
yeah,
doesn't necessarily know what it is or what it does.
yeah, but my point,
I don't
yeah,
mind changing that, but at the same time, I don't think it's the worst rule
well,
they
yeah, I don't
numbers
need
line
her
of the
to.
first
I'm not
chapter.
necessarily saying that she knows what a ballot is, but rather than
Right?
just
Yeah.
having her like sit there or be dumb,
Uh-huh.
because we know that she can fight because she has like been surviving on herself for years, as we see in the time travel arc. I figure like she can like snatch it back from the soldier. And be
Yeah,
like, this
that's
is
fine.
important to me. This is like only my mom said I can only give this to the ace. And then
Yeah.
now when the soldiers are like, hey, I need you to hand that over. Now, instead of just like handing it to them and then getting attacked for no reason, she's actively like, no,
No,
I don't
don't. This
think
is
I
mine.
will.
And then they
No,
start a
this
fight
is
for that
mine.
reason.
It's
Yeah.
for the ace. And that's
Yeah.
it. And so now David wants to challenge her to a fight. And what I think I'd change it to instead, because again, Hina's a survivalist and she has some confidence in her skills as well. Because, you know, the manga tries to paint her as brave a whole lot more as it goes on. I figure that she could challenge David to the star stake. And be like, oh, you fucking want it? Then fucking put your count on the line for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it works especially with the anime, because the anime paints David as someone who's really arrogant, whereas in the manga, he's still like a cartoon villain, but he's more just like, ha ha, look at Hina. Whereas in the anime, he's like, I'm one of the chosen ones. I'm the best. My sword's the fastest.
Yeah.
So I thought he could like take it as a pride thing. Like all the other soldiers are like, why would we do that? But he's like, no, let me show this curse some decency. So he accepts. And Hina does like okay for a little bit because again, we know that she has knife skills, but eventually he does beat her ass and he takes her count. And he's like, and then we can have the whole like, are you going to hand it over now, or will you be joining your mom in the abyss? And that's when Lick shows up. Blah blah blah. Things can mostly play out as the same, except instead of them all just like beating the shit out of him and then being like, wait, his count is 999. Like immediately them recognizing like, hey, that's that fucking weirdo ballot holder dude who like hangs around in the slums. But David, again, because he's so arrogant, he's like, well, it doesn't fucking matter if he's a ballot holder. I can take him. And so he still initiates the fight, just thinking he's hot shit, until Licht has the whole mask break, pull out the sword, and then he's like, whoa, he's an ace. But then rather than him being like, oh, you know, it's well, you can still have the line about like, oh, well, the ace was, you know, it's 300 years ago, but also point out the fact, almost making fun of the old right, where like I figured
Rise of Skywalker,
like how I brought up in the very first book club, just saying something along the lines of like, anyone can fake being an ace. All it takes is putting on a fucking star. Like almost like poke a jab at it.
Yeah, a Jedi's weapon deserves more respect.
More respect, yeah. And then the rest can play out mostly the same, I figure, from that point on, because the last bit of the chapter is really the one I have the least problems with.
I mean, it's a fight scene.
Yeah, it's just a fight scene. So he curb stomps him still, gets Hina's count back. Licht can still do the thing where he takes her ballot. Only I was thinking I might want to rearrange it a little bit. Rather than just having like Hina go back sad and then like find out, hey, I have the ballot, and then go after him. I was figuring like she can immediately start going, because it's her mom's fucking memento. Like it means a lot to her. So immediately chase after him, have the whole scene where like he's in the cart and like, I hate you, and then he leaves. But rather, so this is something that stands out to me immediately. So Nikola, or Chekhov, whatever you want to call him, like comes back and he's like, oh, so you still have the ballot, right? Which you can still argue like it's fine that he didn't like report it, because
actually I hadn't even considered that. Knowing what we know about him now, There's no
No, yeah, like,
reason, and knowing how important that fucking MacGuffin is, there's no reason he should have left that.
no, yeah, and I get that, like I know Minazuki. In the end, if my theories about who he really is are correct, then I think he'll be like, oh, I never really cared who won this game. I just wanted to like drag it on and cause the most bloodshed. So I think that'll be like his sort of like, that's why I didn't take the ballot back. But if we're trying to write better, it's better that he just not know that she has the ballot.
I would
so
agree.
That's why yeah, so he shows up and can still be like, oh, it's thanks to you.
As we see, and as we will see in this couple of chapters, the more people know Hina has the ballot, the worse the manga's writing has to get.
Yeah. So yeah. So we still have the same scene where he's all like, Licht Bach is alive.
Yeah.
Then Hina goes back to Nana, and then that's when she finds out about the whole thing. But by this point, Licht is already too far, like he's far gone. So we don't need to have her chasing after
both
a fucking
emotionally
horse.
and literally.
Yeah, he's already gone. But then Nana is like, well, Nana still has faith in Licht because, as we know, they've been along. So she's like, we can have a line where her being like, I'm sure he'll like come back around eventually. Until now, why don't you stay with me? Just something along those lines. And then that's where we can end the chapter off.
Yeah.
So that's my Plunderer rewrite for the
I think absolutely. I think it would be hard to I say this like both as a joke and also with a decent amount of seriousness. I honestly believe it would be hard to write a worse opening chapter than Plunderers. But I think you did a good job fixing it.
Yeah, because I
was gonna say it's not hard to fix Plunderers opening, but yeah, your ideas are good.
But I just had a lot of fun writing it. Because I was thinking about a lot of like protagonists that are supposed to be like the fresh out of the water audience surrogate. One of the easiest ways to do it is just be like, country bumpkin in the big city. It's one of the most basic common tropes out there, but it works well here.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And it can like make her still be not ignorant, but just sort of different, naive, naive without being ignorant. So
I'd agree.
Stupid. It's just that she was raised on different principles and been around different people, and so she isn't as like distrustworthy of other people. And I think that would also be a great way to show the characters deepening their friendships as well when they eventually open up and be like, whenever they're alone, and be like, hey, this is my count,
that would be really cool if it was treated with some sense of gravitas and mystery. Wouldn't that be cool? Instead of being like the first thing every character says to each other.
No, yeah, exactly. If it was like a big deal, like, hey, here's my count. I trust you with it.
Yeah,
it'd be neat.
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if like Nana's, if like her and Nana and Hina, who like barely have any interaction in the fucking manga outside the opening 5 chapters, wouldn't it be cool if they were like sitting around a campfire and Nana was just like they were sitting in silence for a bit, and then it's like, hey, my count is bada bada blah, and like I feel like it's only fair after you told me yours, like
exactly.
Like you're the first one I've told, and God, I don't know how long.
And that'd be a great line too, because
that informs Nana's character that she can't trust people, and she's the I don't know how long thing is foreshadowing of she's 300 years old, and
exactly
it's I've said this before. It's honestly amazing how good writing compounds good writing. Like when you bother to give a shit, like it can just flow so naturally.
So I don't know if I'll carry on with doing, like, I've already done other small tweaks, like things with the 4 generals that we've talked about before. Because I probably
done anything with the 4 generals, you've done more than the manga did.
I probably won't like attempt to rewrite every chapter, but I this is fun for me. So if I ever like come up with more stuff, I might bring it up at the start of other book clubs.
Yeah.
But anyway, we've been going for about an hour now, and that's the end.
They've been looking at this one picture of Tokikase.
Yeah, that's the end of my rear. I think we've gone through all the stuff we wanted to talk about, right?
The last thing I had was it looked decent in the dub, but I don't have anything else to say about that.
Oh yeah, no. So the dub of Plunderer is now available as well, and Eric Vale voices him in the dub, and I actually think he fits the character quite well.
Who did Sukuta in SNL?
Yes, he did. They tweak Lick's introductory lines just a little bit to make it funnier, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like instead of just being like, oh, and granted, it probably works better in Japanese because I know it's Japanese wordplay. But just like the tweak of licked, instead of being like, oh, give me money, marry me, it's like matrimony, and so he's like matrimony, which I thought was a pretty funny line. It helped he had good delivery of it.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah. I thought Eric Vale did like a decent job making the terrible, unfunny lines decently good.
Yeah, and also he's just got like a bit more of a naturally gruff voice, so it makes the transition to like cool guy licked more believable, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like his Japanese voice is very much like trying to sound like a cool guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
so
yeah. All right, so now we can read the fucking manga.
do we do that in this fucking line? Is that a thing that happens in the Plunderer book club?
It's happening less and less, but it's happening nonetheless. And I
are
like
you sure
this
the black hole circle isn't edgy symbolism? It's impossible to tell.
It is over the left side of his chest, so who knows?
Yeah, that's where his heart should be.
Speaking of edgy symbolism, man, this fucking caption.
A reunion. Let's acknowledge that.
Yeah, but the emotions that fill those eyes are deep and dark,
like an abyss.
Oh! By the way, this color page is fucking beautiful.
I don't give a shit. I'm so far past caring.
I'm still on Team Plunderer. Even after going for half an hour talking about how small tweaks can make this series better, I'm still on good old Stu Minazuki's checklist.
Yeah. Oh,
anyway,
God.
You want to go?
So one thing I want to
page,
mention before I read the chapter proper is I was re-listening to the last book club, and I had some thoughts. Like I guess this is technically spoilers because it's talking about the students of Class 1A from 39 or whatever.
Yeah.
So do we want to spoil that? Do we even care?
I kind of care because they don't get introduced proper for like another 2 volumes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well,
all we can say is that like you can still say that those reinforcements that showed up, like how did they get there so fast? And I mean, it was
okay, yeah, that's fair. We don't need to go into their backstory to specify that.
Yeah, but presumably, teleport guy dropped them there.
Yeah, so in 38 or whatever, Charles gets killed, but that is like a spur of the moment thing. Like even Chekhov admits, or not Chekhov doesn't say
Nicola,
it, but
and Robert
Shermerman Light says that like since you didn't hand over the originals, I was thinking of using it as a pretext to dismantle the Royal Guard, but as expected of Her Majesty, she created an even better opportunity. So this coup was being planned, but they've decided to do it now because they created a good opportunity for it. So, but like this is almost impromptu, right? Like this would not have happened if Charles didn't plan to have Alexandrov escape with the ballots today.
Yeah.
But the students of Class 1A, which presumably were at the Wall of Paradise, because where else would they be? Why else would they be in the fucking city? They just appear somehow. Like 10 minutes after this like sudden unplanned coup, Class 1A are all here, which makes no fucking sense. Well, and then I realized that it kind of can make sense because Minazuki wrote it a guy in the story who has fucking teleport powers, which is just, it's one of those things I mentioned in the Plunderer video, how like like in SNO, robots that were essentially had magic was a really good like writing cop out for a lot of things. Having a character who can teleport is a writing cop out for so many fucking things, including how do these characters get here so fast to be in this fucking dramatic scene. So teleport guy could have brought them is the answer to that, but even that I think is bullshit. If you had asked Minazuki like how did they get here, I don't think he would have had an answer for you.
I would say, by the way, to answer Vaporweave, Tomoki's count would probably be like, I don't know, number of panties he stole or number of boobs he corrupted, and he'd be unstoppable in this world.
Just like in his own world with his fucking dick lightning.
Very true, yeah.
So nothing would change. Anyways, that was something I noticed rewatching the last book club. I was like, hey, wait a fucking minute. How did they get here? Which bothered me.
Fair. Anyway, back to the actual chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we open up on a cool color page of what's his name? Tokikaze's grandmother like adopting Licht, or Rihito at this point. She's like, "This is your new brother, Rihito Sakai," which is interesting that she'd introduce him as his brother because again, Hina's his daughter, which makes and even if they're not blood related, makes their romance incredibly awkward and weird. But we've
Wait, what?
discussed that in length. On the first color page, because like the
Yeah.
grand was saying, Rihito's your brother, and if you remember, Hina's Tokikaze's daughter,
Right.
which because
only because she's Tsukina's daughter, and Tsukina married him though.
yeah.
So at this point, like at this point, they're not married. So it's like, what are you getting at?
Well, no, I just mean like the later implications of it, like because up until this point, like they never called themselves brothers or anything. Like we knew Rihito lived with him, which still doesn't make it any less weird because he's like basically in love with his best friend's daughter. But
Right.
here, like seeing that,
I mean, honestly,
like,
I think that's a bit of writing backwards, Horizon Zero Dawn syndrome, where Minazuki realized he wanted to have the two of them hook up, and then realized that the way he'd written everything, they'd technically be fucking like brother and sister, or like cousins or some shit, or I guess no, he would be like
his uncle-in-law.
Yeah, an uncle-in-law.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I'm sure originally they were going to be just brothers. And then, because that makes the fucking edgy conflict better if they're brothers fighting each other. Then he realized he wanted to have Hina fucked Licht. And so you're like, they're stepbrothers.
Which is, no, that's what I'm saying. It's still weird. And especially, but I mean, up until this point, they never called each other brother or anything. But here, seeing that, my point is that, like, literally they like viewed each other as brothers for the first time makes it even more weird.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah. Anyway, so we can finally move past the edgy color pages. God damn it, Kyler. Wait, I want to read Din's thing first. Also, Ivan, most of the opposite cop out how much fast characters don't get everywhere. Yeah, that is true. Din,
some shows do, but good shows don't. Like before, like season 6 or 7 or whatever the hell, Game of Thrones put a lot of effort in like keeping the size of the world consistent, and how people couldn't just get somewhere if they were somewhere else. Of course, around season 7, the writers fucking gave up, as everyone knows, and so people just started teleporting places. Like, a place that took them an entire season to get to back in the early part of the show. So they just pop to it in a later part of the show. But like before that, when it was being written by good writers, like, yes, there was a lot of thought put into how people got places they were at.
Yeah, that's true. But to answer Din's question, because Din brought up the fact that like counts were initially like a military thing, as we saw in the past, and are still like highly militaristic. Like your count determines your rank in the military. I did think of that. And I wanted to make it like with the military, like your count has to be well known because like when you're in a platoon, you can't keep secrets like that from each other. And it also makes it easy to punish any people that like break rules in the military. Like they can easily have your count decreased if you break a law, which will demote you and make it harder for you to get around in society. But I don't see why there's a point for every person to just go around like spouting their count to everyone. Because
I don't know, like using it as a rank in the military introduces a whole bunch of issues.
No, yeah, there are issues with that because then it's like, well, if what's stopping
if my count is walking, then I can just join the military and become a general.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want like, and I wanted to clarify that a lot more as well. Like, I want counts to have like things to do with your rank, but not necessarily be like, okay, you got a high count promotion immediately. Like I wanted. Again, I'm still fleshing this out. I mostly just focused on the first 2 chapters.
Right.
If I go further in depth, I will be more than glad to share in later streams. But that is a fair point then. Anyway, so we can finally move past the fucking color page after an hour.
Yeah, we did it.
Well, fucking, is this a new record? An hour for 1 page?
Oh, absolutely it is.
Sweet. So Lick sheds his manly tears seeing his brother alive. But then Mailman, I very much like that his first words are just "Whoa there."
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey everyone, remember me? I'm here too.
Yeah, don't you forget, I'm the villain of this arc. Please,
let
me do something. I'm going to kill Hina. Remember, first of all, his ability is super broken.
Yeah, no, okay. Do we want to get into that? Like, I have a bunch of notes about Mailman.
Depends how.
Do we want to wait until he dies?
Give me a couple of pages, yeah.
Okay, let's get.
Yeah, so it's like
it's like fucking like when we went on road trips with my fucking family. Like my dad, like when we left, my dad would be like, "I don't want to stop at McDonald's for food right now. I want to get like some road underneath us before we stop again."
Yeah, more or less, yeah. So yeah, he's like, "Don't move, Colonel Licht. Have you forgotten? I forget what voice did I do. Did I give him like a British voice? I want to try and be consistent.
Does it matter? He only has like 3 more lines. Who gives a shit?
I don't know. I feel like he's not a sort of character to be like, "Whoa, don't move." He's suave.
I think he's so stupid that we could absolutely give him a stupid villain voice.
Fair enough.
Please refrain from moving, Colonel Rito.
Have you forgotten that this girl's life is in my hands? And you as well. Your brother's precious person being sliced clean in two. Not something you want to see, right? But to think that you are still alive, this is becoming quite too much. If I don't quickly report it to His Eminence and request a plan to deal with this. Wait, there's a better option. Colonel Licht, please kill.
I like this right here. Like, he pulls out a thing. He pulls out a walkie-talkie to do an okay, smart thing. And I was like, wait a minute, no, better idea. Now, I don't disagree with either of his plans. I don't mind him reporting this, and I don't mind a scenario where he's a mustache twirling villains like fight to the death. But I like how he pulls out a walkie-talkie specifically because fucking Tokikaze is going to need a walkie-talkie to talk to Shermerman. And so he's like, I'll do the smart thing. No, wait, I'll do something else. But I have a walkie-talkie. See, audience? Like,
that's fair. But to be honest, again, I don't mind. I feel like how it's written isn't like egregious either. Like it's
again, I just see the writing strings at this point. I don't see characters talking. Yeah. I see Minazuki like terrible writing.
Yeah, like, hey, by the way, guys, he's got a walkie-talkie on him.
Exactly. Yeah, that'll be important in a few minutes.
Fair. But I also do like this setup because it makes sense that he'd not want to like report this to Schmerman if he doesn't have to either, because this it's not the most ideal situation for him to be the one to report when we know Schmerman has changed and is like a lot more cruel. Like he doesn't fucking because he doesn't want to have the messenger get shot. Why are you so much better at this than me?
Oh, because I'm a genius.
And I do like this line as well. As he's disappearing into his portal, he's like, "Oh, well, you killed him once before, so he can do it again, right?"
Yeah, it's not a bad line.
But what's better?
And I do like and make sure you do it right this time.
Yeah, that's a great, like, if you're making him like a mustache twirling villain. That's a great sort of like kill your brother and do it right this time.
Yeah, exactly.
But what a line I don't like as much, and it is probably partially the translators. He's all like, if you do that and give up your original ballots, I'll spare her life. And Lick goes, "Don't screw with me!" And he responds, "I am not screwing with you." Also, I love his stupid like scissor hands thing that he did it last chapter too, but he's all like, if you try anything, snip, snip, what's
Is that what he's doing? I thought he just gave him like a 3-handed like wave goodbye, like see you later.
Well, he did it last chapter too, though.
Maybe.
So I'm pretty sure he's trying to
either of them I think are stupid, but
they're both stupid, but I think it's the more stupid option, and he's trying to do scissors. Anyway, so Hina says the first smart thing in the entire manga and says, "Please leave me." And she brings up the incredibly valid point that, well, the character everyone cares about is back. If you don't need to regret anything, you can let me die.
Except those like thousands of people you killed. I guess you still have that to regret, I guess.
Yeah, right. It's not like you fucked.
But no, the one person he cares about is Tokikaze.
Yeah.
That's the only reason he's a sad boy.
But Tokikaze starts to draw his sword. It's all looking all cool and stoic.
And Lick says, "I love you," which I feel like is a decently big line. Or no, is it?
Are you sure? I think it's
saying it. Okay,
yeah,
I guess it's not important because she says that every 2 seconds. So never mind, not a big deal.
Yeah, if Licht had said it, it would have had a bit more bigger impact because he's been dodging his feelings with her for so long. Yeah. But anyway, so Licht shouts, "Don't move, Tokikaze! Didn't I promise you that we'd always be together? I beg you, don't move, Tokikaze. I'll figure something out."
I love this. Okay, notice. No. Notice how he goes from a kneeling position, cradling Hina, to standing with sword drawn, and Hina's just fucking gone. For the next couple pages, Hina disappears entirely from the manga.
Yeah, he should have drawn her like laying next to him still.
She doesn't show up again until page 22. She's gone for like 10 pages in a row. She's just not in the scene anymore because it'd be inconvenient for her to be in the scene.
I will say that his expression...
That's just like an amateurish mistake on Minazuki's part.
That's fair, but I will say that I do really love how well Lick's expression is drawn here. Like I know time and time again, Minazuki's a good artist, but as you said yourself earlier, when the art actually...
I'm going to use your own quote against you. Fuck you.
Yeah. When the art actually complements like the emotion...
Yeah, I'd agree.
It's a lot better. And what's great is that this is a parallel to earlier in the manga when he said the same thing to the child that was about to get shot. But back then, Licht could still smile while he was doing it, at least at the start, when he was like, "Hey, don't worry, kid, I'll figure something out." Whereas here, it's so hopeless that, and he's so emotionally wounded that he can't even force a smile, which is edgy. But again, I think it's a nice, even if it's not an intentional callback. Yeah. I just like it. But anyway, Tokikaze has to do his badass, edgy, cool guy thing. The most typical anime thing in existence. And he goes, "Hito, I've already moved." And we see that his cut is so cool. It not only did it cut all the petals, it has seemingly cut the sky itself. And specifically, his cut is over the horizon where the sun is, because he always trained to cut light. But anyway, so Lick turns around, and the mailman comes out, walkie-talkie first.
How convenient.
And he goes, "It can't be. How is it even possible for a human to drive?"
I mean, I would have stopped at "how is it even possible?" But yeah, I guess the rest of the line works too, mailman.
Yeah. As to cut space itself.
This is bullshit. This doesn't make any sense.
I wanted to say, I would also like to know how that's possible. Could you care?
Okay, do we want to talk about this? Like,
well, I mean,
this is
it's a bullshit anime power. I've seen this shit before where they're like,
no. I think it's because you've seen this so much that you're desensitized to it. Like, I think this actually has huge fucking game breaking implications for the fucking manga. Like, okay,
explain.
So let's get into this. Let's get fucking into this, okay? Like, I've got so many notes about the fucking mailman. Oh my god.
Oh no. Let him die in peace. Let him die in peace.
Okay. So first of all, he's just fucking dead, and I love that. Like fucking oh god.
He doesn't get to do anything.
I know, what an unceremonious. Like
this time,
yeah.
He died.
Like it's listening back to the old book club. I did kind of like cringe listening to me say like, you know, like usually when this is done, it's like jobbing for another character, and then you're like, that's exactly what happens, and yeah, it's exactly what happens. So I did kind of like I'd forgotten about that, and so like my point's bad. Although I do absolutely stand by this, the silliest possible way to do that. Like reintroducing him at the start of the chapter, like, "Hey, I am also here, by the way." And then he runs away, twirling his mustache, and then immediately dies. Like,
like normally in jobbing, like they would have a proper fight, right? Like
exactly, yeah.
Like
The
another way
mailman
you
didn't
could
do anything.
easily
He stabbed Tina,
another way
which, if
you
anything, I was thankful for and wanted him to be the new protagonist because of.
like I was gonna say, if anything, if you wanted to do this, he could still do the whole like, don't move, Colonel Lick, like wait for me to figure something out, and then like he could try and like sneak attack on Tokikaze by making his hand disappear like he did with Hina, and then like the second before his knife can even touch Tokikaze's neck, he's suddenly cut in two, and then that can be like the Bakana, you know.
Yeah, that would work better if he tried to use his bullshit teleport powers to fight Tokikaze and then just like it didn't work.
Yeah. Whereas with this
leads,
like
this leads us into a bigger discussion, I think. Before we can like touch the rest of the mailman's pile of bullshit, we have to talk about ballots first. How do ballots work? I can't believe I'm saying that 40 chapters into the goddamn manga. How do ballots work? Like,
it's a
in
shame.
what way is someone with a 2,000 on their ballot stronger than someone with like a 1,000 on their ballot? Is it like, is it just the usual like Superman bullshit? They just have like better hearing, better eyes, they're faster or stronger. Like,
no. So
is that how that works? Or
no, it is like not exactly. There seems it's a little inconsistent because like someone like Jail, like his ballot ability has nothing to do with like him being fast, and yet he is just inherently a fast guy, you know?
Right.
So there probably is some of that in there, though it's not expressly told. So I imagine again, someone with a higher count / ballot just has like an inherently more like resistance and like strength.
Right.
But to quote Lynn, since she was also prompted to give this sudden exposition within the manga itself, going from the official translation, she says, ballot holders gain a special ability according to their ballot's count method. You're additionally, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not important. The strength of a ballot's special ability is tied to its count. It can vary from person to person.
So they get like a slight bullshit Superman boost depending on their number.
Yeah, they get
mainly like their ballot's ability.
Yeah, so
with a count of 1,000, can we imagine what like a fucking 500,000 mailman would be capable of?
No, yeah, exactly. Like
fucking teleport everyone in the world into a volcano.
How I view it is like considering leveling up in like an RPG, like you get general stat bonuses,
right?
But it's also like increasing their special skill,
right?
Getting stronger. So that's how ballots work to my understanding of it.
But like, I feel like, have we ever seen like, okay, I feel like we've never seen anyone like with a. I guess maybe this is wrong as of the most recent chapter based on what you told me about fucking Jail going around headbutting people. But I feel like we haven't seen anyone with like a much lower count beat someone with a higher count. Like,
not. We've seen people.
I feel like it always count like if someone has a higher count, the manga is just written so that they can't possibly win.
Well, as they did specifically say that in their whole exposition done back then, that like it can vary from person to person depending on their count, or some people are just like, you know, like, this isn't the manga speaking. This is me just like saying,
right, yeah.
Like I can imagine someone like Jail, even with a low count, beating like a less better soldier, you know?
Yeah,
because,
I would agree.
Like, he's just better at fighting at them. So like even if they like say like my power is Psycho Fist where I punch really hard, you know, you could be like, but do you know how to punch me as good as I know how to punch you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know,
like, Jail doesn't have the raw power that he has because of his fucking bullshit ballot, but he does have like skills and, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So
I could buy that. But like,
yeah.
I do feel like when Minazuki's writing a thing, just like the numbers don't matter, but at the same time they do. Like, yeah, like the number does not directly inform their power necessarily, but it always works out that way regardless.
No, yeah, that's the thing. Like we have Licht before he went into his full like killer psycho mode, he still like put up a decent fight against Jail, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And granted, it's because like, oh, he was holding back, he wasn't using his true power, but still, there are like cases where we can have fairly, and again later on in this manga, not to spoil, but Licht like fights some higher tier characters in the next arc, and just because he's a better fighter, he still beats them. So there are some exceptions, but it's always like nameless fodder. It's never like a main character. Whenever it's a big main fight, they're always like, well, watch me increase my count to win.
Yeah. Now that being said, Mailman's ballot power is so incredibly broken. I don't understand how he doesn't just win this. Why not just teleport Tokikaze into a coffin 300 feet underground?
Or if he can shrink the space around people, why wouldn't he, instead of putting it around Hina, why wouldn't he just put one around Tokikaze's neck?
Yeah. Or anything. You could think of 10 billion ways Mailman could easily win this, but he doesn't because he has a lower number and Tokikaze's bullshit. Ergo, Tokikaze wins, regardless of what really makes sense. I don't know how anyone stands a chance of killing Mailman, honestly. Now, so Mailman teleports away, and then Tokikaze cuts to space. Now, that leads me I have a lot of questions, unsurprisingly. Like, okay, someone's power is bullshit, right? Either it's Tokikaze's or it's the Mailman's. So, like, but it's when he cuts to space, is that implying that Mailman didn't actually teleport away? Or because, like, why? Okay, let's say Mailman. Okay, in one scenario, Mailman's power works exactly as advertised, and he teleports. So when he teleported away and like waved goodbye to Lick with a little scissor gesture, he went to like the Wall of Paradise or something, back to his house in the fucking living room or something. And then Tokikaze cut the space, and then the cut was transferred to him in this fucking living room, and he went, "Ow, I've been cut in half," and then decided to teleport back to this field so he could drop the walkie-talkie again. That's one scenario. Or Mailman's power is bullshit and he can't actually teleport and he just like made himself invisible or created like a small extra dimensional space right there on the field. I guess.
What I saw it as is that,
but that goes against what the manga's saying, though.
What I imagine is that he like hit himself in a pocket dimension or something.
Why would he do that? Why would he just teleport to his house?
I don't, because well, he specifically says, I'll be watching in a safe space.
That's fine, but like if you have teleport powers, you could open a portal like 500 feet in the sky and then just like fucking like watch from your living room sitting on your couch eating popcorn. Like, you know, he doesn't need to be near here to watch if he has fucking portals.
That's fair, yeah.
Like, so either Tokikaze's power is complete bullshit and cut someone like 500 miles away, in which case, why the fuck does he not just kill Sherman from standing right here?
I definitely don't think
or Mailman's power is bullshit and makes no sense.
It's definitely Mailman being bullshit, because I don't think Minazuki would, as wild as his writing would be, I think even he knows not to be like, I can just cut from anywhere.
Right. That's what is it. I think that's strictly what's being implied, though. I think without a whole bunch of like us talking about this and discussing alternate possibilities,
that's never how
I can cut anyone from anywhere is what's being implied here.
That's never how I read it when I read it. I always just assumed he was like within a pocket dimension. Because he pops out like at the same spot where he was before.
I guess.
Whatever. I get your point that like it isn't very clearly defined.
Yeah.
But whatever. Yeah, so now we're moving on then.
I don't know how Mailman has an upended this. I don't know why Mailman isn't in charge of the kingdom. He could just like kill Sherman and then kill Tokikaze. He just teleport everyone's heads off their bodies, and then he would just
teleport everyone to the abyss.
Yeah, or anything. There's so many ways you can just win.
Yeah, Mailman has an incredibly broken ability, and but for some reason he's with a low count and just uses jobbing.
Yeah.
But anyway, F in the chat for Mailman, please.
F's in the chat, everyone. Mailman's dead. But conveniently, he dropped his walkie-talkie. That was established earlier, if you'll remember.
So Tokikaze picks it up.
I've seen this one, Isaiah. I think they call it setup and payoff in film school.
I believe so, yes. So Tokikaze... fucking Din. Do you see Din's?
Kills the Mailman standing behind him with a sword out. Tokikaze takes a cool guy pause and says, Return to sender. I like that.
Oh God, I love you, Din.
Also, this is a incredibly nitpicky complaint even for me. So brace yourself. I feel like the cut on Mailman is way too dirty. Like, Tokikaze is so sharp and so good that it cuts space, but like his clothes like are tattered. Like, I feel like it would make more sense just have like a perfectly straight line.
Oh, like a straight line. Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. I feel like it's
that
jagged.
is a super nitpick, though. I will.
That is a super nitpick, but with how fucking awesome Tokikaze's sword
is that supposed to be
me.
jagged clothes, or that's supposed to be like the blood splatter?
I think it's supposed to be jagged clothes.
I think it's the blood splatter because you can see it spilling underneath as well.
Okay, if it's the blood splatter, then why can't we see his fucking internal organs plopping out? I don't know why. It's just
because the manga's because it's still a teen manga. No one has.
Fuck that. We had a starving kid 5 chapters ago.
Anyway, moving on to the next page. Tokikaze picks up the walkie-talkie,
which was there.
Yes, so we know he has it. He stuffs it in his coat.
I wonder if that'll be convenient later.
So Lick sort of has a little bit of a breakdown here, seeing his brother, who he like tried so hard not to kill, finally take a life. He goes, "It's no good, right, for you to kill, because your share of it, I've already. No, what I did was a mistake, so you had to." And then Tokikaze embraces him, and they have a nice little hug and a cry. Blah, blah, blah. He's all like, "I'm sorry, Tokikaze. Back then, I didn't understand anything."
Also, I was drugged, but yeah, that too.
That too, yeah. By the way, is my mic still holding up?
Yeah, like it's...
All right,
like,
so yeah,
we had no issues at all. So I think we fixed it.
I finally figured out what was wrong with my mic. It only took like 30 total book clubs almost.
Yeah, way to go with that, by the way.
But there we go. It was an easy
literally, he Googled it and then figured it out.
It took a single click. It took a single click. Anyway, yeah. All these 300 years, every day I dream of the time I killed you. Always.
Maybe every night.
Always. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And then he reaches in his coat and he realizes he just got fucking robbed. Tokikaze? What are you doing? And we see he's got the Dragon Balls.
Dragon Ball Z!
3, huh? Fuck, I hate this typo. You've saved me quite some time. Answer me one thing, Reed.
Okay, I have a question. Is there a reason the ballots are all just being stored together at this point, besides so that Tokikaze wouldn't just take all 4 of them?
No, it's just so he wouldn't take all 4 of them.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to confirm that. Like, there's no reason that Hina should be keeping her one separate from the other 3. Like, they should all be in one fucking bag or some shit.
So anyway, oh, and I do think it's important to point out that, and the reason why I do read Rihito when Tokikaze says it is because he does still call him Rihito, which I like. He's the only character who still refers to him as Rihito, whereas all the others call him Licked, which is an important bit of subtext that, again, you lose in the fan translation.
Oh my god, I forgot. Okay, I was reading over my notes to make sure I didn't miss anything. If Mailman's power works as advertised, I mean, I guess if we go with the explanation that he cuts space, then and he made a little extra dimensional space for himself, I guess that sort of makes sense. But if we go with the I feel more likely fucking living room at the Wall of Paradise possibility. And he decided after he'd been cut in half in his living room to teleport back into the
teleport himself back.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know why he wouldn't teleport his head to the bullshit nanite healing machine and then just have himself fucking stored and cryogenically frozen or some bullshit, which we know they can do.
Could you imagine if it was that he just teleported somewhere, his first thought is man, I gotta go show them or else they're gonna get worried about me.
Yeah, I know, right?
As he's dying,
I wouldn't want them to worry.
His last thought is Lick needs to know that Hina's safe. Ah!
Wouldn't it be so stupidly awesome, though, if he teleported just his, fucking cut-off head in the last couple seconds of consciousness to the bullshit nanite healing machine, and then the rest of the show, he's just like Lord Gino in the end of Gurren Lagann. It's like a head in a jar, teleporting people places, just working for Sherman or some bullshit.
Yeah, Sherman,
that would be so stupid, but I'd actually kind of like that.
I actually think I'd fuck with that as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Tokikaze continues to be edgy and avoiding context. And he's like, You're gathering these intending to sink Althea or Alcia,
right? Oh boy, this one.
Yeah! I'll have everyone decide. This time we'll see things through as the non-killing army. It's not just me. Hina-chan over there. And Nana and Sonohara too. Oh, and you remember them, right? Jill and everyone else too. And if we have you as well... Is that so? Then, Rihito, you are my enemy. I will not have Alcia sink. And Hina makes herself useful for once and throws Rihito.
I actually like this. The idea that she like throws his sword. I don't know why his sword was on the ground. I don't know where Hina's been for the last 10 pages. But I like the idea of Hina being proactive, I guess.
No, yeah, it's a really cool action scene. Like the fact that because he's so stunned that he doesn't have time to react, right? So her being useful, throwing the sword his way, and then the next page especially, this is a fucking beautiful page.
It is a pretty page.
Just the millions, he's blocked it, and he's still been sent flying by the millions of slashes.
Yeah.
There's so much detail, not just the ones immediately hitting him, but all the cuts in the background and the damage he's doing just around him.
Yeah, I like little pieces on the white lines coming, or little white pieces coming off the white lines.
No, exactly, yeah. And then on the next page, you see he's fucking cut everywhere.
But he's alive. Don't worry, he has blood on him.
Yeah, he's fine. He's just got the face cut that doesn't leave a scar. That anime.
Yeah, and unlike Alexandrov, because fuck
him. As opposed to the face cut.
And he's also got the cut across the chest that doesn't stab your heart, and the cut across the arms that leaves you able to fight still.
It's blocked by his 8-pack, as you can see. Yeah. His very well-defined abs took most of the hit. But before Hina can run to him to cry, I guess. I don't know what she's
do. I don't know what the fuck she's thinking she's going to do.
Well, I mean, she's trained in medical stuff, but I don't know if she is any. Anyway,
I can heal your brain cut. Don't worry. I know how to wrap bandages around things.
Kaze grabs her, and he yells. Or he doesn't yell, he just goes, begin to
and they hear him somehow.
Oh, wait, no, it's because he's got the earpiece in. You can see
it. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, now I'm wondering, has that been there? Let's go back. Yes, okay,
it probably has. Yes, it has. It has. Even in just the previous pages, you can see it.
How far back can we go and still see the earpiece, though?
Well, to be fair, his bang is blocking his ear for quite a few pages.
Yeah.
Even in the color page, it's there. Even in the color page, it's there. So, no, it wasn't. It didn't just appear.
I want to check for myself. 1 sec. Okay, yeah, I see it there.
Yeah. No, it was consistent.
And it's there. Okay, fine. Mimizuki wins this one. He's had a fucking earpiece. Wait a minute, no, there's still hope. I want to go to the last chapter. I need to check. I need to know.
I guarantee it'll be there.
There's still hope. There's still hope he doesn't have the fucking bullshit earpiece. You can't see it in that picture. He does. He did. Okay, he does have the fucking bullshit earpiece in the last chapter. Credit to Minazuki. He did one thing right.
Wins, Sai loses, fellas.
For once in the manga, I have lost the bet that Minazuki didn't bother to try the earpiece the rest of the time.
Anyway, so whatever. So now I'll get ready for more side complaints because a bunch of jet planes come out of the abyss.
Yeah.
So they take off.
I went to the danger zone.
So yeah, this is the new Top Gun movie here. I do love that missiles are just like flying machines that shoot missiles are the greatest enemy in this manga.
Mm-hmm.
And we get even more edgy lines. So let me get
they're the greatest enemies in real life.
Fair. So I won't kill
until we invent satellite death cannons. I think that's as good as we get.
Hang on, you gotta let me give these lines the gravitas they deserve.
They deserve, yeah.
Yes, I won't kill you guys as long as I can make you understand the strength of the abyss, its sadness, its anger.
I won't kill you guys, he says, blowing up a city with missiles.
Yeah, right. Also, I want you to keep in mind the fact that the city is on fire and the tower breaks in half. For future chapters. I want you to remember that.
Fucking keep that in mind. Also, I love how Sherman just has his walkie-talkie fucking with him. I love
I'm
sure he carries that around everywhere he goes.
He had the walkie-talkie man bring it to him.
Oh yeah, the walkie-talkie man. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you're right. He's like holding it for him.
Yeah. No,
So
could
he
you
can look
imagine
badass.
could you imagine like Tokikaze, like he hits the button and he's like
Do you hear me, Shermerman? 1 second. Sorry, I'm still walking down the hall towards Shermerman's chamber.
no, like
It's like, oh, okay, I'll wait.
Like just so he opens the transmission
And they hear some like here you go.
Yeah,
yes, hello, this is Sherman. Sherman! I won't rest until fucking...
No, even better. So he opens it and he just goes, I won't kill you guys. And then the soldier man, he's like, mailman? What? What's going on? What do you mean?
Oh God, Mailman's rebellion's finally started. We knew this would happen. He's teleporting everyone underground into coffins.
He teleported all of the planes from the abyss. We have a traitor. Anyway.
I love it's a little thing. It's so funny to me. And you were like, yes, hello, mailman. What do you do?
What do you mean the strength of the
just
abyss?
thinking like someone like this guy in the army would answer the walkie-talkie, wouldn't say his name. He would say, yes, hello, mailman. What do you want? Like, that's so funny to me.
If we knew his name, I would have said
I know, right? Yeah.
I can't wait to get the next manga glossary where he is also described as a bad guy. Enough said. Underneath.
Yeah,
his
exactly.
name.
Yeah.
Anyway, so to continue for the edgy,
a pivotal question: if Sherman has walkie-talkie man, does he have like men for other generic things he could just do himself? Does he have like fork man whose job is to shovel food into his mouth? Does he have like toilet paper man whose job is to wipe his ass? Because he never knows when he needs to look evil for Suma Nozuki to draw.
That's true, yeah.
So he needs guys to do literally everything for him so he can look evil whenever is necessary.
I do like his evil like smirk there because
that's fine, but it's undermined by the fact that he's got someone holding a fucking walkie-talkie next to him.
Fair, yeah. Anyway, edgy line.
How would you feel to be Sherman's royal asswipe?
Bro, well, what if that's his count? What if it's like my count is the amount of times I successfully get the walkie-talkie to him on time? Anyway, edgy speech isn't over with yet. It gets even better. We will see you fall into the abyss. Have you experienced the same thing we did? Not a single person from Alcia will be spared. So until then, protect your paradise from Rahito.
Oh my God, he's petting the fucking Shota as he has this conversation.
Yeah, he's petting the child as he hears it.
What is the Shota even doing? He's like, yeah.
Well, he's just sitting in the church, hearing the story
what is the
about
Shota
the
doing?
And the hair.
Like, what is that expression on the Shota's face?
I don't know. He's like, yeah.
Everyone's dying, yeah. Also, what are the odds on the Shotas being Sherman, like personality or like genetic clones, whatever the hell?
No, I don't even want to think about that. No,
like, he couldn't have kids, but now he's invented cloning technology, so he cloned himself to have kids of himself.
I don't want to think about that. Let's not get into that. I don't think that'll be it either. Anyway, we will be the ones to take Alcia. By the way, and I'm surprised you forgot to bring this up. The fact that there's no Althing trying to stop the Jets.
What we talked about. Well, okay, yeah, we can discuss this.
We talked about it in private. It'll be a short thing. We don't need to have a full conversation. But there should, just like when the helicopter came out, there should be Althing at least trying to stop the Jets.
Where is that at? Hold on, I want to get pictures on stream. 7, I think. Where's the big shot of the helicopter? I want the shot of like Althing chasing the helicopter. There's a big 2-page spread of that. Yeah, here it is. Got it.
Chapter. Yeah, okay.
This is from chapter 8.
Yeah, I was about to say chapter 8.
So you were saying?
Oh yeah, I was just saying that like I it's fine if the whole thing can't catch the Jets, whatever, because they couldn't get to the helicopter. But Minazuki should at least draw them like trying to reach for the Jets, given the fact that, and we discussed this, and I do want to bring it up as well because I do think that is probably what Minazuki. So
I brought up this writing issue, right? Like, because originally I thought like, okay, flight is banned in Alcia. And so obviously they passed an amendment on the fucking all thing. And that's why this helicopter that's entered Alcia has all these arms trying to reach up to grab it so that it can, because flight's prohibited, right?
Yeah.
Now I realize that might not necessarily be the rule they're breaking here, because as it is revealed later in the fucking manga somewhere, the person piloting this fucking helicopter is in fact a child. Where's that at?
Well, we know that. Yeah, it's a child.
I mean, I want to show the page.
Okay. I can just finish the explanation if you want while you're looking for it.
Oh, sure.
But basically, as we know, like when your count hits 0, you're dragged to the abyss. But the same is also said for people that don't have counts. If you don't have a count, you're prohibited from entering Alcia, and the Althing will try and drag you out, as we will see later in this volume. So what we think it is that it's more just a normal law that banned flight, which would make sense, because like otherwise the Althing should just be like tearing apart Pelmo's fucking ship or plane whenever she tried to build it, you know?
And more specifically, they should be tearing apart the fighter jets Tokikaze just brought up. And they should be tearing apart someone else's plane we see later in the manga.
Yeah. But it's the reason
there
why
is an alternate explanation that it is established in the manga that there's a Althing law prohibiting people without counts or with counts of 0 from being in Althea or whatever the hell. And so it might just be that the kid flying the helicopter doesn't have a count.
Which is the most probable thing. But
this raises all the questions, okay? So like, okay, let's just get into what is up with this helicopter? Like, now that we have some decent context into this, what was the plan here? Like, okay, like Tokikaze is talking to this kid. It's like, okay, here's the plan. We're going to fly this helicopter up here. And we're going to shoot random guys in the city. And I just flash back to him saying like, you will all be spared so you can suffer the same fate we did. And fucking flash to this like, okay, so we're going to kill them all with missiles and guns, right? That's the plan. And
I mean, he still ended up killing people. You know, he said not a single person will be spared. He didn't say we're going to spare them all.
Yeah, not a single person will be spared. No one.
Yeah.
We're not going to kill anyone.
What? No. He said not a single person will be spared, as in everyone's going to die.
I guess. Like, I read that more as like we won't kill you guys. You guys are going to suffer the same fate that we did.
No, he does say that, but he says not a single person from Althea will be spared.
Well, okay, that gets into how Tokikaze's fucking bullshit edgy speech makes no goddamn sense. But we can talk about that one later.
Great.
Okay, but what was his plan here? Like, just to come up, blow shit up, and then that be it? Like, what was the goal of sending the kid in the helicopter here?
Well, it's not like they can go up whenever. They have to wait for openings.
Those openings ever go away, though? I don't think that's ever established.
That is a good point. I don't know.
So they can just attack whenever, as long when the opening is done. Like as soon as one single opening is in the fucking ground, there's no reason they can't just fly helicopters up through that whenever the fuck they want.
Fair. That I didn't consider.
Yeah. So
we don't stick around the area.
His plan was he wants to go blow shit up, right? Now, instead of, as we'll find later in this volume, sending one of the adults who are going to die anyway up in the helicopter. He instead decides to send a child. Now, this child who is scared and frightened and obviously can't be the one perfectly flying the helicopter and like killing people ruthlessly, right? So it's got to be an autopiloted plane and the kid's just like in it, I guess, right?
I suppose.
There's no way this kid is actually flying it. Like, look at their fucking face. They're like scared and sad. They don't know what the hell's going on.
The child is clearly not excited about this.
What I'm getting from this is that the helicopter is autopiloting and there's no way this kid is doing anything actually. They're just there. They're along for the ride.
Also, by Din.
Can we agree on that? Oh yeah, by Din.
Yeah, that's yeah.
If we accept the helicopter's autopiloted and didn't need the child, and we accept that the only reason the All-Thing is attacking the helicopter is because the child is in it, why the fuck did he put a child in it?
No, yeah, I didn't think of that.
What the fuck's the point. Like, all it's going to do is fucking decrease the helicopter's lifespan. Now, however, there is a potential point to putting a child in the helicopter, because Tokikaze would know that Licht wouldn't attack the helicopter. However, this means Tokikaze is assuming that Licht will be there in the exact town that he's just decided to fly the fucking helicopter into, and so has sent this child essentially to be a fucking scapegoat to make it so Licht won't kill the helicopter, so that he'll have more time to kill the civilians on the ground. And if so, that completely fucks up the, like, morally ambiguous shit they're trying to do with Tokikaze fucking character.
Yeah, no, that's a
so
fair
literally
point.
nothing about this makes sense. It was all for the visual. Minazuki wanted to be a helicopter to appear because helicopters are cool. You didn't expect that shit. Oh, I'm so smart. And then he wants, oh man, you thought it was like a military guy flying the helicopter. Nah, it was a kid. Fuck you. And now he's had to try and justify that. And like, we're having to make all this headcanon for how this can even possibly make sense. And even then, it fucks up his future writing plans.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, specifically that last point, especially of like, because Tokikaze is very much supposed to be like a man making bad decisions, but with good intentions, you know,
like sending children to their death and to be fucking like shields.
But that when you do
killing
that,
machines.
When you do that, you're clearly crossing a line. And when you brought up the fact that, like, not to spoil the later chapters entirely, but there are adults within the Abyss, not a lot of them for reasons. That
for dumb reasons, and we'll get to that.
But if you're going to be sending like suicide bombers, essentially, or people that are at risk, it makes more sense for the adults to be the ones that go if they're going to die anyway.
Yeah. So he specifically sent a child to their death and not one of the fucking people who are going to die anyway. And he didn't even have to do any of that. He could have sent the helicopter empty.
Yeah, and he could still like be training child soldiers because eventually they're going to have to fight on his behalf, right?
Right.
So he can still have him doing that.
I mean, that's a whole other barrel of bullshit, but like...
It is a barrel of bullshit. But anyway, I think that's about enough.
So nothing about this makes any sense, and I think this is one of the strongest examples of Minazuki not giving a shit about the story and only caring about his big fucking beloved 2-page spreads.
Fair. So now,
speaking of his beloved 2-page spreads, fucking military fighter jets come up and destroy the city. We want to talk about that now?
What about it?
Okay, so Tokikaze's plan last time made no sense. Send a helicopter with a kid up, have the helicopter get destroyed by Ulthing, and or have the helicopter kill a bunch of civilians, then question mark, profit. And now his plan was, because he didn't know that Licht would be right here, and by all, it's fucking stupid that Licht is right here and happens to have all the ballots Tokikaze wants. So like, was his plan to go up with fighter jets and destroy the fucking city, and then like, because he wants the ballots, right? So was his plan to go destroy the city and then wait for the civilians to get so sad that they would like bring the ballots out to him? Because the civilians don't do that. And he knows there's no way Sherman gives enough of a shit to give him the fucking world-altering ballots.
Well,
so assuming Licht isn't here, and assuming Sherman has the ballots, which Tokikaze knows, what is his plan?
I have a genuine thing. So attacking the capital specifically does make sense because that's where the 3 ballots were kept. So even if Sherman, I'm sure he would, because we know he's in contact with Aaron. We know that later, not to spoil later stuff, but Aaron was his assistant and was feeding him information.
Okay, so that's fine.
If he
knows they're in the city, but like Licht showing up and getting the ballots was a complete coincidence.
And Alexandrov. No, him getting the ballots from Licht is a complete coincidence. That's 100% coincidental and just convenient writing. But like him attacking the capital makes sense because I do think Alexandrov, being the reasonable guy that Tokikaze knows he is, who's not a complete cold-hearted bastard, he probably would have given up the ballots after seeing the destruction done to the city.
Would he have done? I feel like he would have fought to the death. Like, I feel like he's so fucking strong. I feel like he would have just like exploded the fighter jets with his fucking like Roy Mustang snap of the fingers. Boom.
I don't want to justify Tokikaze, but if you're going to use the whole, if he is intentionally using children, that would be very effective against Alan.
Alan wouldn't know that though. He has no way to get up to see what's inside the cockpit.
Well, he knows that there was a child in the helicopter. He had pictures of it.
Did he?
Yeah, he was given when he talked to
that?
jail. He had photos of the helicopter.
Did he? What? Where was
Yeah, no, he was.
I want to see this. Where's this at?
Multiple times it came up, I believe. Let me see if I can find the exact chapters. I don't think he showed it in 12, but when jail went to him beforehand, was it 30? Give me one sec. I know that when he's talking with, there we go, chapter 31. Yeah, he has a photo of the helicopter, and it's not just from out of nowhere, because we saw the special service guy had it as well. What in page? Chapter 12. What page is it? Page 6.
Okay, here's a photo from the ground. Would he have a photo of inside the cockpit? Because look, probably really close to see the kid, and then was trying to stay high to avoid the all thing.
If he doesn't have a photo of the cockpit, it's pretty safe to assume we'd probably have gotten a report of it, because we know that Nicola was the one who took that photo. It was shown in chapter 12, and Nicola snitched on them for doing this. He was the one who reported on them to begin with. So I don't see it's that much of a reach for him to report. But granted, now we're getting into a whole other can of worms. My point is that I do think that with against Tokikaze's forces, Alexandrov would rather surrender than potentially have to be forced to fight children and one of his old students that he cared for deeply.
Okay, I don't necessarily agree with that, but let's take that as fact. Okay. So Tokikaze's plan is to show up, blow up the city, and make Alexandrov surrender the 3 ballots.
Yeah.
Then Tokikaze retreats to the abyss with 3 useless ballots.
It's still better than letting fucking the special service have 6 out of 7, and then he can.
What's his end game? Yes, it is better to have some of them than none of them, but 3 can't do anything. And what's the point?
Well, his end game is to get the rest, of course.
Right. What's he surely showing up, taking 3 ballots and blowing up the main city is going to provoke some fucking why not after he's done this? What if what if it's mission accomplished and he goes back to the abyss with 3 ballots and Shermerman rings them up with a fucking all thing and I propose a new law. Everyone in the abyss dies. And then they die.
Well, but
and then he gets the ballots again.
Shermerman has 3 at this point.
He took this, I guess, if we've got, does Aaron know that?
Yes, Aaron knows that Hina has a 4th. She even reports it to him.
Oh, God, I fucking hate Aaron so much.
In fact, and even just disregarding Aaron, all of the Grand Generals, the whole reason why the Special Service requested to get the ballots back was because the 4th was stolen from them by Tsukina.
Right.
So Alexandrov, the generals, Aaron, and the king were all aware of this, as well as the Special Service.
This gets into who knows what. It really bothers me that Aaron knows so goddamn much because she was the fucking secretary. Who knows the mind-blowing secrets of Alcia? If this shit got out, it would be insane. But just we tell everyone who needs to know for plot reasons, I guess.
Well, Aaron was close to Alexandrov.
Still, though, that's I honestly would have a problem with it if more than 10 people knew. That's getting to the point where keeping a secret strains credibility, and the fact that the fucking secretary knows the past bullshit kind of irks me anyway. So just, and I feel the only reason Aaron knows that is so that what we just happened can happen, where you can counter my arguments with oh, Aaron knows and she told Tokikaze.
Well, point is your argument's countered. Let's move on.
I guess, but yeah, so I guess his plan was fly up, get 3 of them, and then hope that Sherman hasn't gotten the 4th back. Yeah, hope that he gets the 4th one before Sherman does, and it's way more likely Sherman would. And then hope that he doesn't just pass a vote that kills all of them.
Whatever. Anyway.
I'm just, okay. This goes back to, I'm just seeing the writing strings. Like,
No,
isn't
I
it so
understand your
goddamn incredibly convenient that he happens to show up and 4 ballots are right fucking there, 2 feet away from where he comes up to the surface? And isn't it so gosh darn convenient that they weren't keeping them all in the same place, so he thinks he only has 3 for a bit? And isn't it so gosh darn convenient that he kidnaps Hina, who has the 4th, unbeknownst to him? And isn't it so gosh darn convenient that he goes back down to the abyss with her, and now he has all 4 fucking ballots, which he wouldn't have done if his plan had gone according to what made sense to happen originally.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm not saying you're wrong for thinking it.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, are these kids flying in these jets? I don't know why. If like, presumably they're either unmanned, which I will allow because bullshit future technology. But if that's the case, I don't know, like, what, like, that fucks up his plan with Alexandrov. And, like, oh man, like, Alexandrov won't kill the kids. And if they're not unmanned, then the all thing should be here trying to kill the kids. I will allow Tokikaze because he has his ballot sword, and that's why he's allowed in without the all thing attacking them. But the all thing, if there are children in these fucking fighter jets, first of all, it's fucking hysterical. And second of all, the all thing should be trying to kill them.
No, I know. I already agreed with you on that we should have all thing here if they are manned.
Yeah.
Kid. Anyway.
Kid.
Shut up. So
I think it's so funny. Imagine like 5-year-olds sitting in the fucking cockpit of these badass jets.
Anyway. I'm glad you.
And again, like if he was planning to use children as shields for fucking war machines of death, that's fucked.
That is pretty fucked, yes. Anyway, fine, let's finish this goddamn chapter. I still have a birthday party to get to later. I already told them I'm gonna be late, but I don't want to be too late.
Yeah.
So Lick yells, "Wait, Tokikaze! What do you plan to do to Hina? Do you even know Hina is?" And he gets conveniently cut off.
Oh, how convenient! Oh, it doesn't matter. He knows anyway.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I will tend to her wounds. Her vitals are fine. I'm only bringing her with me to the abyss. However, there is neither food nor medicine. The famine and I can't read that with a straight face. The famine and pestilence of the abyss will probably kill her.
Also, probably war and death if those horsemen are down there too.
Yeah. How is it, Rihito? The feeling of having someone precious stolen from you. Tokikaze!
We'll get to the end of the chapter. We'll get to the end of the chapter before I fucking talk about
it. What, that line? That fucking...
No, just all Tokikaze.
Okay, so yeah, Licht
everything about him.
Licht runs at him and gets fucking one-shotted.
But don't worry, he's fine.
They're all non-fatal slashes, you know.
Yeah. Every single one of those, like 200 slashes, conveniently avoids fatal injuries.
The abs and pectorals block the ones on his chest, so he's fine.
How lucky!
And then the rest are just on his legs and arms. You know, there's none on his head this time. He's already got the convenient face slash, but it didn't cut too deep.
Yeah.
I will say that the one, again, cool drawing, and two, the visual of his sword like shattering is a really.
That's the thing. I didn't even realize that had happened because it's a tiny detail hidden in this fucking thing.
I wouldn't say it's hidden because again, they show you again in the bottom left corner. It gets its whole own panel.
Well, at this point, I'm lost in the stupid words. I'm not even paying attention to the word at that point.
It is a really great visual way to show Tokikaze's like overwhelming strength to basically like be like his ballot doesn't even fucking matter at this point, powered up or not. He just destroyed it, which is pretty cool. But anyway, more edgy dialogue. I knew for sure that you would stand in my way. That's why I spent 300 years single-mindedly polishing my sword skills to be able to cut you, the ace of flashing strikes. Once you've lost someone precious, you'll realize this as well. What's left in your heart isn't a future where everyone holds hands. Only revenge.
Where did this like VTOL come up that he's like fucking floating on?
Well, we saw that there was one like next to him and a couple and the double page spread back. So he probably just hopped on it.
That was a normal fighter jet, though. This is a VTOL. It's floating.
Is it?
I think so. If it's a fighter jet, then why the fuck is it floating?
I don't know the fucking differences in planes. I'm not a plane man. Anyway.
A VTOL can, like, hover. I will allow that. Fighter jets cannot hover.
If you go onto the double page spread from before, it looks like it's hovering.
No way. Like, they're like VTOLs have to have like I grant them a pass here because we can't quite tell. They might have little like propulsor jets off to the side that like would allow a VTOL to hover. And the other pages, they do not have the VTOL hover jet things. They're normal fighter jets.
Whatever.
They have to keep going fast or they fall and crash and explode. Anyway. Tokikaze conveniently being able to float and have a big dramatic exit on a thing that should have to be going 500 miles an hour to not fall and explode is really fucking stupid.
Yeah, but anyway,
only revenge.
I want to make this scene even edgier for you.
Oh yeah, no, please do. I don't think you can. I don't think it's possible. Please.
No,
try.
I think I can. So if you remember back in the training arc. Like when Schmerman was training them, he told Licht to run like faster than the speed of light, and he told Tokikaze like polish your sword skills until you can cut light. And as if it couldn't be even more edgy, he changes his name to Licht, which is German for light. Right, so when he says I've been spending
training to cut light, he means
to cut lights. To cut you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I kind of love it because of like how blatant it is. Blatantly stupid, but I love it.
Yeah. I didn't mind that line in a better written manga that I ever actually liked the characters. I'm like, oh man, what a good line. Here it's stupid. But because the rest of the manga is stupid.
I'm still like it's dumb, but I'm just still like, yeah.
Like that line is a multiplier, right? Like if you like this manga is so obsessed with numbers. Like if this show was good, that like it would be like times 5, and we'd go from like a 10 out of 10 to like 50 out of 10. Like, oh, what a cool line! Because the show is a -10, it turns into like a -50. Like, wow, what a shitty line.
The speech as a whole, I kind of fucking adore because of how like stupidly edgy it is. Like,
we will get to like his fucking motivation. Like, believe you me.
You don't get a future where everyone holds hands. You only get revenge. Like this is pulled straight from Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I am all.
Bro, wait a second. Tsukina's just Maria.
Oh my god, yeah. Maria!
Tsukina!
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, so he goes back into the abyss and Licht.
So Licht dies. Like, this panel where Licht dies.
A puddle of blood.
Licht is dead. Remember how one slash from Hito killed Tokikaze?
Yeah.
20 billion slashes from Tokikaze. And Licht is fine. He's just like, hey, he has a couple bandages on next chapter. He's good.
Anyway.
I just want you to think about the fact that he gets bandaged a little bit and then he's fine from this point.
Well, a month passes between these chapters.
Oh god.
There's a month time skip for him to get better. So
fuck that.
Anyway, so Hina gets sucked into the abyss. Licht is just laying there, and then the anime rain comes because the scene wouldn't be complete without it.
It's not anime rain. It's like, they like go into the water that's like a bloop as like the fucking puddle of the abyss dark magic bullshit settles. And God, what a sentence.
No, it's rain. Yeah, it starts raining.
No, it's
you
not.
can look on the next pages. It's suddenly
it starts raining. Okay, I'm talking about the abyss puddle on the last page.
Oh, yeah, that.
I thought you were saying that was like a raindrop. Can we talk about how stupid it is? The abyss goes bloop as you fucking sink into it.
I don't mind it.
Like the dark magic is made of water.
Whatever. Anyway.
Okay, sure. You got it.
Starts. Anime rain comes as he lays there.
Because you get it? Because like rain happens when you're sad, and Licht is sad.
To be fair though, I do think it's the same sort of multiplier thing because there's plenty of like times where just random rain happens in other anime.
I think this is a bit much. I think this is overboard. I think us seeing Licht cut to shit lying on the ground, probably dead, is enough of a this is a sad moment indicator without rain also starting. I think that's a hack move
You
at
cut
this
out.
point.
Oh, okay, now you're back. You totally cut out for me there.
Did I?
Yeah,
Interesting.
it might. I think
No, you're
it was just
fine.
my.
Interesting. Anyways, I was saying that like fucking like I think Lick's lying dead in this page, beat to shit after Hina got stolen from him, is enough of a you're sad moment. I think the rain starting to really sell the audience. This is a sad moment. Is in hack writing territory. Fucking Isaiah drop again. Oh my god.
No, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's definitely my internet. My internet was fucking up for a second. I just reconnected it, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Do I have to say that for a third time? Can you hear me?
Oh, kind of. My you're like cutting in and out pretty bad.
Do you want to just hang up and try again?
Well, now I keep talking.
Talking, testing. This manga fucking sucks. This manga fucking sucks. This
Oh
manga
yeah, I
fucking
can hear you
sucks.
just fine. I can hear you just fine. For now, it's okay. Anyway,
Okay,
yeah, blah blah. Rain dumb. I get it.
Well, I was saying, like, I think, like, Rain, like, I think we already know this is sad. I think there's more than enough evidence to the fact this is sad. I feel like Rain starting is in hack writing territory.
Yeah, fair. But I mean, SNL would do this too.
Whatever. Again, though, like, fucking.
Oh no, it was like you can do the whatever.
When Chaos kills Tomoki, it has already been raining prior to that point. So it's like fine, whatever. Like, but like the fact that it starts raining right at the really sad moment to really sell the fact that it's sad. I don't think that helps. I think it's the fact that it just starts out of nowhere and it's just like, oh, it's sad.
Like when Hiyori died.
I mean, well, Hiyori was a weather angel, and maybe the sky was crying for her.
Oh, whatever. Fucking.
That's what it's like listening to you trying to justify bullshit.
No, yeah, no, I was going to say, the shoes on the other foot.
Yeah.
Anyway. So let's just finish this one chapter. We're still on the first chapter. I want to remind you, this is still the first chapter.
Yeah.
So blah, blah, rain.
Wait a goddamn minute. It wasn't raining in the opening pages when they did it. Or no, it was. Okay, never mind. I was going to say I didn't think it was raining back in the like the flashback on the opening page when they did that crap.
Yes, it was. She had an umbrella.
No, yeah, I just checked. I was wrong.
Man, you are looking for anything to dig your teeth into.
I thought it was because like the rain started in the present, and so he flashes back to when the rain was happening in the past.
Ugh. Anyway, whatever. So
I was like, there is no way he drew it raining at the start of the chapter, but he did.
He did. Yes.
Okay, Minazuki can keep his like pages consistent in the same chapter. I will give that to him.
And in the previous chapter, because he remembered the earpiece, which you thought he didn't.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we see their flashback.
Again, no, I'm almost positive I could skip to like 5 chapters from now on Shabzuki Kaze, and he will not be wearing the earpiece ever again.
I'm pretty sure he will.
Maybe we'll see. I might look for that.
Anyway, so blah blah blah. Flashbacks of them as kids doing Tomoki nonsense. Literally just Tomoki shit.
Okay, is Toki like got like hurt and is like, or is he like trying to contain laughter here?
I can't tell.
Yeah,
he's got like a little tear by his eye.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't tell if he's like trembling.
He's like shaking more in the third panel, so I feel like he's like laughing more in the third panel. But I can't tell. It's really not well conveyed at all.
Still there?
Yes. God damn it.
Sai?
Yes. Hi. Hello.
Okay. My Wi-Fi is finally back up to 4 bars. For some reason, it was super low for a bit.
Yeah. Anyways, hopefully shoving on. It's really not well conveyed whether he's laughing or like, in pain.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'll agree with that. It's the expression. It betrays it doesn't convey either one very well.
Yeah.
But anyway, So we cut to the next page when they're older.
I love the contrast between two goofy kids, and then on the next page are like serious shooting guys with swords and bullshit.
Suddenly he looks straight out. He looks straight out of a Shoujo manga.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like in a cool guy pose.
And he's like, Rihito, the war's begun, apparently. Yeah. I'm enrolling in military school. Please take care of Grandma. And he puts his arm down on the ground. He's trembling, trying to get back up.
His arm still works somehow.
Yeah. Please, Rihito. Tokikaze, please bring him back. Please never let him become a killer, a murderer. I wonder what other synonym she's looking to think of.
Yeah.
But this art of Licht getting up is really fucking good, I will say. Like really well conveyed. His like, say what you will about like no long-lasting consequence coming from like damage, which is true, but he genuinely looks like he's struggling and in a lot of pain right here. Yeah. And then we get a repeat of the line as if it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
How is it, Rihito? The feeling of having something precious stolen from you.
Don't you get it? It's sad.
With me. Once you've lost someone precious, you'll realize this as well. What's left in your heart will only be revenge. Don't screw with me! Tokikaze!
I love that he gets so stressed he starts like fucking like his open wound on his face. Yeah. Like his blood pressure spikes so much. Like
and
he's like
the blood starts splurting out.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's kind of cool, to be honest.
I think it's dumb.
But we finally
how long is dumb.
We finally 2 hours and 10 minutes in have finished the first chapter.
We're not quite done. I still have a lot of notes.
Oh. Fucking Daniel in the chat. Rihito, the war has begun, apparently. Rihito, the sky is blue, apparently.
That's funny.
Rihito, it's raining outside, apparently.
Rihito, this world is ruled by numbers, apparently. Fucking, I want everyone to just Photoshop this line and Photoshop something different into fucking Tokikaze's line and just put it on my Discord and see what the best ones you can come up with are. I want to see that.
We'll use it in the next stream.
Yeah, if they're good, I'll absolutely show them.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, so let's get. You want to get in the notes?
Yeah, as long as it's not something we already discussed.
Yeah, no, I've been deleting my points as we've talked about them, so I've got just a step left. Well, I guess the one thing I do want to repeat is that Lick should have died from that bullshit, but he didn't because fuck it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that you're not defending it more because I feel like you have sort of a case of like Tokikaze is cool and a badass, so he only did non-lethal strikes, which I would then say is bullshit. But fucking.
Well, if you're going to bring up that point, I don't think he wants to kill Licht in that moment. So I don't think he would do lethal strikes because from the dialogue that we get later and just Tokikaze as a character, killing Licht isn't necessarily.
My evidence of that is that he cuts him a billion times and then just leaves him there alone to die. Like I feel like if he didn't want Licht to die, he would have taken him with him to the abyss to get treated or something.
But
like it's only because, and we see this like 5 chapters later when he finally has to fucking justify it. We see a flashback where fucking like Pele and Lin ride up on horses to see Rihito just lying here, and they pick him up and take him to the hospital, and he's bandaged up.
A horse.
Yeah, exactly. Like fucking, how lucky they showed up and took him to a hospital so that he could fucking And so there's that. How convenient is it that fucking the second they get the controlling majority, not only does the mailman attack them, which at least can make some kind of sense, but also that Tokikaze shows up randomly this exact fucking moment and not a day later or some shit.
Whatever.
And not only that, but I realized that the character, like last chapter, we touched on that, and I said that, but I realized later, like the character. Okay, so with what the characters knew at that point, before everyone, like, Jail splits up to go find the Gafangus, and they split up to go, like, get Pele and Lynn or whatever. But what the characters knew at that point, I feel like it would make more sense to escape the city, reconvene in the woods, and then use the controlling majority of the ballots that have got to do something with that. Like, even if it's like I vote up to pass a law that all the members of the Gafangus and Pele and Lynn are teleported to our exact location. And approved, and then that happens and they're all there. Or something else. Like, I'm not saying I know exactly what the character's perfect plan is in that situation, because there's so much bullshit to keep track of in this manga. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like using god powers you just got would be on top of your priority list. But all the characters have read the script, and so they know they are about to not have god powers anymore, and so they just go off and do their own shit, despite the fact, so they're acting with foreknowledge of what's going to happen in that moment.
I was gonna say, like, if you're having Tokikaze show up anyway, could have just had Tokikaze beat all of them.
Yeah.
Like, really easily. And then so you could have them, like, still about to, like, be like, all right, time to use the majority, and then the ground fissures open, and then Tokikaze comes out. And of course, Lick doesn't want to fight him because he thinks his brother's back, and then Tokikaze just, like, bodies all of them.
Right.
And then you could still, like, do the same thing. And then Jail can leave after that point because Licht is fucking not going anywhere and be like, nah, clearly the best thing I can do is gather the Gafangus. But Minazuki wanted
a change of plans, you know, like the best case scenario. Then at least you have, like, Jail still there to, like, fucking, like, save Rahito so that just a horse doesn't appear and save him. And then he's like, I have to go do my thing my way now. So again, the characters just act with foreknowledge of the script. How did Tokikaze come up from the abyss?
He was
like, if he rode a plane, fine, but a plane doesn't appear when he does, and so the manga writes it more like he just jumped from the ground and landed in Althea.
No, I'm sure we can presume that, like, he was on top of
one of his fucking VTOLs, just, like, carried him up there.
Yeah, and then he just hopped off.
One of his VTOLs that is not shown and he doesn't have.
Yes.
So, okay, so guys, I'm going to have a really dramatic confrontation with the guy who I know is going to be there, despite the fact I can't possibly know that. So you fly, like, just under the hole up to Althea, and I'll jump off right at the bit. Then I'll stand there, I'll have a cool moment, and you guys, like, fly around in circles for a few minutes, and I'll call you when it'll be coolest, okay?
Yeah, definitely, like, could have been cool. Like, and it still could have made for, like... You still could have made, like, a cool double-page spread of, like, the helicopter rising up, and, like, it can be like, again, but then like a close-up on his eyes, he, like, notices something up top, and we see, like, his figure, and then you can do, like, the back-to-back double-page spread thing of them, like, looking at each other.
Yeah, I can even imagine a bullshit, like, edgy page where Tokikaze's hanging off the side of the helicopter with, like, a grim face on, whatever the hell.
Yeah, right?
And he, like, jumps off to go confront, like, and the helicopter's, like, floating above them. Although, then I'd be making a joke, like, the two characters are trying to have, like, a serious dialogue, and they can't fucking hear each other because the helicopter's like, bada, 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 bada. Like, Licht, I intend to take what? I speak up. I can't. The helicopters, like,
or like when he's talking to Schmerman, like,
yeah.
Do you hear me, Schmerman? No, not really. Could you move further away from the helicopter?
Yeah, exactly. How is Tokikaze alive? Does the manga ever explain that? Like, how? Yes. I know later on we see that, like, he got, like, bandaged up and, like, taken to a hospital and put on an IV drip, which is universal Minazuki shorthand for they're fine, totally. But, like, how, like, Rahito thought that Slash had killed him, and, like, so what the fuck happened there? Like,
he was cut across the
did he
chest.
just fall to the ground, and then everyone just, like, was like, well, and then they just left his body on the ground, and then someone else, the Class A, found him and healed him by putting him in the hospital
Class A
bed.
was right there watching it happen, so they, like...
How are they not killed by Rahito?
Because Rahito, like, snapped back to reality oh, there goes gravity, and was.
How are they not killed
that,
by anyone else there? Sherman wasn't there, but like Farindo was there, and so I assume I assume she either has a bullshit count or she has like a squad of a special service guys.
Well, they're being left to die anyway, so like they don't specifically need to be killed. They're being left in the abyss, as far as they know. Like as far as like anyone would assume, like they'd be fucked, you know.
I still feel like, you know, it's like in Resident Evil where they kill a boss for the 10th time that day. It comes back 5 minutes later. And like, could you not like put 5 bullets in its head to make sure the next time you kill something? Like, yeah. I feel like with the amount of times Barons have come back to life, they should like they should be like confirming their kills.
Back then, that was pre any of them doing it.
I feel like they would still know. I feel like Sherman's bullshit power, whatever the hell. I don't think it's a surprise to them. Like, if they didn't know Licht would come back to life, surely they would have buried him in the ground because they're like, oh well, he's dead. Fuck it.
They kept him monitored. They said like they kept him in that room, like trying to figure out what even happened to him. You know.
Mm-hmm. But surely after like 20 years, and they didn't think he'd pop back to life, they'd be like, well, also, it's been 20 years, fuck it.
He's also their fucking greatest weapon. So like I can see why they'd be willing to like keep him around, especially now that they're immortal and time doesn't really matter to Schmerman, you know? And Licht is basically his surrogate son. So
yeah, okay. Well, let's forget all that. I think it's bullshit that like the Slash Licht was sure had killed him, didn't kill him because they brought him to a hospital covered in bandages and put him on a fucking IV drip.
That's fair.
Okay, now the big one. I really hate Tokikaze's motivation. I think it's really bad. Like, okay. So Tokikaze's motivation for being okay. So Tokikaze hates Althea. Like,
yeah.
So he fights against Rahito because he is his enemy. Because he doesn't want to have Althea sink. Because he specifically wants to do it himself. Like, as long as I can make them understand the strength of the abyss, its sadness, its anger, we will see you fall into the abyss. We will have you experience the same thing we did. Well, surely all of this would be accomplished by Licht destroying Althea, which is his plan.
Well, no, Licht's plan is to save both people. He wants them, he wants to sink Althea, but he doesn't want the people of Althea to suffer. Whereas Tokikaze...
Is that an option? Yeah, if that's an option, why has no one taken that option?
He said he wants to find a solution together. That was his entire thing in the past few chapters, of finding a way to save everyone. Whereas Tokikaze quite literally wants to take Althea, bring all his people to it, and leave all the other people to suffer in the abyss as they did. His whole point isn't just to bring you down here. It's to we'll be the ones living the high life while you all suffer down below. So it's incredibly edgy, yes.
I feel like that plan and Licht's plan are so fucking close together that there's
that's the
at the very least they definitely have a different end game, but I feel like there's no point for him to be like, you're my enemy now.
No, yeah, that's fair. But forgot what I was gonna say. Any more notes that'll keep us here for another half an hour, or can we do this?
I need to catch up and delete shit. Also, he's mad at Licht and wants to make Licht suffer by taking Hina with him. You will know the sadness of losing someone because he's mad about Tsukina. But he knows Licht was being used. He knows that he was in a fucking crazy bloodlust. He knows Sherman has a drug that makes you turn evil.
Hina even brings this up.
Being mad at being mad at Licht is like being mad at a gun instead of the gunman who shot your wife.
Well, here's the thing.
Surely all of his anger would be towards Sherman, and he wouldn't and surely he wouldn't try to make his brother suffer.
Hina brings this up literally the next chapter.
Does she?
Yes. So let's read it already.
Well, okay. Last, we'll touch. I'll save that. We'll come back to that. I do like on page. Where's it at?
Page 40 is pretty sick. I agree, Daniel.
And who made that code for him in the abyss?
Well, he had
the kids.
I'm pretty sure like that's the same coat. No, the coat he had before was a fur coat. Never mind.
Then it lasted
And then,
300 years. Yeah,
yeah,
so I
never
guess one
mind.
of the kids in the abyss made it for her. What great fashion sense that 7-year-old has. And
Okay,
also on the flashback in page 44, I don't know where in this like nearly post-apocalyptic world where Hito managed to get like a porn max kind of stretching my credibility, and but B an anime figurine. I have no idea where the fuck he got that from in this old timey like on the brink of nuclear war, resources running out, everyone's starving, trying to kill each other post-apocalypse.
yeah,
I
nah,
just,
fair.
I'll tell you what it made me think of. Anything Undertale. Like, remember how Alphys got all her anime from the dump, which washes up the humans' world garbage,
Yeah,
which also implies that all the stuff she loves, like Mew Mew Kissy Cutie, is the really bad anime people throw away. Like,
yeah.
isn't that like a cool bit of world building that explains that shit? Isn't it so much fun when you bother to think about stuff like that? Like, yeah. Also, last point. Licked on the end, being like, Tokikaze is obviously like an I'll kill you thing, which again goes against his non-killing army thing.
What do you mean? It's not an "I'll kill you" thing at all.
I think it's pretty close. And with him like going to kill the mailman last chapter, like you won't die a normal death. I think it's safe to say he just doesn't give a shit about the non-killing
He's
army
not
when
gonna
Mizuki
kill
wants him not to.
Tokikaze.
There's blood splatters on the fucking text bubble.
You're He's not gonna kill Tokikaze. I don't know what the fuck made you think that. Like, yeah, obviously he's fucking pissed. I don't know how you read into like "I'll kill you" in that.
Because she did the same thing last chapter with the mailman, and so I'm just used to it at this point. I bring it up more as a joke, honestly, than a real point.
That's okay. Now that you say
I like the idea of just non-killing army thing disappearing into the background
of
Mizuki
being a pretext.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we'll start the non-killing army after this guy. Then the guy after him.
After this guy. After this next guy. Like, dude, you've killed like 100 people in the past month. It'll happen eventually, I promise.
Yeah, just after this one last. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Next chapter, please.
Okay. 41!
41.
Really quick, gotta have a bathroom break, of course. It's fucking 2.5 hours.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I'll see if there's anything big that I don't think there is in the chat.
Fallen Angels wishes you a happy Halloween. So this is a Halloween version of Plunderer. I sure am scared of all the terrible writing.
Shut up. Go to the bathroom already.
Okay, yeah. I'll be right back.
Oh my god, what a stream. What a stream this is. What an incredible stream. Masai is gone. Let's all post pictures of shoes. Why shoes? I'm glad you're having fun, Kyler. It's good to have you here, to be honest. Oh, because chaos. Oh, how did I not get that?
Hello, I return.
Hello. They were posting shoes in the chat while you were gone.
Also, Kyler, I forgot which zero punctuation reference did I make? I make a lot of those. It's hard to keep track.
No, yeah, but most of Sai's references and humor is more or less blatantly taken from other people he listens to.
Pretty much. I'm really not funny. I don't know if it's come across by all my videos, which aren't funny. The only way I have to be funny is to steal jokes. It's true.
Do you think that guy brainwashed Hina to find the ace?
That guy?
I don't know which dude you're referring to, nor do I know what that would be referring to in general. But Um, like if you mean like the soldier, like early on, he never needed to brainwash Hina to
Like
find Lick.
Chekhov?
Yeah,
Uh,
but anyway,
Oh,
um,
that's. I think that's bare. I mean, yes, I got that from Yahtzee, but like, I feel like that's a broad enough reference that it didn't have to be from Yahtzee,
and yet it was.
and yet it was. You're right.
Are you ready for the chapter now?
Sure.
Thank God. I'm gonna feel so bad being late to this birthday party.
Well, we started early. I hope that's enough to fucking.
Yeah, I hope so too. So let's keep going, please.
Okay. So they're flying on jets, and they're like, "Let me go, please, let me go." Like, fucking, Toshikaze brings up the obvious point, like, if I let you go, then you would die, but whatever. Like, we've entered the boundary. You wouldn't want
We've
to
entered the danger zone.
Yeah, I know, right? I wonder what the boundary is. I wonder how that works. Like, is it like a sea? Is like an ocean connecting the two worlds? Oh, Minazuki doesn't care. Never mind. It's never.
Oh, like
explained.
a
Okay,
whirlpool
whatever.
of time.
Yeah, like a whirlpool of time. I wonder if it's like that. Oh well, I guess we'll never know. Minazuki doesn't care. It's the shadow realm. It's a bunch of blackness. Fuck it. That's it. Uh, man, wouldn't it be so cool to know more about that? You wouldn't want to fall and hit the ground 3,000 meters below, would you? And she goes, good point. I can't argue that. Uh, and he says, wear this. And he puts this bullshit fashion-y coat on her that he shouldn't have. So he can have this cool line from Twilight where he's like, the abyss, is cold.
I will say the shot of the abyss is really fucking good.
It's
like
pretty.
The completely dilapidated city and all the snow falling.
Here's a question. Here's just like a basic world building question.
Oh no.
Would Tokikaze call it the abyss?
Probably not.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that'd be jargon Sherman would have invented.
But
and
I
he would
mean,
just call it like the world below, or Tokyo, or the city, or
I can see why you'd say it to Hina specifically, though.
Maybe.
Or when talking to Schmerman, to be like, oh, the abyss you've forsaken. Like if it was in like quotes,
Right, yeah, but he doesn't do that, though. He just calls it the abyss.
That, yeah. Which he shouldn't.
Also, the idea that they're just standing like perfectly fine on top of a fucking fighter jet in this shot as they look down at the city. Like, it's so fucking funny. These things have to go like 400 miles an hour not to crash into the ground because they're so goddamn heavy. Like, the fact that they are just so fine they can stand on top of a fucking fighter jet. And not even Tokikaze, who is an admitted badass, but Hina, too, is totally fine standing on top of a fighter jet.
She's clinging to him. He's got his
yeah, sure, whatever.
Whatever, next page.
So they land the fighter jet somehow. I don't know. Like, it takes a lot of work in the real world to keep like runways clean, especially when like it's snowing, and especially after it's been 300 fucking years since they were last really in operation. They think there are kids pouring cement to keep the runways operational and free of cracks. I think there are kids shoveling snow so they can like have them like miles worth of runway they need to land a fighter jet. You think that happens? You think Minazuki thought about any of that?
No.
We are in the danger zone, Isaiah. Minazuki has presented rules, and he has explained mysteries, and it is now time to face the fucking choir. And there are a billion goddamn world-building problems in this chapter. So, Tokikaze wraps up Hina with the bandages. It's like, this is the first time. The magic bandages that cure everything. Have you seen... Okay, have you seen A Talking Cat? Have you done that?
No.
Have you seen any reviews of it or anything?
No.
It's fucking terrible. It's a terrible, like, insanely low budget movie. It's like a children's film, or like it's the cat that talks. John Tran has a video about it. And there's this bit in the movie.
Oh wait, yes, the John Tran made the video on it.
Yeah, where the cat is like, how's the drunk voice? And it just talks over everything. Yeah, it's a terrible fucking movie. There's a bit like the third act, like tension bit, is the cat gets run over by a car. And everyone's like, oh no! And they rush to the hospital to see it. And the cat is just laying there with a single bandage draped over its stomach, casually playing with it. Because the movie is so fucking badly made. I just think of the cat, the talking cat, playing with the bandage. Whenever I think about the magic bandages that cure everything in fucking Plunderer.
Oh, hey, first of all, hey, Matthew. Also, goddamn Daniel in the chat. Rihito, the abyss is cold, apparently.
That's a good meme to add to our arsenal. I like that one.
Yeah, the goodbye ruled by numbers.
Chekhov, fucking yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the first time you've been stabbed? Unfortunately. You seem to have lost consciousness from the pain and shock for a while. There's nothing life-threatening. How convenient. It probably hurts, but bear with it. We don't have enough painkillers. Welcome home, father! And then a bunch of kids run up to him. Who's making their clothes?
People.
Other children. Man, they're really good at that. I guess they learned from those like Chinese sweatshop kids. You think Tokikaze like forces the kids to like no, make clothes like fucking like a whip or some shit? Make clothes. When doing that, you're gonna shovel the runway again so our fighter jets can land.
Yeah, whenever the kids complain, he's like, "Would you rather be with the runway kids?"
but Daddy, I want to go with the nuclear silo kids who are looking after our incredibly valuable supply of nukes. That's a job that only the best kids get. Now make clothes, or fucking you'll see what my bad
clothes,
side
or
is.
I swear to God, you're going in the helicopter next.
Make clothes, or I will send you up in a fucking helicopter to be a shield. Do you want that shit, kid? What do you think the girl in chapter 5 did to deserve that? What was her crime that warranted her being sent up in the fucking helicopter?
She probably asked for seconds. Please, sir, may I have some more? I'll tell you what you can do. You're going straight up to Alcia.
Oh my God, they have more up there. Plenty of food.
Oh, you want food? I'll show you where you can get some food.
Oh my God, this manga is so terrible.
To answer Vapor Weeb, Tokikaze wasn't sent in the abyss. He was
Make
left.
me Air Jordans. I need to look good for Hito. Who I know will be there when I get to the top of the abyss.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Vapor Weave. Tokikaze wasn't sent to the abyss, he was left there. If you forgot what the abyss actually is, it's just Earth. Like Alcia was created. It's like floating above the earth like synapses. And all the abyss is just shitty post-apocalypse Earth where everyone is like constantly sick and dying because there's not enough food.
Mm-hmm.
So Tokikaze was left down there because he was the only ace that opposed the making of Alcia.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, no, I'm fine with that too.
Anyway,
I like the twist.
So back to the kids about to be sent to the helicopter squad. Sorry, there's not much more than broth, but she notices the kids call him father. Like, one of you get her something to wear from the sweatshop. Also, pour her some soup. It's fucking the kids in the kitchen making soup.
They got it from the soup store.
Yeah.
I'm at soup.
Why are you trying to buy nukes at the soup store?
Fuck you.
Sorry, there's not much more than broth because my kids are terrible cooks. I just really let some people like grow up and like learning how to cook, and then maybe they could like cook really well, and maybe that'd be beneficial in a society with no food. But man, that'd be too hard. It'll warm you up. And Hina seems yeah. What?
Yeah. What?
Were you saying anything?
I just laughed.
Okay. Like what? There's no poison or anything. She goes, wasn't I supposed to starve to death? I was like, ugh, that was just an act. Take her to where she can sleep. All right, father. Meals are once a day. I like that line. You won't be bound. That's a nice bit of like in character exposition.
Yeah.
Like that's not a bad way to say that. You won't be bound. I don't care if you try to escape, but if you don't want to die, it's better you stay put. The abyss is cold. I'm sorry. Now, here in the abyss, there's no way to escape after I got my edgy lines mixed up. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Fucking, here in the abyss, we aren't ruled by anything.
Oh, this is so good. I love this so much already.
The abyss is the world of memes.
That's why it's so terrible and horrible and everyone hates it.
That's why children are the majority.
Oh my god, you're right. She's like, and the kid's like, here, Hino, come show you all our Pepe stuff over here.
That explains why they're a bunch of child soldiers.
Yeah.
They're all from Kekistan.
Yeah. So the kid takes her to walk past the child soldiers who are trading and firing bullets. Oh. We want to get into how much world-building shit doesn't make sense with... Okay, they're wearing soundproof headphones. I'm glad Tokikaze is, like, worried about their, like, long-term health considering they'll die by 20. And I'm glad that they still exist in this world after 300 years.
Well, they just had the
sweatshop
fine. Kids make them.
Exactly, yeah. I'm glad they have the guns still work perfectly after 300 fucking years. Either that or there's a 6-year-old making guns somewhere too. Like, fucking, and I'm glad that it is post-apocalypse. Okay, here's a fucking question, okay? Here's a goddamn question.
Yeah.
Is anyone else alive in the abyss? Minazuki wants us to think it's like this one section of Japan and everywhere else is dead. That can't be the case, though.
No, yeah, that's the thing. That's another thing that I wanted to discuss.
So surely, if there were other societies and other like tribes of people or cities, even if this was like a Mad Max but with snow, like surely bullets would be an incredibly valuable resource and not the kind of thing you waste in this fucking like fake firing. Surely they'd be training with like some like something else that isn't an incredibly valuable resource.
Like what they said before the war even started.
Yeah, exactly. Before the war even started, but now that like 90% of the planet's dead, I guess no one cares about bullets anymore.
Yep.
So yeah, like is anyone else in the abyss? Like, or is it just the kids in Tokikaze?
Well, we see that there's adults, but that's another can of worms.
They die instantly, though. They kill themselves. That makes sense. We'll get to that. Like, if I went to like America, is anyone alive there? Or are they all dead?
I'd like to imagine that there's probably some people still alive.
It's gotta be like either like Minazuki wants us to think this is all there is in the abyss. Like Tokikaze is the king of the abyss, which means the abyss is like this one city and this one camp of kids. But like, there's no way this group of kids is making enough food to support all of Alcia by themselves. There's got to be other tribes of people.
No,
but if
absolutely.
that's the case, then like surely there'd be people who weren't as merciful as Tokikaze, or all the adults here who willingly kill themselves. And so there'd be like a king or some shit, like an Immortan Joe figure. And what's to stop an Immortan Joe figure from rocking up tomorrow with an army of adults and killing all these kids and Tokikaze's shit out of luck because they spent their bullets firing on fucking training dummies.
That's true.
And
I was going to say that.
Could they maybe trade their bullet? Like maybe you'd say, "Oh, Tokikaze is such a badass. He keeps everyone away because he kills them with a super high count." Okay, fine. Maybe they could like trade their bullets to those guys for food. Because like in like the Metro series, bullets are actually used as the money in that game, which is a super interesting mechanic. Like you have to weigh up your like survivability in combat with how much shit you need to buy. And it also is like a cool comment about the world, that the most valuable thing in that world is literally bullets. But like here, maybe they could trade them to food in the Immortan Joe group, or like maybe they could use them to defend themselves, but now they're just like wasting bullets for no fucking reason.
I was going to say, sorry, you finish.
No, that's all I had, basically.
Okay. All I was gonna say that I would have liked if we had like kind of an abyss like arc that went on like longer than, because we do spend like basically this whole volume there, but if like rather than just setting up like, hey, this is so Tokikaze can get all the ballots, if like Hina spent just a few more chapters here, and again we could touch on things like, what about the other people in the abyss? What
Isaiah, that's world building though. We don't give a shit about that. We just want action scenes. There can't be any action scenes in the abyss. We got to get up in the abyss as soon as possible.
Well, you could still have like some cool, again, Mad Mask esque action scenes.
But Minazuki have to think about the world for that, though. This is like the path of least resistance, though.
Fair.
Like, if he introduced an Immortan show group, he'd have to, like, think about the world outside of this one fucking camp, which he doesn't want to do.
Well, I mean, like, oh man, I'm really about to throw Minazuki under the bus.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
He said his favorite anime in that. Remember that interview that I found when he like started out? He said that his like favorite show, or at least the author of his favorite stuff, was Fist of the North Star, which is like a Mad Max-esque like post-apocalypse series where you have like a bunch of fringe groups and like leaders and like all over the place. So like I'm surprised he didn't want to take influence from that and like do like a cool little Abyss mini arc. Yeah. We could have like a little Hina and Pelmo adventure, and then like Tokikaze like comes to save them when they get into some trouble or something.
Right. Here's a question. Like you can trade, like surely you could trade ammo for food, and that would be useful for the kids. And Tokikaze would care about that, I guess. If his Sherman personality hasn't taken over and he's not sacrificing kids in helicopters today, presumably he would care more about food than bullets. What could he trade his nukes for food? Surely that would be worth a lot of money. But no, he just has like thousands of those, and he just I guess that's worth more than food.
We'll get there.
Okay, so that's all I got for right now. But again, I'm going to stop periodically at this chapter and touch on the terrible world building.
Also, hold up, Vaporweeb. I just want to call you out. Vaporweeb said,
"Fuck you, Vaporweeb."
Yeah, no, this Vapor. Well, you have no reason to.
I didn't even see what he wrote. Yeah.
He said the manga is good. Said no one ever. Fuck
lots
you,
of people do, but there are lots of stupid people in the world.
I have said that many times over these book clubs. But anyway, let's continue. You can nitpick as we go along, so we don't. Just
absolutely. So we see a shot of Hina looking sad because the children are all child soldiers being trained to kill, and that's sad. And oh hey, let's talk about world building again in these bottom panels. So like, okay, how does sunlight work here? Like, how are these plants growing? Like, how is there light if Althea is above them? Is the boundary zone teleporting sunlight down to them as well? And if that's the case, why are they only able to grow weeds if they're getting a normal amount of... And also, why is it snowing if they're getting a normal amount of sunlight?
Well, the snow... Didn't they say that, like, the temperature is dropping?
I assumed the snow is just because they're, like, in a world with, like, no sunlight, and so it's like a frozen earth sort of thing.
I believe that's what the intention is supposed to be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So how are they growing plants if it's freezing outside? They would die. Farmers worry a lot about like having to keep their plants warm during the winter. And how are they growing without sunlight? And why? And like, well, how does like the food thing in Alcio work? Like, let's say the manga doesn't bother explaining this. Let's say hands come down and take like 2/3 of whatever they grow. Or is Althea subsisting on whatever the fuck these weeds created by children are able to produce?
No, I was
incredibly bountiful society subsisting on weeds and tiny potatoes grown in the abyss.
I was going to say, first of all, like we should see more of what it is that they can still grow, because of course there are some plants that still thrive,
but that's not established.
I know. I was just saying, like, it should be established, and we could have, again, going back on what we were talking about, like, and it would have been even more effective if, like how you said, like the people of Althea,
we saw the all thing ripping the food out of their hands right here. Wouldn't that be a cool, sad, edgy moment?
Yeah, but like even
the kid
effective.
Is so happy he grew some food, and the all thing comes down and takes it away. And it's like, oh.
But I was gonna say that, but also if like, because when we were talking about things we would do to make this manga better, like showing the all thing actually provide people food. Yeah, imagine how great of a contrast that would be. Like if you go back to the first chapter and like see a family, like,
and then you can see like fucking Nana picking up food, like, oh hey, it's our food from all thing, fucking then having that recontextualized by this point in the manga, knowing that it would have been just ripped out of some kid's hands down on the surface.
Yeah, that would have been fucking like
heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Like that's again
like,
dark.
That's how you do a fucking twist.
Yeah.
But nope, like we don't give a shit. It doesn't involve shonen battle scenes.
Yeah. Flip the page, my good friend. We have more sad children to see.
So they're a bunch of sad children. Yeah, at least their clothes are like shitty looking enough that I can believe children
they're
made them.
You can
Unlike
see that they're made of
Tokikaze's designer
patches.
coat. Yeah.
Yeah, like all the kids, bro. Tokikaze, like, I don't care if you fucking wear rags, but my coat's gonna be fucking designer. If I see a single fucking patch on my coat, you're going straight on the front lines, John.
Helicopter duty for you. God, this manga is so bad. Okay. It's all children. There pretty much aren't any. I don't know if he just states the obvious, ruled by numbers. There pretty much aren't any adults other than father. That's because of the custom. The custom.
No, this is one of the few times that she doesn't ask.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, like something that would actually be important for her to find out and like hear.
Yeah,
she's just like, oh, okay.
This time, because it's cool in a later scene, like we couldn't have Hina being shocked by the death of the kid told her right now, and so this one single time, Hina holds her tongue from asking this stupid question.
Yeah, the one time she could ask an actual insightful question.
Yeah, she doesn't because it'd be cooler to find out later.
Yep.
So she goes to the tent. I wonder where the tent building squad of kids is in this world. Like, because these look pretty well maintained tents. There are no patches or anything. Like,
we got Shima Rin down here.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, fucking, oh my god.
Nadeshiko helps out, you know.
Tokikaze-san, just what is he planning? He said he would kill me, but then he didn't. That's weird. Oh, that's right. And then she remembers he's fucking her dad. Like, Tokikaze's my father, isn't he? It's just not clicking. I've always just thought I never had one. If I told her, in a better manga, this would be a decent line of dialogue.
No, yeah, right. Like again, like meeting your dad after so many years after like.
I like the idea that like it isn't sinking in because she's just like I don't have it. She's always thought I don't have a dad. I like that.
No,
in a better manga, I'd be like, what a cool line.
Mm-hmm. I also do like her little bit of like resolve here, where she's like, you know, this is a closely guarded bit of information. Unlike Counts,
yeah,
this is like closely guarded bit of information that I should only reveal in like a pinch, which I like.
Yeah. I don't know. I might have to, I just think more about that before I decide whether her deciding not to tell him is a dumb idea. I don't hate it on the surface. I don't know if like thinking about it more would reveal it to be dumb, but whatever. So she's like, I won't tell him because it's like my one weapon that I have down here. And Rahito-san, please wait for me. I'll absolutely return
in
to
that puddle of blood on the ground. Please wait.
I know, right? She thinks he's dead. She's got to think he's dead. But nope, it's just like, she knows he's alive because she knows about the existence of like the magical bandages in this world, and so she just knows.
She's like, well, if the bandages in Alcea are half as good as the ones I got on my back right now, he's gonna be totally.
Yeah. Also, who's making bandages in the abyss? How do they still have that shit?
The bandage kids.
This is what I mean about like Minazuki has like played all his cards on the table, and now there's nothing deflecting all this criticism from his terrible fucking world building. Like he establishes all this shit, and now he's got to face the choir, and it's so bad.
All right. So speaking of kids, fighting over things.
Fighting over a teddy bear. Where are they getting the material to make teddy bears from? And Alcina's so good at it. Where did they get the little like black eyes?
I can see why Hina would be good at it because she sure as hell didn't have her mom to make some for her.
I guess. Where did they get the little button eyes? Where did those come from?
From the button eyes.
If you say a teddy bear factory, I will ask why there weren't teddy bears in there.
I wasn't gonna say that.
So yeah, where do they get the little pieces of plastic that are perfect teddy bear eyes and noses from?
They took them from the kids that would have used them on clothes, which is why Tokikaze gets so mad. Anyway, yeah.
1 second, I gotta go turn my fucking AC off. It's too cold now.
Okay. The sweatshop kids made the tents. The Abyss has great world building.
Sorry, Isaiah, my room was cold.
Your room is cold, apparently.
Yeah. So Hina turns into Kirby, and she's making teddy bears for the kids. Tokikaze walks in. It's like, what's this racket? And the girls get scared.
Oh, you're fighting? Do you want me to put you on helicopter duty?
Aren't you kids supposed to be in the tent sweatshop right now?
Everyone knows I dismantled the Build-A-Bear sweatshop years ago.
Is this maybe the worst world building I've ever seen in anything before? It might be.
I don't know, but it might be my favorite.
This specific section of the manga might be the worst world building I've ever seen in my entire life. This is like world unbuilding. Like, fucking, it's so bad.
This.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh my god! So again, bits of shit I like.
Doesn't it fit that you'd have world unbuilding in the apocalypse though?
Again, this is why I say in the video there are sprinkles of decent shit in this manga underneath layers and layers of bullshit. Like the girls reacting with fear when Tokikaze walks in and trying to hide the bear from him, I do like, because he goes into like on the next page like, I could never be like a mother to them, and so he's just like fucking, he's like terrible at like being like interpersonal relationships with the kids, and it would make sense that he would like try to like sequester himself off from them because he's gonna have to kill them or whatever. Like. I like the idea that like every kid here would just see him as a superimposing figure and like be kind of afraid of him, especially if he runs sweatshops apparently. So I in a better manga, I like the idea of the girls reacting with fear at the fact they're like playing with a teddy bear as he walks in the room.
Yeah,
but this isn't a better manga, so let's keep reading.
Whatever.
So Hina's like, I just made a stuffed toy with them. To begin with, these girls are children. What they really need aren't things like guns. Says fucking God, Hina's so thick. I really hate how like on a fucking high horse she is in this chapter.
Yeah, right.
Like coming from Ossia, it's built on the backs of like their suffering, and coming down and telling him like, you should be doing these things differently with them. How dare you? Fuck you. Yeah, no, Giamma's right. Giamma's absolutely right.
Let me see what Giam said. You can do nothing but laugh. Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. Hina-san, thank you.
And again, he can't even like thank her without like sounding it like, thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The edge is taking over him so much.
Oh god, we got more bullshit. These kids have been longing for a mother. If only I didn't kill all of them. That was something I had no idea how to help them with. Maybe some of those people I killed would have known, but oh well, can't know now. What happened to their mothers? In the first place, everyone calling you fathers. And he goes, Hina, follow me. Something I want to show you. Oh my god, it's the Keyblade War.
God, fuck off.
We did it. We finally got here.
I wonder if we can see the turtles in the background.
So what? This is a crater. There are none. Well, aside from the one you came up through, you piece of shit. There are none on Althea, right? On the day Althea was created, these were formed on the shock of large amounts of bedrock being raised. It's a good thing Sherman built his paradise out of bedrock, the one block you can't break with a pickaxe. It's a really smart idea on his part. Thanks to them, we were able to survive this nuclear winter. But this isn't nuclear winter, though. Like, this is just normal, like fucking there's no sun winter. This isn't nuclear winter. There were no nukes. Fuck you. Right?
What do you mean?
He says, thanks to them, we were able to survive the nuclear winter. This isn't a nuclear winter. This is a like Althea is blocking the sun. Winter.
Well, I mean, they said in the past arc that like the environment of the world was fucked up because like they did use nukes until they had Althing to ban them. So I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be.
Okay, so I guess he's saying like thanks to Althea we were able to survive the nukes, but like is that what he's saying? He's saying
I believe
like if that's what he's saying, I don't know why he wouldn't just say like, thanks to them they're able to avoid nuclear war, or like nuclear annihilation.
It might also just be like a translation thing because keep in mind
maybe
like, we
maybe
do get
okay.
I'll
waive that one off as a translation thing.
Yeah. So he's basically like saying we're not fucked thanks to them, but we're still pretty fucked.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Hina goes, there's so many graves. Fucking great tact, Hina. Who do they? Father. And then, how fucking convenient.
Hey, look at
two
that.
people were ready to die right now on this day.
I guess the coats for adults.
Yeah, it's fucking the child sweatshop.
Still kind of tattered and like a little shitty, but
no, it's not as like perfectly bullshit clean as Tokikaze's wonderful white coat, which somehow doesn't attract dust in this goddamn world. Also, is he still wearing his fucking student uniform? I just realized that shit.
No, yeah, he had to make him a new one for when he met.
Oh my god, he's still wearing the same clothes he was wearing 300 years ago.
Well, here's the thing: these aren't. This isn't the uniform that he wore in the military uniform. This is like a standard. This is
a school uniform, right?
It's not
what we saw him in the fucking flashback chapter or the time travel arc.
No, he didn't. Well, he wore this in the start of the time travel arc, but not when he was in the school because they had the military clothes. But yes, this is a generic Japanese. I think it's called a gakure or something, but it's a male like uniform at some schools.
Okay, kids, here's the design schematics. I want this one specific really old thing. I will not let my culture die.
He's like thinking like, well, I'm wearing a mask and I ain't gonna take that off. How the fuck is Licht gonna recognize me? All right, I need an exact replica of the same uniform I wore when we went to high school together.
That's how he'll recognize me. Fucking, it's just like with Jail wearing rags on stage with fucking Alexandrov. How else will the audience know it's Tokikaze if he's not wearing the school uniform Tokikaze was wearing? He peaked in high school and never got over it. Also, I used to think the series was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy.
Anyway,
so two adults just so happen to be right this second ready to do the fucking killing themselves thing. And Tokikaze took Hina here on a whim and didn't tell anyone. So I guess these guys were planning to walk to this abandoned grave site and be like, oh shit, we need Tokikaze, and walk back and grab him and then walk back here later. But it's a good thing Tokikaze was already here with someone else. I was lucky. It's also lucky they're ready to die at exactly this moment so Hina can get a practical demonstration of Tokikaze's bullshit. So they go, he's been weaned. Is that so? Say you there. We have a request. Would you hold this child? Face him backwards. He's sleeping so well. She goes, he goes, do you want to eat anything? To end with full stomach. I like that line. In a better manga, that'd be a cool line.
No, that is a good.
Yeah. And the parents' line too. No, he can have our portions is also a good line in a better manga.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Any words you want to leave to that child? No. If you would have any memories of his parents, surely he'd only be saddened. Tokikaze grabs his sword, and Hina jumps in front of him. And let go of your sword! I asked, what do you think you're trying to do? It's fine, young lady from Alcia. You're a kind person, but this is the abyss. Please, Father, thank you for everything. Anything. Exactly, yeah. Also, I like how the parents' one request was to keep the kid facing away from them as they died, and so Hina jumps in front of them, facing the child towards them, so he could watch or whatever the fuck as they died.
Yep.
Just on the end, Hina being fucking unintentionally horrible. So the parents are, he's like, I won't let you die. And then Tokikaze / cuts them anyway.
Yeah.
Do I want to ask how that worked? Did he do the SpongeBob thing of like, hey, I want to see me run to that rock and back? Want to see me do it again?
No, yeah,
thing of like standing in the cool badass pose, and he walked over there with super speed, cut them, and walked back with this and like took up the sword striking pose again. Or can he actually just cut anyone anywhere? Which again is what is being implied by this image. And if so, why doesn't he kill Shermerman from standing right here on the ground?
Because he wants to drag this out. He doesn't want the war to end, Sai. He needs his sweatshop, kids.
Yeah. How else is he going to afford all those fancy fucking coats?
When he said you'll experience the same thing you did, he means he wants some new fresh kids to get to
God, this manga is so terrible. So the parents die, and he just slaps him and goes, "You monster! Do you understand what you've..." This is like Tristan voice line. "Monster! Do you understand what you've done? You just took away this child's mother and father. How could you do something like that?" He goes, "Shut up! Do you think I do this because I want to?
Shut up!"
Look at that grave! The most recent ancient one! Do you know whose that is? That's right. That is a grave for everyone from Class A. He just gave him one. He didn't give him each one.
So here's something that I also think would be more effective. And granted, they're clones. I feel like this would be a lot more effective.
Spoiler, were we trying to avoid saying that for so long?
I don't give a shit.
Neither do I. They're clones. They're clones.
Yeah, but if I feel like this would be
a clone army.
I've begun the Clone Wars half. I feel like this would be a lot more effective if we didn't see them in chapter 38 already.
Yeah, like that too.
If we all just thought they were still dead, and then
I hadn't considered that, but you're right. Here's just dramatic because it's like, look, it's their grave, and we think they're all alive still.
Like, granted, I know that there's supposed to be like
doesn't that undermine the dramatic tension of this?
Like,
scene?
you can use the dramatic irony aspect of it, like, oh well, we know that they're still alive, but he doesn't. But I feel like in general it would have been more effective to feel for his plight. If we were like, God, fuck, he took it like even worse.
Especially because we don't know that right now. Like, we don't know they're clones. And we won't for a while yet. So it just kind of just undermine all the dramatic tension of this scene.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he only made the one grave for everyone in Class A. Because he didn't want to make 9 more.
Fucking Daniel over there. They're called sweatshops. I don't see anyone sweating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Building up on the
the day Alfie allows me to see him with bandages with an IV drip, which means he's fine.
He's fine.
I was killed by Rahito and wavered between life and death for 2 years. During that time, everyone gathered together others who had been left behind and tried to live on. Man, it's always like having functional adults in society is a good idea. But Althea stole from us. Our food was used up. Because I had the Baron operation, I wouldn't die even if I starved. Is that a rule now? I guess it's a rule now.
Yeah. So
is Tokikaze eternally starving, or is he just like fine? Does he not need food?
Yeah, that would be an interesting thing to bring up as well. Like, if it wasn't that, like,
I feel like if he was starving, Minizuki would mention that to add to the edge. So they're going to assume he's not. In which case, like, Rahito being like, I need money for food or whatever the fuck in the first chapter is dumb.
Yeah.
Anyway, everyone else starved day by day. Eventually, starting with the most frail children, they began dying of hunger. And then that day, I just love the idea that everyone's dying, and so the students of Class A just have the best routes die too. Like, that'll solve everything.
Yeah, and I love that they just put it all on Tokikaze as well. Like, hey, you got this.
Yeah.
Like, this is just their pretense, but really they're just like super fucking depressed and tired of
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to fucking put up with these shitty kids no more. Let's all just fucking kill ourselves. Tokikaze can handle it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Also, the shot of him like rushing out in crutches is like unintentionally a little hilarious.
I agree, yeah. Especially because he's a baron by this point. Like, and he's got the whole, like, move fast as Flash, whatever the fuck. So I feel like if he was in a hurry, he would have, like, fuck the injuries. I'm going to run on whatever my legs can carry me.
Could you imagine him, like even with the crutches, he's moving super fast? It's like...
That is a fundamental image, yes.
or like if his ability is to like skip space or whatever, he's like using the crutches to like stop.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like skipping like teleporting distances with each crutch.
God, this is so bad. Anyways, Tokikaze is sad and they're all dead and they got their boots there. Oh no.
Yeah, for those who don't know, that's a Japanese thing. You like leave
Whatever.
your shoes behind if you're gonna kill yourself.
Whatever, I don't care. So that there be fewer mouths to feed, they ended their own lives. And not only them, all the adults, to every single adult was totally fine killing themselves so that the kids could live on. Sure, I totally buy that. I know, in my sake, fuck them. I want to live. Fuck the kids. I want to live. I'll gladly eat the food of some kid in the post-apocalypse so I live even if they die.
Okay, well, I remember that, everyone. When the post-apocalypse happens, don't let Cyan do your camp in the abyss.
Yeah. Starting then, somehow or other, it became the custom here in the abyss for the adults who've had children to end their lives once their child is weaned. Doesn't that make all the fucking sense? Okay, so the parents look up Tokikaze here, and like, here, take our like 3-year-old son, who like is barely past breast milk by this point. He'll be useless for the next like 5 or 6 years, and we can help grow food during that time. But fuck it, we'll just die and leave you with this burden to take care of while it doesn't contribute anything back to your stupid fucking society.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, wouldn't it make more sense for the parents to like just not eat and like stick around until they starve?
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like to put up with that pain just so they could be useful.
Okay, in a realistic manga, I can see people taking the cowardly way out because starvation fucking sucks. In this manga, though, where everyone is so fucking brave and happy to end their lives so their kids can live on, no, it doesn't make any sense. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we'll get into a whole discussion about why the society's fucking stupid later. Like, it's everyone's dead and he's sad. And all the adults willingly kill themselves, every single one of them, for 300 years. Not a single one like was like, hey, I don't want this shit, and like walked away, or not a single one tried to fight back, and then Tokikaze wouldn't have the strength. Because Tokikaze was what we're telling here, as long as he's not in the Sherman mode sending kids in helicopters to die, wouldn't kill someone who didn't want to die.
You know,
but like,
I think we should stop calling it Schmerman mode and start calling it sweatshop mode.
Yeah, whatever. So fucking that only applies to Tokikaze though. He's very none of the other aces put kids in the sweatshops. It's only him.
That's true.
So all the adults willingly killed themselves. Apparently, how lucky! It's like, even so, everyone kept on having children, which is a hilarious line in the context of this being a Japanese manga, a place with a famously low birth rate.
Minazuki's like trying to like push that narrative, like, hey, even in the face of the apocalypse, fuck, please, please.
Yeah. like, okay, if the mouths to feed thing is an issue, surely people would not want to have kids until they got like 90 years old or some bullshit. And then once they're going to die anyway, they would like pass on their like portions or whatever to the next generation. Like, why would working able-bodied adults kill themselves so their 6-year-old could live on? And why would they even have kids? Like, I know that, like, if I were going to die if I had a kid, I would not have kids.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to be like for the sake of like continuing on humanity in this case, you know, like.
They could do that later though, once they're old and going to die anyway. I might have a kid when I was like 80. I wouldn't have a kid when I was 20.
You
Fuck
can't
that.
have a kid when you're fucking 80.
Whatever. A guy can. Fucking whatever. Impregnated like an 18-year-old, whatever the fuck. Like, there are better ways to do this now. Fucking 40, whatever. Like, I've spent 20 years growing food. I'm like, my muscles are all dried up and I'm like useless. Then at that point, kill me.
Once they're in
like
like close to their 50s.
Not when they're like 18, like these assholes are. Like, come the fuck on, man. Oh, God. This makes no sense.
And again, instead of killing themselves, they should just be the ones like going into the fray in the helicopters and shit.
No, well, Tokigawa's got to make a point. How does he keep the kids in line if the threat of being in the helicopter doesn't fucking work?
True, yeah.
But in a way, I guess I understand, because I had a child of my own, too. I wonder where they are right now. Still inside my beloved... Oh, I guess they're still inside my beloved fiancé. But on that day, she stepped between me and Rahito to stop our fight. And she got stabbed through the gut. How the fuck's that work?
What do you mean?
How? Okay. What is... Knowing that she got stabbed here and died, how does Hina make any sense? We know that she gets cryogenically preserved, whatever the fuck bullshit. But, like, was Hina born by this point?
No.
Okay. So then Lick just stabbed her through the womb and killed baby Hina.
Well...
Uh-huh.
You've read the most recent chapter, right?
Not, like, the one that's not translated yet? Or...
No, 54.
Yeah, I think so.
Because 54 shows this scene again.
Uh-huh.
And it's more drawn like right above her gut, like in the chest.
What a convenient retcon.
Yeah. Also, she looks significantly more pregnant in the redraw, whereas here she does not look pregnant at all.
Okay, so Sakina gets frozen. Does that mean baby Hina gets frozen too?
Yeah, that's supposed to be the explanation, that they were both cryogenically reserved.
I'm pretty goddamn sure you could not fucking cryogenically preserve a fetus.
I'm pretty sure you can't either, but it's a manga. They can do whatever they want.
That's bullshit. Fuck that.
Also,
Minazuki's trying so hard to make this plot have everyone be related for like the dramatic, edgy stakes, but also trying to write around 300-year gap year into this fucking story. And so we have cryogenic freezing, and it just works like magic, like our fucking band-aids, whatever.
Yeah.
At that time, Rahito
band-aids in the freezer for a bit.
That's how it works, yeah. But Rahito wants to save both the people of the Abyss and the people of Althea, doesn't he? However, that is impossible, apparently. There is simply not enough food, apparently. Okay, this leads us into the Thanos question of, like, if they have a god device, couldn't they snap their fingers and spawn food into existence?
Well, that's the thing. We don't know, and it's the manga's fault. We don't know, like, just exactly, like, what All Thing's limits are.
All Thing can teleport and read the future. I am pretty goddamn sure it can make food.
Ugh.
Again, this is Infinity War did this shit too. They tried to like cram in a culturally relevant like plot device into Thanos' fucking motivations, which wasn't there in the comic, and it's bullshit when you think about it for any amount of time.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's bullshit, but it works for an in-character motivation for him.
Yeah. I don't buy that there's no way to grow food. Like,
well, we see later on, no, again, not to spoil too much, that
especially like if the problem in the past was overpopulation and like just like a lack of resources there, but like population of Earth is apparently this one fucking camp of kids in Tokikaze who doesn't need to eat. I really don't buy that they couldn't just set up a wheat farm and have more than enough food to feed 100 people.
Well, like, what was I gonna say? I had another point, but I forgot it.
Oh.
Whatever. Let's just finish this chapter.
Mm-hmm. So apparently there's not enough food no matter what we fucking do. All through the Abyss, only one of them can live on apparently. Therefore, I want those children to be able to eat until they're full. I want to show them what
Do you
it's
get
like.
it?
Yeah.
Remember, it was the same motivation with his grandma, like almost the exact same line where he was like, "I want them to have a full stomach."
Yeah. In between their, shifts in the sweatshop, I want it to be full.
They're not gonna work if they ain't getting enough food.
Exactly. They'll be more efficient that way when they have full stomachs. It's really just like a cost benefit thing. Really, that's all I care about. I can have more fancier coats if they have food to eat.
If they don't eat, who's gonna make my coats?
I hate this manga so fucking much. I want to show them what it's like to have a real mother and father. But I didn't kill all their real mother and fathers. What the
all right,
fuck
wait. Just say the edgy line. Yes, this is still chapter 2, Daniel. Say what his count is. Say what his count is.
If it's for that, you'll fight to the death with Rihito-san. Luckily, I'm used to it now. My count is the number of times I've killed those I've loved.
Yeah!
Why would he set that as his count back in the abandonment war?
Well,
it makes sense after the fact. Why would he do it back then?
Well, we don't know if he'd set his count until afterwards, because if you remember,
did he just find his fucking ballot lying on the ground?
Well, he had
in
his
the
ballot
abyss
during. Well, we had his ballot during the war, but the first
so
time
he would have set his number to something not this stupid.
Well, it might. Well, here's the thing: when we saw him in the abandonment war, the few times we've seen pictures of him, he hadn't.
It's not completely impossible, but admit that it's done fucking with no regards to timeline or continuity.
Yes, it is. But all I was gonna say is that he had, in all the shots we've seen him in the time, we hadn't seen him actually set his count yet. And remember that, because they're already genetically synced with Althing, they're more than strong enough without picking their count thing that they were fine to fight regular dudes without it. So I can see why he's taking his time to think about it, especially because Licht wouldn't even let him go on the front lines because he didn't want him to become a killer. So I don't think it's that much of a reach to assume that he
here's the question. So it's like he's been here in this camp of kids for, let's say, 20 years, right? And he's had to kill, let's say, 200 people, right? At what point is he hey, you know what? And hey, you know what? I'm having to kill these guys. It's really sad, but I'm sort of missing out on an opportunity here. I could be raising my bullshit number if I set my sword to. I think I'll do that. Cool. Then it's like killing two birds with one sword.
This is the equivalent of a YouTuber putting ads over a tragedy.
Yeah, pretty much. At least I get something out of it that way.
Yeah, it's like.
So is that in character for fucking Tokikaze? Or is this all in service of bullshit Edge?
Killing two parents with one sword slash, not clickbait.
Oh God! So
the point here is that
he's sad and edgy. That's the point.
Well,
here.
It's sad and edgy, but it's supposed to specifically be a parallel of Licht's count. You know, Licht is the number of people he's killed in place of everyone else, whereas his.
Do they have to get so fucking specific? Couldn't it just be the number of people I've killed? Couldn't it be the number of breaths I've taken? Does it have to be fucking stupid bullshit edgy specific if they can set the counts of their ballots?
It does have to be specific because it's their resolve. It's
what
supposed
the
to
fuck ever, Isaiah.
Just let's finish chapter 2 already.
Didn't you hate Plunderer? Why are you defending it so much?
Because I told you I love it. I told you this from the start. I don't hate Plunderer. Don't you go saying I hate Plunderer. I recognize it has faults, but I still love it. It's my baby. Back away.
Oh God! Well, you gotta die if it's your baby because you can't. You're over 20 at this point. So I'm sorry, Isaiah. You gotta go.
It hasn't been weaned yet. Why do you think you can't
Plunderer is going to live, you've got to die.
It hasn't been weaned yet. It's too young.
You're right. It's still got the fucking intelligence of a 2-year-old. It's got some time.
Exactly.
Left, right.
Let it grow up a little. Back off.
And get past edgy 13-year-old self.
All right, let's finish this chapter. We're not even halfway done, and I'm supposed to be in the party in 2 hours.
Oh my god.
I'm already coming up with an excuse to tell them I'm late, but
Oh god. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes in. We're doing it.
okay.
Now I understand why Tokikaze loved, or my mother to love Tokikaze. This person is just like him. They only think about their people's happiness and his coats and his fucking.
He only thinks about his damn stylish coats.
Oh my god! They don't spare thought for their own foolish selves. I have to stop them. I have to stop the two of them from fighting. But how? Since then,
that shot is super reminiscent of Synapse. Of like just looking up at all thing there.
Fuck it, I don't care.
I'll see it.
I don't care.
Whatever.
Without finding a way to return, 1 month has passed. I thought of stealing that metal bird we wrote. Surely she would, like, someone would tell her it's called a jet.
Yeah, I feel like by now she would know it's a plane.
You better give up if you don't want to crash and die. Okay, no, wait a goddamn fucking second. So they're not autopiloted then.
Okay, so keep going. Let's not open that can of worms again. Keep going. The children are good at it.
Headcanon Tokikaze bullshitted her so she wouldn't get in the plane. Okay, that's it.
There we go. Ooh.
Even though I really needed to hurry. Okay, so Hina looks around at a silly scene and she digs a 1 foot deep hole and hides the ballot there.
Here's what I don't get. Why wouldn't she keep it on? Why would she not keep it on her?
I understand not wanting to keep it on her because one of her fucking pockets splits open again. But whatever. What if she dug a 5 foot hole? Why would she come to check on it again so that there would be increasing the chance that someone would see her and they would find it? Why would she bury it under 1 foot of fucking snow?
Anyway, keep going.
I still had the last one, conveniently. If Tokikaze took this one as well, he'd have a majority. As is, I don't know what kind of law he would pass. That's why I have to hurry back no matter what it takes, but there's no way back. This sucks, she says, making a big, obvious pile of snow. Big sister Hina. You see, father went out just now, so it's a secret, all right? I'll let you meet with Mama. He goes, huh? Hey, I wasn't Tokikaze lamenting the fact he didn't have a mother figure for these children?
Yes. Well, clearly Palmo is not a great one, as we see with her grand introduction back. Why don't you read the dialogue for me?
Yeah, no. What you really want is to suck on my tits, don't you? Come on, let's see you try. Come on. Gah! I told you to stop. You don't have to be shy. Huh? A visitor? And then, I thought so. I told you, didn't I, Hina? I had a feeling I'd meet you guys again. My intuition is pretty on point, tee-hee, as Haruhi rejoins the cast.
I will say, aside from the horrible dialogue reintroducing her, like having her come back at this point is a nice payoff, you know?
I have a question. I have lots of questions, actually, but I have a specific question here.
Oh, great. What is it?
Does Tokikaze kill the people from Althea who come to the Abyss because their count is 0?
Yeah, that's...
None of them are around. And yet, why would he decide to let this random one of them live?
Well,
and
the girl
how convenient is it that the one adult at their camp is the one single person Hina met previously?
Well, the girl says it's a secret and says I can only show you now that father's not here.
Right, but Tokikaze knows. Tokikaze is keeping it a secret from Hina.
He does. Oh, that's what you. Oh, it's that way. I thought she meant it was a secret from father.
No,
I can show you.
The fucking kids are keeping a secret from Tokikaze. Are you kidding me?
No, yeah, you're right. No, that's no. That
so Tokikaze found this one person in the Abyss, and he usually just kills them all on the spot. Because they're like, "Hey, what's going on? I want food."
I don't think the assumption is that he just kills them.
What if they started harming his kids and getting fucking the food they have?
I think the assumption is that they usually don't survive, as we unfortunately.
How lucky is it that the one person who survived and was allowed into their camp was the one character we met before in the manga?
Yes.
How convenient is it, Isaiah, that Tsukina Faro, who was dragged to the abyss, isn't here and presumably died somewhere else, but fucking Haruhi is?
Her name is Pelmo, by the way.
I don't give a shit. Her name's Haruhi.
Well, let's find out next chapter how that happened. Let's move on. So let's try and keep. Let's a very valid question, Vapor Weeb. We don't know, and probably not.
If she was alive, if what makes sense to happen happened, and that Hina's mom was here, Tokikaze would have no motivation to be evil, and he had no motivation to fight Licht. Ergo, no, she's not here.
Do you think... I got a question for you, though. Do you think that eventually she will just be alive?
No. If she is, that brings a... Well, that's not the first time.
Like, now that you brought up the fact that, like maybe there's another cat. Do you think that, like, later in the manga, like, after...
That would require world building, though, so no, I don't think that happened.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, what if she just shows up?
If Minazuki was going to explain it, he would explain it either by she gave herself one of the Baron pills, and so she doesn't have to eat, or he would explain it by she's been scavenging 300-year-old food in the abyss that no one else took and that Althing didn't take, and that's how she's alive.
Okay, that's fair.
Those are my two guesses, if he wants to have the bullshit twist where she comes back. And the only reason she wouldn't have found... If she is a Baron and doesn't need to eat, she would have absolutely come across Tokikaze's camp by now.
Yeah.
And then he would have no motivation to be evil. So that'll be a problem when that happens.
Yeah, that's true. If that happens.
It will.
All right, next chapter. I'll try my best to speed read this one so I can...
No, wait, I have notes still. I'm sorry. We can't move on yet. Fucking at the start of the manga, he's like, "Don't struggle, you might fall. It's 300 meters to the ground." Man, it sure is terrible. It would be terrible if she fell. She would go splat and die. That would be terrible.
Yes.
That would be terrible, Isaiah. She would absolutely die.
Yes.
It's a good thing that Althing lowers people gently to the ground in the abyss, and so that way they don't die falling 3,000 meters.
Yes, save it for next chapter.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, the manga doesn't give a shit about world building. Wants you to think Tokikaze is the ruler of the entire world. I'm fucking Tokikaze going, "I have no idea how to be a mother to these kids, how to help them, which is why societies are good, and they absolutely have fucking adults instead of kids who are useless."
Also, Guillaume, this is a common misconception because the fan translation got it wrong. Hina's count counts her own walking. In the fan translation, it said that it was the number of steps that her mother walked, but that was inaccurate. It's the number of steps that Hina walked. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay, yeah. Did everyone who got sent here from Althea willingly die? Tokikaze killed them in little blood, which fucks up his whole like tragic backstory bullshit. And wait. Why didn't Hina's mom get up to Tokikaze? So we wouldn't have a reason to be evil. And yeah, that's my notes.
Okay, sweet. Next chapter. Okay,
so that's it. So wait, back to the one I saved. The one from the last chapter is Tokikaze's mad at Licht. It's so fucking stupid. He knows Sherman is a drug that makes you turn evil. He said the chapter had a counter to that. What was it?
Well, his counter was a bit more or less just saying, "I know."
Okay, so he's just mad at Tokikaze, despite the fact he should be mad at Sherman instead.
Well, here, let me see if I can
He's mad at the gun instead of the gunman. Okay, sure.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. Like he said, like Hina goes, "At that time, Rahito was drugged," and he goes, "I know, but Rahito wants to save both the people of the Abyss and Alcea, doesn't he? However, that's impossible.
Because it is, because Minazuki said so.
Only one of them can live on. Therefore, I want those children." So he's like saying, "I don't hate
fine.
Licht. I don't blame him, but if Licht will stand in the way of my goals, I will strike him down."
I feel like at the moment, at least, it'd be more profitable for them to work together to take down Althea and then decide on that later. Maybe
And
have
then
a conversation
afterwards,
about
be
it,
like, "Hey,
rather
Licht,
than kill
fuck you."
Tokikaze and kill Licht and be like, leave him here, like, fuck you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they could have teamed up, and then Tokikaze could
And then
have a
again,
different
like he's
turn.
fucking like you must know the pain of losing someone and revenge. Like he knows that Licht wasn't in his right mind, and so he has no reason to bear a grudge against Licht for that. He should bear a grudge against Sherman.
There's more about that in the next, the last.
You
chapter
keep
of the
saying
manga,
Isaiah's defense from the rest of the manga is going to be like, it's explained next chapter.
Well,
and then when it isn't, he'll be like, oh, it's explained in the next chapter. And then I'll go on until the end of the manga.
I just gave you some proper proof of part of it, and then Hina calls him out on the rest next chapter as well. Be quiet. We got to get back to your favorite Skype girls. The reveal of her power is this chapter, okay?
Yay!
All right. So we open up on the destroyed city. Keep it in mind, right? I want you all to remember this image.
Yeah, it's dead. It's blown up. It's gone. It's no more.
It's blown up. It's cracked. It's singed.
It's been exploded.
The big capital in the middle is broken in half, like it used to be a tower. I want you to remember that.
Right?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love the slide. I love the slide so much.
What, Robert's line there?
Yes. Read it.
Yada. To think that the Supreme Commander's seat I've gone to so much trouble to obtain has been reduced to rubble within a day. Keep that in mind.
Everything we did in the last 5 chapters is kind of pointless, wasn't it? Because everyone died anyway. And my chair got blown up. How sad. The chair I was so happy to sit in.
Oh, yeah, remember the chair's gone.
Yeah, we see that in a second, which is great.
A demon of the abyss, huh? Quite a troublesome thing to deal with. We have to devise a...
Why is she calling it a demon of the abyss if she knows about the bullshit?
He's calling it that.
Is he? Why is he bothering if he knows she knows?
I don't know. Anyway.
Okay.
We have to devise countermeasures quickly. It's her that's saying, or no, it's him, yeah. As a special exception, supplied ballots to those of Sergeant Major rank as well. Now, this line got me pissed because I was excited for a moment. Because if you remember, Lynn is Sergeant Major. So I thought, like, through some exploit, like, either she'd jack it from another Sergeant Major, or, like, they just, like, be reaching for even, like, former soldiers and, like, give her one as well, just so she can be more useful. But of course not. No.
Yeah, no. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So she's just like, understood. I will make arrangements immediately.
Daniel, this job is a lot harder than it looks. All I want is to sit in a chair and then the city explodes.
By the way, General Robert, afterwards, about the Supreme Commander, Secretary Aaron, the Supreme Commander of the Royal Guard is right here. When you say that, just who exactly are you referring to? My apologies. It's become a habit over the years. Still, it is worrisome to think about. Why, during these 300 years... no, this is Robert again. Why, during these 300 years, did His Eminence only steal away a part of the Abyss's food and resources?
Why is he saying this like it connects to what she just said?
It doesn't. If we had taken everything from the start, they would have quickly fallen to ruin, and we would have had avoided such a bothersome situation. Don't you think so is
he stupid, Aaron? Or is he pretending to be stupid? Like, that's the question of this guy. Like, he knows, if he knows about the abyss and like 300 years and bullshit, then he knows that without them, they would all die too.
Yeah, I think he's stupid.
Okay.
Because Aaron later on like has her whole like counter argument of like, this is why we didn't do it, asshole.
No, she doesn't say like we would die too. She says that we wanted to reduce overall suffering.
Yeah.
Which doesn't refute his point.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, they're both dumb. There you go.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
She pretends to agree with him and goes, yep, I think so. So we cut back. Pelmo's here. So, how have you been? You see, after I got sent to the abyss right in front of you guys, I ended up in this murky sort of place. And just as I was thinking, this abyss thing is pretty boring, just like the readers.
Yeah.
It suddenly went poof and dumped me in the middle of the sky. It was as though I were heaven's lost property.
Boo.
Anyway, so she was like, "I'm gonna die." So how did you live from?
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. 1 second.
meters?
1 second. I'm sorry. Before we get to the next bullshit, if Aaron knows, like, if secretaries and bullshit know about like the abyss and like how that works, why doesn't Jail, who is like a huge commander and the child of Alexandrov?
Jail is only a first lieutenant.
The secretary knows, Isaiah.
Well, she was Alexandrov's like right-hand man, you know?
Jail was Alexandrov's kid.
Yeah, but he had no reason to tell Jail.
She had no reason to tell his fucking secretary.
All right, moving on. So Pelmo's response to falling is she stripped. And she strips to demonstrate to them as well. And she was like, "Oh, I needed to make a parachute, but my speed wasn't dropping. So, of course, I took off my bra and my underwear. And that's how she lived." You see, I was expecting like a joke after, like, oh, and then like what you said, like, oh, and then at the end, the all thing like caught me, or like Tokikaze saved me, or like
no, Minazuki creates massive plot holes for the sake of a joke.
It's by the way, Ikaros was there. Speaking of Heaven's Lost
Ikaros is there. I'm not happy to see her at this point. I'm sorry, Ikaros. You're gonna have to be put on pause for a bit when we talk about this fucking bullshit.
Yeah. But yeah, no, she in canon, not even a joke, in canon, survived by stripping and using her clothes as a parachute for 3,000 meters.
Yeah.
Like if
how
she
the
said,
fuck
like,
does that work?
And the thing is, you can still have this dumb gag, but then at the end, if she was just like, "Oh yeah, but that didn't work," and then like the owl thing caught me, or
yeah, I like this as like an in-character-y sort of decision, and I like this as like a joke, but like fucking, he creates as massive world-building problems here. So I guess her underwear parachute worked, but like, did Sakina Faro not? Does everyone who gets a zero in the Althea fall to their deaths? Is that what fucking happens? Does that mean that fucking Hina's mother, Sakina Faro, would have survived if she'd had a bigger fucking tits and a bigger bra that would have created more air resistance while she was falling? Is that what that fucking means?
Yeah, at long last, we have definitive proof that small tits fucking suck, because big tits will save your life.
How is this manga this bad?
Bruh. You know, yeah, this is pretty indefensible. And it sucks, because it would work as an in-character gag. Like, if she were just like... Because it makes sense for her to try at the very least. She has nothing to lose. And as a joke, it's like, fine. But the fact that she doesn't, like, say... Like, it worked. That saved her life.
Yeah, that worked. It's in canon. That's the reason she's alive. Yeah. Can you imagine if someone from Althea fell and splatted on the ground in front of fucking one of Tokikaze's kids?
Yeah. Oh, they just needed to take off their clothes, bro.
Oh, God. Also, she undresses and then just instantly has all her clothes on again on the next page.
Yeah. But,
and it's all for this gag of like parachutes and like, oh, I'm sorry for trying to have sex with you all the time, Lick.
No,
which she immediately goes back to when they get back. So fuck it.
Not
even character development.
Has she done that since she got back?
Yeah, she like immediately fucking yes.
She smooches him, but I don't remember her like trying to suck his dick since then.
I might be wrong.
Anyway, we'll find out.
It's still plenty bad enough, even if that isn't a plot hole.
Anyway, so she's like, "Hey, this place is pretty great, isn't it?" To which anyone living in the abyss would respond, "No."
Fuck no.
Look at all these starving kids. Did you know Tokikaze has like a sweatshop?
Yeah.
It's great. I get all the jackets I want.
Oh my God.
But no, she's happy because she has books about planes and shit. And in the greatest piece of wisdom she ever has, like I think Minazuki just accomplished world peace with this. She says the people in the past only used those skills to steal. Because of that, these kids suffered some tragic times, but I've been thinking, if those skills were used not to steal, but to share instead, what would happen?
What if instead of being bad, we were good? And then this world peace happens.
What if people were nice?
What a terrible manga.
Ugh. Like, I do like her line about like I'm choosing to stay in the abyss because like I found a dream even greater than being able to fly. That's fine motivation. I like that. But the fact that it's like, first of all, her on the back of a stupid fucking way to keep her alive, which didn't even need to exist in the first place. Like, we didn't need to have her fall.
Yeah.
It could have just been like warped to the ground or something.
Yeah.
Or a thing could carry you down, or there's a million things you could do.
Yes.
And then just her giving the most basic, like a child.
What if not? What if?
Like a 4-year-old?
What if not bad but good?
Like, but why do we need to fight in a war? And all the adults in the room are just like, oh my god, you're right. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? We don't need to. You've done it. World peace.
Also, I don't know how the fuck her planes are supposed to like share. I don't know how her planes are going to accomplish this.
Tokikaze just like hands over the walkie-talkie to her, like, Schmerman, you gotta hear this. Like, what do you want, peasants? And she's like, I've been thinking, what if you just like stopped? And Schmerman like sat there.
Oh my god! Oh my! Like, have you seen it? Yeah.
I never really thought about it like that.
Have you seen? You've got to have seen the Nostalgia Critics review of the fucking like that dog and dolphin movie where they call up the fucking like, if a dog and a dolphin can get along, why can't your mom and our dad? Yeah. And he's like, the world needs to know the dog and dolphin.
I forgot about that.
And then just world peace happens.
Oh my god. But anyway, after all that,
if a dog and a dolphin can get along, why can't Tokikaze
the abyss and Alcia?
This is the worst manga in the world.
Oh my god. But anyway, so she's like, you want to go back to that mask dude, right? Ina's like, yes. And she's like, okay, sweet. Let's get in the plane and fuck off then. And Ina's like, oh, wait. I forgot I left
That's an option?
Important MacGuffin. Because Pelmo can fly it.
That's fine. I'm fine. I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah, but anyway. So Ina's like, wait, I need to get my super important Chaos Emerald that I left around here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So she runs off. I need to grab my
Sith Wayfinder. 1 second.
Yeah. So we cut back to Aaron in front of the broken chair.
The fucking chair.
The chair.
It's not even a cool chair. It's fucking armchair.
So we see her talking to herself. She goes, yes, that is true. The Supreme Commander had said one other thing, that Colonel Licht is in possession of an original ballot. 3? No, he should have 4. If that were the case. Speaking
How did she know that?
Probably Nicola.
Why would he tell her and not anyone else? And why wouldn't she tell anyone else?
Well, she is telling someone else.
Is she? The guy walks in and goes like talking to yourself. She's reading exposition aloud to herself in this room, and then Minnie Sherman sneaks up behind her.
She's talking to Tokikaze right now.
There's no Skype window.
Her first thing that she says is, yes, that is true. She's talking to him. It's just we need to have her powers revealed for us.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's exactly what... It's that bad. Anyway, so...
But again, how does she know that? Like, why would Chekhov tell her that Tina had a ballot if he didn't tell anyone else?
I don't know. Anyway,
like it's only. I'm pretty sure she should not know that. I'm pretty sure she'd only know that Hina has a ballot because Tokikaze needs to know.
Or no, Alan knew. Alan, he straight up like said, "Hey, you guys have a majority now, right?" So he probably like told her at some point. I don't care. I don't want to waste time on this. Robert pulls out his sword
and because he too is in leagues with Minazuki, as you would say, he decides to help us out with the exposition.
Yeah.
Your count is the number of times you wished you could connect with people important. Like, your count is the number.
This is like a Wikipedia page for her character. Yeah, it's like a Wikipedia page for her character.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we need to establish this incredibly important character really fucking fast. This is your count. It means that you're sad and you were never able to be friendly with people, and that's why you are the way you are. Done.
Yeah.
It literally reads like a Wikipedia page of her character.
Yeah, so she has the ability to talk with anyone.
Okay, now I'm going to say this line in the I'm going to slightly rephrase it as they would do in a Wikipedia page. Secretary Erin's count is the number of times she wished she could connect with people important to her. Because of that, she became able to converse with anyone, no matter the time and place. However, in terms of protecting classified information, this ability was exceedingly dangerous. Consequently, she should have been forbidden to use it under it. This is like a fucking Wikipedia page for a goddamn character! This is how bad the writing is!
Yeah. So yeah, he blah, blah, blah. He reads her Wikipedia page. And he goes, I don't recall giving you any orders, your supreme commander, to use it. Who were you speaking to? And hey, that's a really nicely drawn panel of him, don't you think? And cool shading. His eyes are really detailed. Good art, right? Wow, you can't even muster up saying that you don't care.
That's how little I care.
Amazing. Well, anyway.
I love this, by the way. He's got a sword to her throat. I want you to remember that. He's got a sword to her throat.
Yes, I shall. So she decides to continue on with the exposition. And she goes, you asked why all the food hadn't been taken.
It's amazing how this manga can be 90% exposition and nothing will still make sense.
Did you not? The reason for that was Supreme Commander Alexandrov. The Supreme Commander told me about it, that the creation of Alcia was an unavoidable measure in order to stop the war.
Here, Secretary, you have to know this.
As possible. And don't you think that she'd think he was bullshitting too? Just like, hey, here's your whole world feels shattered.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway. I'm 300 years old. There's a whole other planet down there. Anyway, whatever. That he wanted to save as many people as possible. That, to at least atone for the countless children who had been sacrificed, he would not allow himself happiness. That he had no intention of ever again finding happiness by having children of his own. If you were to ask me, my view would be the same as yours. A soldier is someone who defeats enemies and protects the kingdom. And now he pulls his sword back for some reason.
Uh-huh.
That kind of
it doesn't matter. He could put it there again.
He could, yes. However, that hopeless sentimental person is someone I am hopelessly in love with, who I hopelessly wish to have children with. If it is for the sake of taking him back from you, even becoming a demon's pawn is fine with me. And she activates her Skype powers.
And then after seeing this, fucking Minnie Sherman kills her. And then they deactivate. And that's the end of the manga.
A transmission to all of Alcia has been prepared. King of the Abyss, and we see that he somehow found the
ballot. Hina hid under 1 foot of sand. He saw the obvious thing of dirt, loose dirt over top of it, the mound of dirt. I was like, hey, I bet it's over there. I was like, no, she couldn't. I probably got to go grab a shovel really quick because she probably hit it a couple feet in her. Oh no, it's just right here. Okay, cool. And he picks it up.
You know what I'd like to think?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to think he didn't even find it. I'd like to think he got one of the sweatshop kids to dig it up.
Yeah. It's like the movie Holes with Shia LaBeouf. Just fucking...
Anyway, so she's like, hey, give that back, please. And he's just like,
what a great character.
I will say that this, and again, it doesn't matter, whatever. But I do think the sigil that comes when
I hate this.
Looks
I think it's fucking stupid. I think this is way too magic-y for this god power. Like,
Did you
if
really,
this world, like,
you really say
this
that?
is.
This is
This is
too
like
magic-y for
this
God.
is what would happen if it's this would make sense if this
You
was
really
God
just
power
said this
in
is
like
too magic-y for God.
yeah, this is like a technological thing. It's breaking all the fucking universe rules, whatever the fuck. This is like what would happen if magic did it in Harry Potter.
Whatever.
I think
it looks
this is the
cool.
case of Minazuki reusing a trope without considering how it applies to the world he's
Well,
built.
either way, it's replaced with
Hey,
like a
magic
technology
circles
thing.
look cool. Let's use one of those.
Well, it's replaced with the technology.
Can you imagine if the rule had a magic circle when it activated and how dumb that would be? That's about what I'm feeling right now.
Fine. So more exposition.
It never ends. And the manga still makes no sense regardless.
What do you think are the things necessary to hold an Althing? From the conversation between Lieutenant Ferenda and Captain Allen at the time, what is needed is an actual legislature. Yet the legislature just happened to be at a school 300 years ago. Isn't that strange? Would something as important as that be held in safekeeping?
You see how it's like building itself right here with like technological metal and bullshit and not magic?
Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, why would it be kept in a place with a few cadets? An actual legislature never existed in the first place. Probably in the unlikely event that the majority had fallen into enemy hands. In order to prevent a vote, in order for them to realize the true method to call an Althing, someone told a lie. The real key is the blood of someone like you who is compatible.
That is the fucking
right?
You said last time that like
Sherman.
fucking Sherman's closing his eyes is the midichlorians of Plunderer. I think the real key is the blood of someone like you who is compatible is the fucking midichlorians. Couldn't it just be that if you have one of the ballots that you can call an Althing?
Yeah, I do think that that's like an unnecessary thing that you need to be like someone who's genetically compatible.
How the fuck did they find that out originally when they first and the Althing crashed onto Earth?
Well, they had Tsukina and Ferenda were the scientists who like
not yet. They like what happened when like Russia or whatever the fuck when it crashed into the ground and like Russia came in and scooped it all up or whatever the fuck. Like how did they figure out like someone how many people are compatible first of all like naturally and like what how do you do this like you need like you just like you need to like, cut yourself over one of the fucking balls or like let it like, bleed onto you? It's like forming a compact with a demon or is it like
clearly it's not literally like you need to put your blood in. It's just like your DNA needs to be compatible.
So do they just go around handing balls to people until one of them was able to summon the Althing?
I don't know
because they knew that would work. Because the Althing came with like an instruction, like on the giant pillow that crashed into the ground. There was a piece of paper with tape on it, and it was like, "Hey, if you want to fucking like summon the god powers, you have to find someone who's compatible."
Yeah, I do think that it was an unnecessary thing, but
just if you have the balls, you can hold an Althing. Why do we need to have this?
Whatever.
Anyways,
the whole point is that it's supposed to be dramatic irony here because he's like, "Oh, you wanted to create a weapon with me, but and you thought I was a failure, didn't you? But now look, your own genes are being used against you." Is supposed to be the thing. Like this is your fault.
Why does Sherman get an extra big Skype window?
He really wants to show off his designer jacket to Schmerman, so he knows he's doing well. He's like, "Yeah, look who's up and up now, Schmerman. You still wearing that same uniform? Me too. Only I added a jacket."
Also, what is her count that allows her to do this? Like, I can understand like Skype windows, like to a couple of them. I don't understand Skype windows to every single person across the entire country.
Hers isn't even in the thousands.
Yeah, exactly. She does not have the fucking bullshit numbers for that. And if she did have the bullshit numbers for that, I would call it out that the only reason she had the bullshit numbers is to allow this.
Is to allow it. Yeah, she should definitely be high, especially if she's like Alexandrov's right-hand man. Like his last right-hand man.
Here's another just like fucking thing that just doesn't need to be a thing. Couldn't it just be that when the all thing convenes, everyone in the world gets a Skype window because of the all thing? So that because it like
also
decides the fates of humanity, and so like everyone in the world
But
knows what's
if
going
that
on.
was the case, then the people from before couldn't have held a secret amendment.
I mean, they could. They just would have to like do because like Althea was created right as they did that. It wouldn't matter if everyone saw it.
No, I mean beforehand, back when they prohibited war and nukes and shit. Remember, because the whole reason they were able to attack was because they secretly amended the rule behind their backs.
Either way, it's terrible writing.
Whatever. Anyway, one more page.
There's like 3 or 4 explanations.
There's one more page.
Just
let me get through. There's one more page.
Okay.
This paradise of yours ends today. As of now, the all thing will convene. And that's the end. There we go.
God, that was terrible.
Getting some Minos vibes from that page of Schmerman. I mean, you can see his eyes, so that automatically takes away the Minos vibes. No, but I see what you mean with like the way that his hand is like against his cheek and he's sitting in like his little chair.
Yeah.
All right, what do you want to complain about this time? Is it going to take half hour?
Oh, we'll see. First of all, oh no, the fucking chair is in a rubble. Oh no, my chair that I love so goddamn much. Just it's so funny bad. If you're going to have Aaron tell fucking Kokikaze about Hina's ballot, why did she wait a month? And why do we have to make Hina? And couldn't we just have it keep it on her person or like bury it in a smart place? And Kokikaze like forces her to forces her to find it if we're just gonna find out anyway. And why did it take her a month to do that? And okay, that's it. That's it.
Okay, thank God. All right, let's try and finish this last one within an hour, so I will only be half an hour late to the birthday party.
Also, we're gonna pass 4 hours. We're almost like we're about to pass the point last stream we were so excited to get to.
Yeah,
and we're about to do that casually without even. It's still a chapter to go.
To be fair, that's because we spent a whole hour beforehand just talking about bullshit.
Right. Fair enough. I've got to go refill water because my throat is on fire.
My throat is killing me as well. Yeah.
Okay, let's take an intermission. Fucking. We'll be right back after these messages. I'll leave you with a shot of like Pelmo's tits. That'll keep everyone engaged.
Yeah.
Here. Think about how dumb this scene is for a while. I'll be right back.
So hello everyone, how are you all? Let's see. While they are gone, I shall do a love letter to Oregaru Part 1, the objectively best anime. What is Oregaru? The name seems familiar. Oh, this thing. Wait, the 3rd season is getting... Is this... it's a joke article. Never mind. It's getting a 3rd season or something. Sora Nagihara is dead, unfortunately, Kyler. I hate to break it to you. I was really hoping that
because of those jokes that they had in those chapters that it would get adapted. But it's the manga's basically dead. Like they in the last chapter they said to be continued in part 2, but then it just got canceled. And then it in that same magazine it was in, it got replaced by Dokuni Cooking, which also got canceled. Why is the manga so bad, Isaiah?
It is so bad.
Well, if you want to know why it's so bad, you can go watch Sai's main channel video. Plunderer is bad and stupid.
Yeah.
He goes into great length on it. I would know. I edited it.
Mm-hmm.
So go hear it from me or from him and not me. I'm too tired, and I still enjoy this series even after all both it and he puts me through.
Yeah. I forgot to mention the last chapter because there's so much bullshit. How does fucking Skype girl know to broadcast a window right the fuck now? I understand that she knows that, like.
But what do you mean? She was talking to him.
I know, but her conversation got cut off. She doesn't know that he found the fucking thing yet. She just told him that it is there. Go look for it. And 2 seconds later, he has it, and then they're ready to go. And she starts. What if she started? I was like, haha! And he was like, no, wait a second, I gotta go find it still. Hold on.
Tokikaze's like,
and then Hina saw the fucking Skype window. I was like, oh fuck, and ran and grabbed it before he did, and then ran off and flew off in a plane. And he'd be standing there on the fucking camera in front of the entire world like a fucking ponce.
When she opens it, Tokikaze's like on his hands and knees, like digging in a random spot. Like,
yeah, exactly.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, now be quiet, Gio. My reputation is not damaged. My reputation is fine. I have criticized this manga plenty. I literally opened this thing up with me rewriting the first 2 chapters. I can enjoy something that is flawed. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that.
I think I think flat out bad at this point is more applicable than flawed.
I will say the words I am comfortable with saying.
Okay, sure. Also, again, I feel like we cannot
perfect saints.
I feel like we cannot overlook the fact that she should just kill Skype Girl at any point during.
Yes, he absolutely should. But then we wouldn't have a chapter.
I'm just gonna mention that a couple more times because it gets increasingly stupid as the chapter goes on. She's not dead.
All right, can we just go?
Sure.
And, she didn't even need Skype powers. He could have just talked to Schmerman with the walkie-talkie he still has.
I know, right? No, well then the entire world couldn't see, and then they wouldn't know what a nuke is.
Yeah.
On that topic, hear me, all the people of Alcia. This paradise of yours ends today. And then Licht runs out, and he's fine. He's got bandages, but he's fine.
To be fair, he's been bandaged for a month, and he's still needing to be helped outside. Yeah, at least give Minazuki that much. It's not.
He should have died.
Keep going. Just breathe.
And they've got like medieval levels of medicine. Pudding. God, that's so bad at this point. Fucking Tokikaze, Hina-chan. As of now, they all very well convene. I love everyone in the world. Like, who the fuck is that in the background? What's she doing there? Vengeance brewing for over 300 years.
This was like a modern live stream. You just get like, take your tits out. First, again, Kappa's in chat. Yeah, everyone just like LMAO. This, what's he think he's gonna do?
Yeah. The first ballot question, Sherman. As of today, let it be approved that the Abyss need not present all its food and resources to Althea. That wasn't the rule anyway. Some of it, but whatever. And Sherman votes against, and Tokikaze votes for. And then because he has 4 and he has 3, the vote carries in favor of Tokikaze. Amendment passed. This makes me again
sides with me, Schmerman.
This makes me wonder about the point of like, well, this will never ever be answered. Like, who made all thing, and if they made it, why the fuck would they set it up so that you could have a majority vote? Why wouldn't it be like an even number so this exact situation couldn't happen?
I do. Oh, I wonder if they ever will answer that.
No, they will never answer that. Ever.
Are you sure?
Yes. That would involve world building, which is cancer, apparently.
Well, I don't know. Minazuki usually has like some
Nope,
explanation.
no way. No
he
way.
had one in he had one for the shit in Cosmos.
I will place a bet right now that it never gets explained.
Oh yeah, then bet your stars.
Yeah. Bet my stars. Oh. What is that? There's like a brilliant light shoots up into the sky. I don't know. I understand why it would like be a brilliant light in the abyss. I don't understand why it would ripple the sky of Althea and this little panel over here.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey, Pudding, just what's happening with this? Starvation in the abyss should be drastically reduced. I want everyone to think about like Aaron's Skype broadcasting this to the entire world right now. I want everyone to think about Tokikaze comes across as someone who knows nothing about any of this. Like someone who, because they don't know the abyss is a place. They think it's like hell or some shit if they die.
Yeah.
Someone they don't know from somewhere is saying like, people of Earth, your paradise ends today, as he says, presumably standing on Earth from their perspective. Yeah. And then, so they see him, like the all thing will convene. And they're like, what the fuck is he talking about? The first ballot, like, the Abyss doesn't need to give you all our food. Like, the Abyss food? What? Doesn't Sherman give us our food?
Yeah, we should be getting questions like that. Like, everyone just being like, huh?
And then, like, shouldn't everyone's faith in Sherman be, like, fucking shattered after they find out this lie he's been telling them all the fucking time?
No, yeah, we could have like a
Wouldn't
little.
everyone
like,
in the army like not want to work for him anymore, or maybe join Tokikaze's side?
Well, we do get an explanation on the army thing a little later.
So,
and it's not any less dumb. It's very basic villain shit.
Yeah, amendment passed. They don't have to give up food anymore. With that, the Abyss can eat, and people in Althea will now experience the same starvation, which was his plan all along.
Yeah, you will feel what we felt.
Yeah, this is much as far from enough. I will have those children eat their full. The second ballot in question, let Althea's entry ban for those without counts, in other words, Abyss, exile, be abolished. Do you know what this means, don't you? Removal of this country's border in order to invade Althea using modern weapons. Modern weapons isn't a term you should be using. 300-year-old weapons is more like
prehistoric weaponry.
Exactly. That's right. 4. And then I do like, and again, in a better manga,
this is a
cool.
bad. Yeah, no, this is cool. Like Schmerman, like calling his bluff.
Yeah, voting for. I do like.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Mm-hmm. It would be troublesome for you to underestimate Althea. Your declaration of war, why shouldn't we accept it? And then what? Do you think to challenge Althea with your immaturity with your kids, unlimited weapons? Do you think I would have not have prepared for a situation like this? 300 years ago, was your blade able to reach me even once? However, this is not my intention, he says, because he remembers his mom and gets scared a little bit, and so he has to close his eyes. Even I
flashback like, Mommy, don't hit me.
Even I would not want to repeat the abandonment war again, nor make any more bitter decisions such as that one. How about it? We can create a special district in Althea for your sake, and of course provide food as your first priority. With these conditions, might I have you withdraw? Your hopes can surely be fulfilled with this. My hopes? Do you hear me? Rahito and everyone at home is like, what the fuck's happening? At the beginning of the abandonment war, you were consumed by... What's the abandonment war? You were consumed by killing intent.
Well, they know what the abandonment war is. They just don't know like what actually happened in it.
That's fair. You were consumed by killing intent. My words are no longer able to reach you. But after a certain battle, just for a moment, your sanity returned, because that's how that works. And you told
wouldn't
me...
it be nice if we could see the battle, like instead of after just a certain battle, like what was it that snapped him back for a moment? Like what horrible thing did he have to go through that like shook him to his core?
Well, he slashed Sonohara, which presumably gave her the robot arm.
Oh, so that. Oh, I see. I thought they were just showing that because that was the killing intent. I didn't think.
No, that's why Sonohara has a robot arm. I say.
No, I know that's why she has a robot arm. I caught that, but I mean, like, that's not the inciting incident that made his sanity return to him. I mean,
isn't it? Isn't that what's implied?
He says, but no, he says, but after a certain battle for just a moment. It wasn't like him hurting her. I want, like, so we can assume that something happened that, like, made him, like, that was enough to, like, reawaken himself. So I wanted to know, like, you know, like, it could have been interesting instead of just being like saying, oh, after one battle.
Right,
you know?
yeah. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Wasn't there like a whole huge thing with Doan about like Lick not being able to kill kids in the abandonment war? So
Yeah,
like he had enough of his sanity to not kill kids, but not enough of his sanity to not kill Tokikaze.
Well, to be fair, we also don't know exactly what point in the war that was. Like Lick didn't go completely psycho mode for quite a while. So like
Doan racked up like 100,000 fucking count killing kids.
That wasn't, no, his count isn't the number of people he kills. His count is the number of people that surrender to him. There's supposed to be a bit of irony.
Well, he still was like, I had thousands of kids you couldn't kill, so I did.
Yeah, he still killed kids, but
I feel like Licht had like his morals in the past when Mizuki wants him to and doesn't when he doesn't.
Yeah, that is true. I am going to say, and I forgot to bring this up beforehand, that I do like that it's a very intentional thing, and yeah, blah blah blah, other shit writing, it'll get overlooked, whatever. I think it's neat. The whole point about like Licht and Doan's counts are basically the exact opposite of what they preach. Like Doan's thing is that, like, he says, like, no, we can't spare anyone, which is why he goes out of his way to kill the kids, because if he was to let one of them live, that would go against his like argument that like, no, we have to kill every soldier to end the war. You're like, if we can spare the kids, who else can we spare? If there are enemies we can beat without having to kill, why can't we spare them? And yet his count is the number of people he's made surrender, because deep down he doesn't want to kill people. Whereas Licht preaches that, you know, we don't have to kill anyone, but he's forced to abandon
for him.
What?
When it's convenient for him.
Exactly, yes. And yet he's forced to go against that time and time again. So
it's to show I'm making fun of the manga here.
I know you are. I know you are. I'm ignoring that. My point is that I think that that's an interesting way to show both their psychological differences and like their inner true intentions. But whatever. I know it doesn't matter at this point. I just wanted to bring it up now because I forgot to bring it up in Doan's arc, and I thought it was really neat personally.
Anyways, so
yeah,
so
Licht got tired of Fallout and he wants them to stop using nukes.
Yeah. Afterwards, as soon as we gathered a majority of the original, what the fuck's he talking about? Original ballots? What? Our superiors approved the permanent abandonment of nuclear weapons. What's a nuclear weapon? That's why I believe them. In order to prevent war forever,
So I was a little slow on the uptake, but after you said, "What are nuclear weapons?" I said, "Is it edible?"
Okay, yeah. In order to prevent war forever breaking out again, and until we gather all the sparks that are the original ballots, we must all the sparks that are the original. Okay, odd time for a simile. We must continue to fight. Those words of yours, but it turned out like this in the end. Give us a special district in Althea and come to an agreement? Did you think I would trust anything you say? Which is fair. I don't know why the fuck Sherman bothered trying to like fake him out.
That's true. But I do like that Tokikaze like called him on his bluff.
I guess, but that'd make Sherman stupid for that.
I don't think it makes Sherman stupid. Like, he's a manipulative.
It doesn't make him stupid, but it just feels
it's fine for it. I don't think it's wrong for him to try like making an attempted peace.
Yeah. I think it makes him look dumb because he wouldn't just know that Tokikaze. There's no way he would accept that, regardless.
Yeah.
Who do you intend to abandon next? Well, I mean, the king and then his Alexandrov, I think, were next up on his hit list. But yeah.
He just answers him like, well, yeah, we just...
Well, I've got a list in my pocket. Let me pull out my notebook here.
Yeah, hang on.
Let me flip. Let's see. Grocery list.
I left a mailman to die, so I guess I kind of have to add him.
Pulls out his notebook. The grocery list. Let's see. Fucking, like, shouldas to kiss later. No, that's not it. Oh, here it is. People to betray later. Listen well, the third ballot question. Do you know what this button is for? And
That's
Althing was
not-
like, wait, that's what we're voting on right now?
Yeah, like I do very much like Schmerman's expression here on the next page. Like his facade of like keeping calm is finally shaken a little.
Wouldn't he
They're
like
not-
know that they have nukes? Because of course they do. Or well, I said of course they do. But like fucking in Minazuki's logic, there's no reason for him not to expect this.
Well, I think he's more shocked that they're one, probably that they're still operational, and two,
I'm shocked about that too.
And two, that he's got the balls to do it.
Uh-huh. I mean, after being torched for 300 years, I wouldn't be.
Fair.
So Sherman is surprised for no reason. And like the third ballot question, let the permanent abandonment of nukes be annulled. And it goes, don't Tokikaze! We see Tokikaze has a licked window. Why the fuck does Tokikaze have a licked Skype window?
Yeah, I don't know why he's specific. Like, it's fine if he
For
just
drama.
Like, talks out for
drama.
To hear.
That's it. It doesn't. Who cares if it makes? He says that he's a Skype window to lick. I'm sure Aaron set that one. Also, Aaron should be dead again. I want to mention that again. I'm sure Aaron put up a licked Skype window to make it extra poignant for Tokikaze.
She was like, "Don't you want to like talk to your brother afterwards?" Like,
who I don't know where he is, but I will just my fucking Skype powers will work. I guess. Man, aren't Skype powers so convenient?
Yeah, but anyway, so he votes it for.
Minazuki created a licked Skype window for Tokikaze. Tokikaze could be sad in a panel. And he goes, 4, 4, 4, 4, approved. Tokikaze, dude! And he's about to press the button. And then he's like, please stop, father. And Hina goes, Tsukina Faro, that's my mother's name. He goes, yes, I know. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Oh, so proudly we hail, and the twilight's last gleaming. This is such fucking bullshit. Where do I even start? This manga's fucking terrible. Well, folks, that's it. That's the last page of Plunderer I'm ever reading because it's so dumb.
No, it's
my
not.
My brain finally compressed down to the point where like gravity that like created a black hole of terribleness.
First of all, you've already read beyond this, so that's a lie.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so he launches the nukes.
Oh,
what do you have to
my
say?
god!
What do you have to say?
Okay, well, first of all, before we get to nukes, let's talk about I know. How does he know?
Because she looks exactly like Tsukina.
Well, that's the thing, right? There are two explanations. Either the script told him, which I don't think is intentional, or Hina's a fucking idiot for thinking Tokikaze wouldn't know when she looks exactly like her goddamn mother.
Yeah, I mean, if even Licht could put 2 and 2 together, there's no reason why it's fucking his mother's wife or husband wouldn't be able to.
I don't know what the fuck Minazuki was thinking with this.
Even their names are similar, you know.
He just unintentionally made Hina like even stupider than she was before.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we got to talk about the nukes.
Yeah, talk about the nukes.
Let's talk about the nukes.
Let's talk about the nukes.
This is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, so, how?
Cool paint, though.
How? How?
How what? Where do we start?
Why are they launching out of just like the ground? There are no like nuclear missile silos here. It's launching out of skyscrapers. Tokikaze repurposed a bunch of destroyed skyscrapers into missile silos.
Well, we don't see them coming directly out of skyscrapers. They're just
they're
in the
like fucking.
background.
One of them is like maybe 10 feet away.
But we can see the whatever it is, like the rocket.
They're still in the middle of a goddamn city. Like
Right.
Tokikaze has no resources to move the nukes, and so they'd have to just be wherever they were before the war started, which would be in military bases outside of cities, because they don't store nukes in the middle of Tokyo.
Yeah.
Then, do you know that like I've got a selection of notes here for you.
Oh, wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Do you know that the fissile material, I believe it's called, the like fissile, it's a difficult thing to pronounce. The radioactive material in a nuke can chemically degrade over time. Do you know that?
I did. Believe it or not, I did.
You want to know how long it takes?
How long does it take?
About 15 years.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. And so as a consequence of that, aging nuclear weapons have to be constantly like rebuilt. And also there's just like, a bunch of electronic, because as we said before, nukes aren't just filled with TNT. They're really complicated machines. And so like electronic components can decay over time, and the radioactive plutonium, uranium cores become unstable. And the isotopes used by nukes can become chemically unstable as well. It's a huge issue in modern America. Actually, there's a bunch of concerns about whether or not some of our nukes would even work, even if we did decide to fire them. And I believe I looked into this. It costs about $4 billion annually to maintain America's stockpile of nukes alone. How'd Tokikaze do it for 300 years with kids?
I told you, he's got the nuclear silo kids.
Mm-hmm. Where did he get all of the plutonium? Did he train 6-year-olds to like disassemble nuclear weapons and put them back together properly?
Absolutely, he did.
Did he? Okay, yeah, okay. So he's got a squad of 6-year-olds.
It's something that he would know how to do, obviously.
Right, yeah. Does he have a squad of kids who are like creating the electronic circuits for nukes after they degrade over like 100 years or so?
Yeah, of course.
So he's got like a factory creating circuit boards, right? Okay. Where is he getting like, the what's the element? What are circuit boards made out of? Plastic and what is it?
Oh, you Mr. Nuke expert doesn't know?
Periodic table. What the fuck are you? Table. It's like what is it? I know that's on the tip of my goddamn tongue. What is it? I just realized periodic table is useless because I don't know what the fucking number
the element is. Yes. Let me look at the entire periodic table. Clearly it has an asterisk point for nukes on it.
No, it's the thing that fucking chips are made out of. It's like a fairly simple thing. It's like one below like fucking...
I guess that makes you a fairly simple
carbon, right? Silicon! That's the fucking one! Silicon! Where is he getting silicon from? Where is he getting copper from? To create the wires. Where is his lab? An entire team of like incredibly well trained scientific staff where they're constantly refining this plutonium. Where is he mining plutonium from?
From the plutonium.
Does he have his kids, his crack squad of 7-year-olds who are atomic weapon experts sitting there constantly like fiddling with shit in between their time working at his coat sweatshops?
Of course. They trained their entire lives, all 6 years of it.
What a terrible fucking manga! Holy shit!
I can't hold it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's over. It's okay. It's all right. Do you have anything else?
Tokikaze has nukes, and they still work after 300 years. I will in a second.
Yeah.
Isaiah, All the nukes appear to be in Alcia right now. Didn't they hit the bedrock?
They went around.
How? Where? They seem to be going up in straight lines.
Yeah, they go up in a straight
So
line.
did they come up exactly where the holes in the abyss were, or the holes in Althea were?
No, they're coming from.
So
around.
Did he build the
around
nukes
Alcia.
under the holes, or did he move the nukes to under the holes?
They're just going around Alcia.
And there are that many holes? Like, man, I knew this was a problem. Damn.
What do you mean holes? They're just around like the rim, because it's like a.
But they're going up in a straight line. There's no like the tail fins very clearly indicate that.
Well, yes, but like they're just all positioned around Alcia. Like Alcia is not that huge. Like they can totally just go up.
There's a desert in Alcia, Isaiah.
It's just shut up. So they go up.
So they go up. And God, wouldn't it be a shitty fucking day to be these guys? Like, man, our city got destroyed, our king's dead, and then nukes. And then fucking nukes.
Yeah.
Also, it's been a month. Why are they still in this bombed out city?
Because where else are they going to move to? This is the capital.
Any other town.
Well, they'd probably overflood it because the capital's the biggest city in Alcia.
We don't know that. Fuck you.
Whatever. Anyway, keep going.
They're in the this is like when Sukita was on stage with the fucking rags. Like, if we don't see them in the destroyed town, just standing in the middle of the street for no reason, how will we know that people are there? And then we see that those holes in Alcia that the nukes flew through, because otherwise they would have hit the bedrock. They're also by the stupid bullshit town. And Licht, in a flood of anger, being the only one here who really knows the situation, knows what nukes are capable of, having survived the war.
And Pele, who decides the greatest thing to do is look directly at the blinding lights.
Well, you see, he has mind power, so he read the nuke's mind, so he knew that they weren't going to explode. Yeah. Well, they aren't duds. We'll get to that. But he read the nuke's mind, and so he knows that they don't intend to kill him, and so he's fine. But Rahito, who knows the terror of nukes, throws everyone into their house and closes the door.
Yeah, that's good enough.
That'll work. That'll do it. Instead of using his flash powers, he throws everyone into the house and just stands barricading the door.
No, I want... Hold the fucking phone. Are you still on the thing that like Lick should have cut the nukes? Is that still what you're on?
If not that, then yes. But if not that, then run away as fast as possible carrying them. Yes.
With his
we had this argument prior. Like, fucking, if Minazuki showed us him cutting a tree with his shitty sword, you wouldn't be like, oh man, that's unrealistic.
Yeah, that's fair. But do you think he can jump that? Oh wait, no. I did the one thing I did research on, and I forgot it. I looked at the speed of that nukes fly.
Oh yeah, it's insanely fast. But like we got to like Licht has time to throw people in the house.
Yeah, and
so they're in Minazuki world. They're flying at like 20 miles an hour.
They're not flying 20 miles an hour.
They're absolutely flying at 20 miles an hour. Licht has time to like throw everyone in the house and then stand at the door like shaking, waiting for them to explode. So they're flying at 20 miles an
hour. So here's the thing. I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind.
So Licht barricades the door with his body, hoping the nukes will take him and leave the others. And Pele is like, oh man, that sure is a nuke. Guess I'm dead now. And then it explodes and Pele is blinded for the rest of his fucking life.
Yes.
As is everyone in Althea, who are all looking at the fucking... So the entire fucking country is blind now. Also, he fired like hundreds of nukes.
It wasn't
that would like destroy the planet's fucking like magnetic field.
It's more like a dozen, but yes.
It's all across. In every shot, we see multiple nukes, no matter where you're looking.
We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 visible from the capital, and 1, 2, 3, 4 visible from
Just the one city on the outskirts of the place. So presumably there are hundreds. No matter where you're looking at, you can see multiple.
Even if you said 100, even if you said 100, that's more reasonable. But hundreds, when we see like less than.
Well, we
10,
don't know how big Althea is because Minazuki's terrible at world building, so we can't fucking say definitively.
That is true. We don't know how big Althea is.
That's his fault. Even
seeing less than 10 visible from 2 towns combined. And I don't think saying there are hundreds.
Minazuki is showing that wherever the camera is, you can see multiple nukes, no matter where you are in this fucking country.
Yeah, and there's literally 3, like in each.
How many are there? Though? Are there hundreds
of towns?
What if Althea is the size of America and there are hundreds of cities, and they've got 3 each? That's 300 nukes. What's great about this is you can't argue against that bullshit hypothetical because Minazuki's giving you no ammunition to do so.
Yes, whatever.
So he fires hundreds, if not thousands, of nukes.
It's not thousands. I'm not letting you.
Althea. What if Althea is the size of fucking Russia and thousands of towns?
It is not the size of
3,000 nukes.
It can only say it can. The people in Althea. There's only a few thousand of them. Althea is full of thousands of people. That's it. Only a few thousand, they said.
At the start. And when it was created, it was a few thousand people randomly selected. They've had time to breed and populate since then. They've had 300 years. Their population has easily skyrocketed to the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
Their population is still kept down by counts. That's the entire point of them. So I imagine
very rarely, though. How often does that happen? We've seen it once.
We don't know twice. Yeah. Okay, just
doesn't help your point, even if you correct me once.
Okay, well, get to the next thing. The next thing that you want to complain about.
Pele is blind. Everyone is blind.
Yes, everyone doesn't matter.
That. Yeah. And Tokikaze goes, "That was a threat. Those were detonated outside the atmosphere. There will be no effect on the surface." Oh, you want to bet, Tokikaze? You want to fucking bet? Are you familiar with nuclear fallout, Isaiah? Is that a thing you know about?
I have played Fallout, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know how like nuclear fallout like kills people over time when they get infected by radiation?
Yes.
Can you imagine how much nuclear fallout there would be after thousands of nukes go off?
I don't think it's thousands, but yes, quite a lot.
Can you imagine how much nuclear fallout there would be after 5 nukes went off?
Still a fucking lot.
Mm-hmm. Still a fucking lot. So everyone's dead. Everyone's going to die slowly from radiation poisoning.
But hey, at least Walkie Talkie Man came back to whisper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, are you familiar with the effects? We talked about this actually.
Yes, we did.
The previous bit involving nukes. We talked about EMPs created by. Do you know that when there's nothing on the ground to obstruct a nuke's EMP, like hills and ground and bullshit, there like. A nuke's EMP can stretch for miles. When detonated in the atmosphere, there was one nuclear test where, when detonated in the atmosphere above the Pacific Ocean, there was a radio station in Russia that like fucking completely broke because of the EMP reached all the way there across thousands of miles when one was detonated in space. Thousands of nukes were just dead. Not only did that completely fuck up the entire planet's magnetosphere, all of Tokikaze's planes and equipment, dead forever. They have to rebuild it all, which is fine because he has factories and bullshit. But so I guess it's fine for him. But Sherman, all his bullshit future planes and all his like sciencey facilities, they're all dead. None of them work anymore. They're all bullshit. So like, if we need some nanite healing here pretty soon, or like some flying ships, those won't work. So Sherman's out of luck.
I see.
Is there an end to how stupid this is? Because originally when I read this, again, my mind tends to skip over really terrible dialogue. So originally when I read this, I was like, the nukes were just like big flashbangs. Doesn't really make sense, but whatever. Not a big deal. Then I reread this and like, no, they were actual nukes. Those were nukes. They were just detonated outside the atmosphere, so they didn't do anything. Except all the things they did. And everyone's dead. And none of the shit we see later works.
Except it does.
Oh, yeah, except it does. I forgot. You read the rest. I'm not. I can't.
Okay. And Daniel does bring up the point that Alcia floats above Japan and doesn't completely black out the sky, so it's not any bigger than Japan.
We don't know that. What if it blacks out the sky above America too, and it stretches over the entire fucking Pacific?
Because we see a clear shot of it from Hina in its entirety.
What? No, we don't. When?
In the previous chapter, when she was looking up at the sky, and I said, "Hey, look, that's a synapse image."
That was just the hole in the ground. The rest of it was the fucking. That was the hole they came through.
She wasn't looking at the hole. She was looking in the sky.
She was looking in the. She was looking in the abyss's sky, which is the hole in the ground in Alcia that fucking Tokikaze just came through. That wasn't all of Althea. That was the one hole in the tiny bit of it. If you tell me that was all of Althea, then we're gonna have other problems to talk about.
All right,
but no way. It was the hole they came through.
I will take your word for it and trust
you. Go look.
You.
Be my guest. Go look right now. Fuck, I will go look right now. Where's it at?
No.
What chapter is it in?
Here, I got the picture for you. There you go. I'll save you the fucking time and effort.
Here it is. I found it. That's the hole they came through. It's not all of Althea.
Okay, yes, you are correct.
Uh-huh.
Congrats. Pat yourself on the back.
If that was all of Althea, then like people could just see, like fucking they'd look over the ground and they'd be like, oh hey, there's a city down there.
Okay, there you go.
They wouldn't block out the sun. There would be no snow. Like fucking.
All right. I get it. You're smart.
Yeah. Minazuki's not.
Yeah. So what's the rest of the chapter? I forgot.
Tomorrow we will invade Althea. However, you must not resist. If you resist, you know what will happen. I'll blow you up for real this time. You don't have time to die by the radiation sickness. You'll just die of regular explosions. We still have thousands more, apparently.
Anyway,
like thousands of nukes being kept in a stockpile by 6-year-olds.
So he says he's he specifically says we have thousands more. All right. Cool. Yeah. And what I love is that he says Secretary Aaron transmission over. and,
hey, I wonder who's first on fucking Schmerman's kill list.
Yeah, and yet she survives. Like you think?
Yeah, no, she's fine.
Like fair enough.
No one cares.
Fair enough if first of all, Robert shouldn't have let her, but if he did, like maybe
like. Oh yeah, right. Well, yeah, but last reminder before it ends, she should be dead. She should have been dead 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. First of all,
because the guy was in the room with her.
Even if Robert he's talking directly to Schmerman, I have to let this continue. Or Schmerman was like, wait, let him finish. You know, there's no reason why immediately after, not only like Robert hearing it, but the entire world hearing like Secretary Aaron's a fucking traitor. Not only would Robert want her dead, but presumably everyone else in the military now that are still loyal to Althea, who see this man as a demon. That is like the second, even if Robert let her go, the second she walked out into the streets, she's getting mauled to death.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She's getting.
But no, she's fine. She's fine.
As we shall see, she will be fine.
No one cares.
Anyway, Tokikaze.
Because we need more Skype powers later.
You can go back to Alcia now. I don't care. And she snatches her Dragon Ball back.
Where did the pillar go that the fucking balls were in? They just teleported to his hand.
They just disintegrate. You know, they break back into pieces like synapse.
We don't see that though. It's just funny to me that he's standing here with all of them in his one hand.
Yes, it is.
Like I imagine he's trying he's like having trouble like holding them all in one hand. He's like, man, if I just put my fucking sword down, I can hold the other two, and it wouldn't be an issue.
You know, it'd be funny.
What if he dropped one?
Well, that, but also like. How does Hina know that the one she's grabbing is her mom's?
Yeah, that too.
Because with the Dragon Balls, like Goku has a special one too, because his grandpa gave him one of the Dragon Balls, but his is the 4-star Dragon Ball.
Right.
So like it's he knows which one is the one that's important to him because it has 4 stars in it. These all just have the same count. Mm-hmm. You know, they're all just 10,000. They're all just generic. So like,
speaking of which, could Hina use these to like gain superpowers?
That's the thing about the originals. Like. It's never expressly stated whether or not they also give you superpower because they said when they did create like the sword and shit,
they were imperfect copies. So presumably they're even more badass.
Wait, no, wait. Yes. These do give you powers because they gave it to the fucking rat and it worked.
Oh my god, you're right. You're right. Holy shit! I didn't even think about that, but yes, you're right. So Hina could have superpowers if she wanted to, but she doesn't care.
And she's like half fucking. Her dad was an ace. I'm sure she could have bullshit ace powers if Minazuki. And I'm still waiting for him to do it too. I'm sure it'll be like a big reveal later on, where the chips are down, everyone's losing, and but not only is it because 10,000 seems small now, right?
Well, I imagine that since everything else is an imperfect copy, I imagine 10,000 on an original ballot's like 10 million in fucking other
That's fair,
counts.
but at the same time, aces have the ability to multiply counts.
Because there's no reason the world-ending ballots are only 10,000.
That's true.
If they're not also bullshit powerful.
At the same time, I could totally see her just doing the ace thing and being like, I'm an ace too, and then like, no, it's 1 million because she multiplied it.
I want to see her. I want to see them use as weapons. I want to see her hit someone over the head with the fucking ball.
Just with the ball?
Yeah.
Cracks it
open. Man, it's not as cool as a sword, but I guess it works.
But anyway.
The rat had compatible DNA! You're fucking right, Daniel!
Well, they experimented on the rats. But
my gosh. The rat has a little Sherman hair because they gave him some of his DNA.
Anyway, so she snatches it, and I like that Tokikaze's response to her taking like the thing that controls the fabric of reality is just give it back. Please. But she goes, no, this is a memento of mothers, the only family I have, disowning him. But again, I'd find it very funny if he was like, actually, your mom's ballot is the one on the right. That's But he goes, Tsukina was a scientist instrumental to research on the Elthing. Most likely, right after she was killed by Rahito, her brain was cryogenically preserved before it completely died. For 300 years, until a resuscitation method could be found. Tsukina, how is she now? 5 years ago, she was sent to the abyss. If only she thought to use her underwear as a parachute like your friend. Then I could have.
I hate this manga so much, I say. It's so bad.
But anyway, Hina goes, I have.
It undermines itself on every page.
For these, there we go. So I for some reason I thought it was completely anime original that Hina just looked at other families and got sad. But here, Minazuki.
Yeah, no. Here is another perfect family for Hina to gaze at.
For the 5 years since Mother's been gone, I have always traveled alone.
Wait a minute. Does her stick grow with her?
Yes. The answer is yes. Seeing many different families in different places, at those times I wondered,
this is the worst manga.
What kind of person was my father? He must be someone big and warm, like that child's parent over there. But I stopped thinking about that because I realized it was easier, just like Minazuki about this manga.
Yeah, I know. That's a great out of context line of this entire fucking book.
I stopped thinking about that because I realized it was easier. That's the manga.
Yeah.
And yet you were alive and looking so small. It's an interesting. I know what she means, but the word.
Yeah, but it's exactly terribly translated.
Yeah. Almost like myself when I was all alone before meeting Rahito-san. And again, he just repeats.
I want to give it back. I want it.
Give it back, please.
Why did you take it?
No, she says, why did you snatch me away? But I wish he was like, why'd you take it? Give it back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because you knew I was your daughter? No, that's not it.
That's bullshit. That doesn't make sense.
Rahito. Because you had someone precious taken from you. You wanted Rahito to know how you felt.
Didn't he literally say this to Rahito out loud?
Yeah.
I know why you did this. Because you told me.
You want Rahito to save you. I'm fine with returning the ballot, but in that case, then you too, you come with me back to where Rahito is. Stop doing something so stupid. Wow, that you could say that to most characters. and fight together with Rihito to save everyone, holding Mai and Rihito-san's child, living together, smiling together. Isn't it better that way? And instead of just taking it and being like, fuck you, he's like, no, on principle, I can no longer take this ballot because she's said jinx.
I love the next page where he's
He's
just
walking,
doesn't move.
and she just waits there as he disappears into the distance.
It's
like,
so
maybe he'll
bad.
come back. This is the visual representation of the father being like, I'm just going to buy some cigarettes. I'll be back. Quite literally.
Yeah.
She just like you could have had her like lower her arms at least.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that she has her arms
like,
still out in the second image is funny.
Yeah. And then and then we get again, it's supposed to be a parallel where she goes, I hate you, father, to parallel like her thing with Licht. But anyway, we go back to the kids and they're like, oh, father,
what glorious symbolism.
The sky just went boom and it shone really bright. What was that?
And my eyes hurt a bunch.
That was me committing mass
How did they see that? There's fucking bedrock between them and it.
Whatever. Anyway, you guys, we're getting ready to move. Starting tomorrow, you guys can eat whatever you want. Anything? What about cake? I want to try cake.
I'm sorry, son. The cake was alive.
I want ice cream. We can eat as much as we want of anything. All right. You think that they'd say something like, I don't know, just like normal food, not like sweets, like, I want to try like a full turkey. I want to try a burger. Oh man,
I think it's actually incredibly shitty of either Tokikaze or their parents to have passed on to them the knowledge of cake and ice cream. Hey kids, here are all these great things. You can't have any of them.
Back in my great-great-grandmother's day, 300 years ago, we used to have this thing called cake and ice cream.
Yeah. Fuck you, though. You don't get to have any.
Yeah.
It's got to be Tokikaze who told them. I don't know why the fuck he would.
Yeah. Hey, kids. When I was your age, I was eating cake and ice cream.
Yeah.
What's that?
Cake and ice cream?
Cake and ice cream? Don't worry about it. I just wanted you to know. And anyway, so they go, Father,
terrible writing.
What's wrong? Because he's clearly looking sad, and he takes off his mask and he goes, nothing. Nothing's wrong, he says as he sheds a single tear as he smiles and pats him on the head. December 7th, year 306 of the Alcyon calendar. The army of the Abyss has begun the invasion of Alcia. And there we've finished this volume 11.
What a terrible manga. What a horrible, terrible, very bad manga.
What an incredibly outstanding manga that I have a fun time reading with my best friend Sai over here. Don't you like having fun with me every week?
Yeah. Why didn't he just send 5 nukes? Surely 5 nukes would have gotten the same message across.
Yeah, I think even 1 nuke would have gotten the message across.
Yeah,
just to be like,
no, he sent
I have a nuke.
Yeah,
I have a nuke. But it's supposed to be the visual thing that Minazuki likes. We know how it is. Like, it's like, whoa, I can't draw like 1 nuke looking that cool. But if it's like nukes from all around them, I can have a.
I already did 1 nuke earlier. I've got to have this is again like Star Wars. We had the Death Star. We got to do bigger. What about an entire planet that kills 5 planets? No, we got to go bigger in the next movie. What about 1,000 Star Destroyers, all of which can kill planets? There we go.
Yeah. But
what a terrible manga.
I have fun with this manga still. I enjoy reading it with you every week.
Yeah.
And I'm going to enjoy trying to rewrite this portion when I get around to it.
Uh-huh.
But
yeah, that's a good point. Like, surely there were like more amendments he could have done. Why didn't he just wish for all power? Why didn't he wish for anything? He did the 3 things. That means the rest of the story can happen, but nothing else, which gives him an unfair advantage.
Yeah. I mean, if like, no. I had fun today, didn't you?
Yes, I had fun. This was so terrible, I couldn't not.
I really miss when you were the one that was exhausted at the end of these.
Welcome to my world, motherfucker.
I had all the energy in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I could counter most of your arguments. The chat was on my side. Everyone called you nitpicking.
Hey, wouldn't it be funny
biased.
if like the manga acknowledged all Tokikaze's planes don't work anymore because of EMPs? Wouldn't it be funny if he was like, "This is a message. War begins tomorrow." It's like, "Okay, kids, suit up," and they all get in the planes, and then it's like, "Hey, father, the engine won't start." Fuck. Like, wouldn't it be funny if he fucked himself? And
Jimmy.
Yeah.
We're making new planes.
Yeah, how does he have planes? Does he have a plane workshop too? Alongside his fucking silicon workshop and his fucking plutonium workshop?
Well, clearly he does actually have a plane workshop because Pelmo was in it.
Oh, God. And so does Pelmo just like, where does Pelmo get the industrial strength metal she needs to build aircraft or maintain aircraft?
From the mining kids.
Where do they get fuel? Do they have like an entire like oil refinery set up to manufacture plane fuel? Or are they using ones from 300 years ago, which would no longer work because fuel doesn't last that long?
The first one.
So they have an entire oil refinery then. Do they have thousands of kids who are working in an oil refinery doing that shit?
Absolutely.
I feel like 1,000 kids working at the oil refinery and 1,000 kids working at the silicon mine and 1,000 kids working at the copper mine and 1,000 kids farming. I feel like that's more than 1,000 kids farming food could create food for. Man, if only we had some adults around here, this would be a lot simpler.
No, adults get in the way. We don't need them to operate nuclear weaponry.
It's so bad. All you can do is laugh. The second you think about any of this bullshit for 2 seconds, it all falls apart.
God damn it, Jill. Rihito, kids make great jet pilots, apparently.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah, that was the book club today.
The one last note I have is they say they froze her brain. Tokikaze is like they froze her brain, which undermines your theory of they froze her like Hina as a fetus.
Yeah.
So that doesn't fucking work. So the only alternative, if that's canon, is that Hina's a clone.
A clone, yeah.
Of Sakina Pharaoh.
Which would be even more weird.
Yes. So, in that case, then a clone of Tokikaze's wife is going to fuck his best friend and brother.
So we can add the NTR tag, if that's the case.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that was intentional, or do you just not think about that? Is it a bullshit twist in the weight or terrible writing? It's impossible to say.
I don't know. I just want to read this manga.
Yeah. Oh, and we will. Speaking of, what's the homework for our lovely viewers at home?
The only homework here is mine, because now I have to study on how nukes in reality works, just to have arguments against you. So the homework is... Oh man, I like this.
Last week you wanted to stall until we got to the fucking 4-hour mark. You want to stall until the 5-hour mark? We got 6 minutes.
Yes, I really do.
Okay, let's stall until the 5-hour mark. Hey viewers, welcome to our wonderful stalling until we hit some arbitrary time limit.
Let me tell you something. I hate myself.
I'm glad I do too. I hate you too.
I hate myself and everything I stand for.
Mm-hmm,
and I hate how
you sit upon a throne of lies.
I hate how I'm treated here by all you people telling me that
I feel like I'm on laughing gas. Everything's 10 times funnier right now.
Telling me that
that this mug's bad? Like I don't already know. Like you haven't all been telling me this for the past 8 or so
down
weeks.
in your soul, you knew the truth all along. Just
But
like the Kaze about
It's
Hina.
fun.
Because it was fucking obvious. Just like with Hina.
It's a fun read. Okay, I have a good time. And you know what? I'm still following the anime. I'm gonna watch it every week. Hell yeah. I'm gonna take my cereal and I'm gonna eat it with a smile on my face. I'm gonna crank that opening song.
That great opening song.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
And you know what? When it
he's choking upon his lies.
When the Schmerman audio drama comes out, I'm gonna buy it. And I'll play it on the book club if it's still fucking going by then. Oh god.
No, you fucking won't. I'll veto that.
No, yeah, well, I have more ballots than you. I vote 4 and 4. I win.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have enough.
So what's the reader's homework?
The homework for you lovely people who come here to.
Well, let's give them the finishing bits they need, and then the rest of the bullshit they can skip if they want.
What do you mean, rest of the bullshit they can skip? What can they skip?
The next 4 minutes while we're filling time.
Oh,
so
right.
What chapters do they need to read?
So you just need to read volume 12, which is chapter 54, or chapter 44 to 47. I like these chapters.
I don't. What a surprise.
Wow, you summed up the fucking book club.
Who saw that coming, right? You're surprised, right?
There is a really dumb contrivance in 46 that we'll get to that I won't even try to argue on. There's plenty of dumb
contrivances.
Okay, well,
I honestly think 43 is like one of the worst volumes of Plunderer so far.
Like 43, so the chapter we just read?
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly think it's so bad. Like it's up there with 37.
I like the next you said you like the idea of the next arc at least. You didn't say you like the arc itself.
Yeah.
To give a little highlight preview, just so you can all get excited, whether it be
to give a little highlight preview. Tokikaze's sweatshops apparently has a bunch of child-sized camo gear for all its soldiers.
Oh, I forgot about that. But yeah, what I was going to say is that the next arc, you can either be genuinely excited for this or excited to laugh at it if you're at Uncle Tom like Sai over there. Or I guess I'm the Uncle Tom in this situation because I sided with Minazuki. Whatever. Whether you're excited genuinely or ironically, the next volume follows Licht trying to steal back his original ballot from the special service. So
the next volume has Pele walk into a room and declare himself to be evil.
Oh, day, that's a bigger spoiler, and I like that scene.
It's terrible.
If you're a Pele fan, you're gonna like next volume because I sure do. So get excited, everyone. We've got plenty. We hit the 5-hour mark officially. Hooray! Hooray! Yes, we did. Stream says so. So
yes, it does. Okay.
Congratulations! And guess what, guys? We're on the final 3 book clubs, at least until we're caught up.
Oh boy.
We have volume 12, volume 13, and then volume 14, and then we'll have been caught up with the English translations. And from that point on, I think you said we were just going to go chapter by chapter, right?
Yeah.
Excelente. Good. We can keep these of a sustainable length at that point. And I bet they'll still be 2 hours or 3.
Probably.
Just from a single chapter. Oh, God. Help me. Someone, please. Someone help me. I'm trying my best here. Sugita's brother was a thermonuclear missile. No, and Guillaume, no, I'm not being sarcastic. I like the next volume, and
I have to take that down a few notches.
I like the next volume a lot, and Pele does some really cool shit, in my opinion. You know,
in my subjective opinion.
Oh God! Okay, no. Objectively, Pele does cool shit. Fuck you. I'm standing by my taste. Size.
I look forward to see your objective reasoning for that next stream. That'll be fun.
Yeah, well, get ready.
Let's remember that.
Yeah, let's remember that. All right, because I'm about to show you up, dumbass.
I'm sure.
Everyone's gonna go back to loving Plunderer.
I'm sure.
They're all gonna say Isaiah was right. And
that'll happen.
It was an uphill. You know, you're the shonen antagonist right now. You have all the cards up your sleeve. You think you think you have me cornered, but that's what I'm gonna get my power up, and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I swear, I'm gonna win.
Hey Isaiah.
Yeah.
I hope you have fun at that party.
We're going ice skating. Probably just gonna go get myself hurt, like always.
Probably should go cry in the corner while everyone else has fun.
Yeah, it's not that different from usual.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you, Isaiah, for being here.
Fuck off! I don't want
to witness this.
Fucking. So every other stream, you're just like, "Fuck you, Isaiah, for making me read this." But the one I'm miserable, you're like, "Oh, thank you, Isaiah.
That's why I'm happy
for being my meat puppet here."
Yeah.
To poke at and laugh from behind a cage.
Yep. It's your fault I'm reading this. I would never have touched it past chapter 3 if it wasn't for you.
And you know what? Maybe
this is all your fault. I want you to remember that.
Maybe the world would have been a better place if I not unleashed.
You're like You're like fucking Daedalus in the Minotaur. You're in a prison of your own fucking making. Thank you guys very much for watching. And I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Bye.